Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. He glanced to the side of the battlefield. Because his body needed to be a human puppet in order for him to operate puppet arts and summoning jutsu, he couldn't simply rebuild himself from iron sand like his newer puppets. In truth, because Sasori was obsessed with human puppets, his actual combat power declined compared to his past self. While it's true that human puppets could replicate the jutsu the person had in life, they sacrificed the puppet's durability. Moreover, a human puppet was limited by its original body's capabilities, restricting how much it could be modified. Excessive structural changes would ruin its original jutsu. That was why, after leaving Hidden Sand Village, beyond the third Kazekage puppet and himself, Sasori practically had no noteworthy works anymore. In the orthodox puppet route, like Chio's style of controlling puppets with ninjutsu tools, seals, scroll-based weapons, Sasori's single-minded focus on the deceased subject's abilities was effectively a corrupt path for puppet masters. Now that he'd taken up iron sand puppets again, he'd lost an assortment of peculiar jutsu but had also regained much of the raw power he had before becoming a puppet. Kakazu's clothes were already torn, exposing all the stitches crisscrossing his body. 4 differently shaped masks, enshrouded by black tendrils, stood on either side of him. He threw a glance Hidan's way, apparently unconcerned about his partner being dismembered. Glurp. The ground suddenly split open, black threads dragged Hidan, cut into 2, underground. Moments later, he re-emerged intact at some distant spot, apparently revived. So he really is immortal, Sasori watched impassively. You jerk, you're just, Hidan, looking completely disheveled, was about to spew curses when Kakazu kicked him away. Up in midair, several explosive tags attached to Hidan's back began to burn rapidly. Boom. Amid swirling smoke and flying chunks of flesh, half an arm fell at Kakazu's feet. Black threads lurking underground stealthily collected the torn limb. I told you not to let your guard down. If you charge recklessly against these 2, you'll get yourself killed. Kakazu spoke while gazing seriously at a rapidly morphing earthen wall. Damn it all. Hidan's head landed askew in the distance. Black threads dragged it back like hauling garbage, and he still frothed with fuel rage. His Jashin secret ritual was near useless against puppet bodies that had no actual flesh or blood. Gr. Akatsuki. Every single one of you. Link's calm voice sounded alongside fierce winds and beastly roars. In an instant, swirling dust was blown away. He spread his arms wide, towering overhead. You're pissing me off. Before he even finished speaking, Kakazu's expression changed. With his 4 masked creatures, he sprang aside, shouting, watch out for the shadows. Countless shadows were already creeping in under cover of the swirling dust, launching simultaneous attacks in sync with Link's words. Hidan, barely reassembled, was half a beat slow and swiftly swallowed up by the throng of shadows. Especially the 5 specialized 8 Gates shadows, who moved even faster than him. As the slowest member in Akatsuki, merely speed 7 inches overall, he couldn't contend with these speed 8 inches 8 Gates clones. In one blow, he was kicked flying. Although Hidan's taijutsu was strong and his chakra huge, the Jashin technique lethal, no standard close combat skill could withstand 5 enemies faster than you, fearless of pain, injury, or genjutsu. On top of that, dozens, if not hundreds, of slightly slower regular shadows swarmed in. The body Hidan had just gotten stitched together was torn apart once again in less than a second. Only his head and ring-bearing hand ended up in the grip of an 8 Gates shadow perched on a rooftop. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari once had a taste of that same feeling. Doesn't look good, because you stood on another rooftop, eyeing the mountain drake now rising into the air, plus Link overhead. Then he focused on the horde of shadows all around. Clack. The masks of Fire Style and Wind Style both opened their mouths simultaneously. Boom. Strange mask exploding flame. Such strong chakra signals? Not far away, the Hidden Sand Village Jonin Mikade led his 3 subordinates and their client away to safety. He himself leaped onto a nearby building, heading straight for the commercial street that had just erupted in blasts. Even though only a few days ago he'd informed Saisari-sama about Link's location, the idea that a fight might break out so soon made him tense. He hadn't yet forgotten how easily he'd been beaten in an instant. If Saisari-sama and Link were truly at odds, there might be no choice but for him to sacrifice himself. The war-torn area was full of fleeing civilians, several collapsed buildings now billowing dense smoke. McCade hurried over, seeing the colossal throng of shadows on the street. His heart sank at once. Then he noticed some bizarre figure with seams all over its body, standing among them, and his spirits nosedived yet again. Before he could study the matter in more detail, nor find Saisari, he saw that monster's masked creatures suddenly opened two masks in unison, and from them came the most explosive chakra reaction he'd ever witnessed. A terrifying high-pressure wind sphere, fused with an ocean-like blaze, almost entirely enveloped half of Nikoan town. This is bad. At his greatest speed, he formed hand seals to flee. Gurgle. Suddenly, countless bubbles rose from the ground, enclosing the firestorm and howling wind, all bursting midair. Boom. Chapter 197, Utakata, Bubbles? The Six Tails Jinchuriki? Link halted his hand seals, brows arching slightly. Moments earlier, when Earth Flow Wall had collided with the violent wind style, he had his shadows evacuate the nearby civilians. Seeing Kakazu so brazenly unleash a huge jutsu over Nico Shukuba posed quite a headache. Unexpectedly, while planning for one outcome without success, an unplanned twist occurred. The Six Tails Jinchuriki unexpectedly revealed himself. Even if a Jinchuriki's actual combat level may vary, once they've mastered the tailed beast's power, large-scale jutsu and map wipe abilities are absolutely top tier. A thick lightning bolt cut through the dust raised by the explosion with a ZT. Gra. The Earth Dragon, which had used its wings to shield its master from the explosion's aftermath, let out a pained roar after being struck by the lightning. So durable that not even grass swords could harm it, the place where lightning-style, false darkness hit was clearly melting. Groaning in pain, the Earth Dragon dropped swiftly but managed to stop before crushing a house. Lightning over Earth. Link felt the pain signals constantly conveyed by his ninjutsu creation's consciousness, yet he forced it to keep going. He leapt to a nearby rooftop and released the technique. Even if it was a variant, it remained a ninjutsu at its core and had to follow ninja art logic. The instant he landed with a PFF, black threads burst up from beneath the rooftop, trying to entangle him. But things had changed. Thanks to gorging himself on potent drugs, Link's reflexes and bodily speed had soared to a terrifying degree. Even his 8 Gates shadows couldn't match his base physique in hand-to-hand combat. Wow, you actually want to make direct contact with me, huh? Link unhesitatingly grabbed those black threads first. Boom. All around, the man-plus-4 masked monsters fighting the shadows abruptly surged into random collisions, person with mask monsters with each other, mask monsters with walls, slam after slam at point-blank range. Compared to the standard jutsu, this mutated body pathway derangement was merciless, forcibly controlling whichever body part it grabbed, without the needing any kind of electrical transformation. Evidently, the black threads were considered a single body along with Kakazu and his masked creatures. With just that brief slip, the masked creature that had spat out lightning-style, false darkness was abruptly shattered in half, its heart skewered by a kunai. Kakazu decisively severed the black threads Link had hold of. The remaining 3 masked creatures quickly merged back into his body, forming a freakish 4-headed shape. He raised a hardened palm to block a lethal blow from the 8 Gates shadows, though flung away. At that very instant, black threads flared from his whole body, skewering several surrounding shadows. Splosh. One of the mask monsters representing water-style opened its mouth, spewing a giant water blast. The torrent's force demolished an already ruined structure, sweeping debris and flooding an entire street. This stuff is disgusting. Link eyed the squirming black tendrils in his hand, frowning. They felt slick, wriggling worm-like. Truly unpleasant. Yet once severed from the main body, the black threads quickly lost viability, curling in on themselves. He pulled out a small scroll, sealed that piece of black thread inside it, something for Tsunade to study later. Gra. The shattered lightning mask monster, which had slumped on the ground, suddenly jerked upright with a simian roar, then gradually fell limp, its sounds shifting to pitiful whimpers. Oh, duck. At last it collapsed entirely, the black thread imitation hand flopping into the water. Kakazu, you're worthless. Hidan, now reduced to a talking head, kept ranting, what, letting this brat handle you so easily? Though Hidan was the one more disgracefully dismembered by the shadows a moment ago, he had at least briefly clashed with Saisari earlier, so at least he felt justified sneering at his partner. He was immortal, a foul mouth and not a single civil word was normal for him. Kakazu didn't have time to acknowledge his comrade's mockery. Stabilizing himself, He channeled chakra through his black threads to keep clearing away the shadows. Those that hid in the ground's shade and took on a 2D form could disrupt his masked creature's jutsu. Worse, among them lurked 8 gates shadows that threatened him further. Since their appearances were too similar, telling them apart mid-battle was quite troublesome. Far better to wipe out every last shadow indiscriminately. Link had no interest in Kakazu's chat with the shadows. He turned aside, fixing his gaze on the man perched atop a collapsed building in the distance. Yes, the profile, clothes, aura, matching precisely. Finally found you. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki, he held the pipe used to blow soap bubbles, his expression chilly. The loose, blue robe exposed half his chest. Alerted by Link's stare, he coolly turned his head. It seems lately you've been searching for me? His voice, even colder, had a somewhat androgynous note. Standing off to the side, Sasori had just pushed Hidan back again. He refrained from further attacks, having replaced his broken arm, now silently monitoring everything. He hadn't wanted Link killed, so he'd intervened. However, by now this kid's growth speed was too astonishing. In just this short time, he can casually handle Kakazu's close-range ambush. If pressed into close quarters, Sasori himself was uncertain he could defeat Link. It was insane someone who'd been a mere chunin hunted by Orochimaru 2 years prior could improve so fast that Kage-tier Kakazu was no match. Yes, teaming up with him was the right call. Sasori thought quietly. That's right. Link replied. I need you, or rather, the power of the Six Tails, Skin. Yet another one who covets the tailed beast's strength. Utakata murmured, glancing at Link somewhat helplessly. Go. I don't want to kill you. He'd witnessed the boy using those bizarre shadows to rescue innocents mid-combat. So for him, at least, Link was a power seeker he didn't dislike. Leave that one to me, he said, raising his bubble pipe at Kakazu. A heartless rogue ninja heedless of collateral damage deserved to die. You really are taking him lightly, Kakazu? Some short stuff brat, plus a prissy girly boy, ha ha ha. Hidan's words died in mid-sentence, another shadow punching him in the mouth. Smash his teeth, cut out his tongue? Link said icily, deliberately letting Hidan see his imminent fate. Taking a breath, he rolled his shoulders. Time to end this farce. Utakata, we'll discuss our business later. With that, Link's body vanished in an instant. Chapter 198, Kakazu? Dead. This kid knows my name? Utakata, the six-tailed Jinchuriki, looked slightly taken aback. It was odd enough that this young man had managed to track him down, but he also knew his name. Could he be a shinobi from Hidden Mist Village? But earlier, the person helping out was a puppet user from the Hidden Sand Village, and Utakata noticed another individual wearing a Hidden Sand Village forehead protector moving closer to Sasori. A strange kid, that was Utakata's first impression. Before long, Utakata saw Link instantly move close to Kakazu and, appearing rather reckless, start attacking with his bare hands. Earlier, just touching those black threads made that Hidden Waterfall Village rogue ninja lose control of his body. It must be some powerful close-range ninjutsu, Utakata silently assessed this new intel. Meanwhile, Kakazu found himself in a bind. There was no way he could destroy over 100 shadows in just a few seconds. Only moments ago, a single touch had caused him to lose control of his entire body, costing him one heart. Although his black threads usually excelled at offense, this time he didn't dare make contact with the opponent. He could only shrink back and fight from a distance. With shadows pressing him from all directions, neither fleeing nor fighting felt like a viable option. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. A surge of fear toward death broke past Kakazu's limit, transforming into anger. His green pupils widened slightly. In a split second, he decided to stake everything on one final gamble. Ooh. The water-style masked creature tore itself from Kakazu's body, stretching out its arms and torso of black threads to encompass both the main body and the other two masks. It opened its mouth toward the surrounding shadows. Whoosh! A roaring water cannon fired again, forcing the shadows to retreat. A good number of them failed to flatten themselves into two-dimensional form in time and were shattered on the spot, unable to reform. Simultaneously, the fire-style and wind-style masked creatures opened their mouths at Link, who was charging in from the front. Reusing the same tactic as before, they unleashed strange mask exploding flame, Ka. Link quickly formed hand seals with his hands, which glowed with mystical palm chakra, then clapped them together. A Rashomon gate rose from the ground in front of him. What appeared to be an unstoppable combined ninjutsu struck the legendary defensive gate as though it were a mere breeze. Flames boosted by a sphere of wind overflowed along each edge of the Rashomon. Boom. Everything around them crackled and popped under the intense heat, yet the brickwork of the Rashomon didn't even change color. GRNGH. The gate opened, allowing the sea of fire to surge inside, but it had no effect whatsoever on the swirling vortex within. Amid the scorching air, 4 figures leapt out and surrounded Kakazu. "What is this?" Kami Utakata recognized 2 of them, the demon of the Hidden Mist and Baki of Hidden Sand Village, both of whom should have been confirmed dead. There was also a middle-aged man whose eyes gleamed with the famous Sharingan, despite the Uchiha clan having been wiped out long ago. So he's using some forbidden technique to control life and death? What a terrifying kid. Utakata's expression grew serious. Earlier, Link had said he wanted the tailed beast's power. Even Utakata would feel considerable pressure facing both the demon, Zabuza, and Baki at the same time. Should I escape now? Damn it, because you felt an immediate headache upon seeing the 3 Tomoe Sharingan of Fugaku Uchiha. With multiple hearts and multiple chakra types to disrupt enemy illusions, he was normally immune to most Ganjutsu, much like a Jinchuriki. But a Sharingan was a different matter altogether. High-level Sharingan illusions are notoriously difficult to break. On top of that, Pikazu's normal Ganjutsu breaking skill was only moderate at best. Worse yet, all 3 masked creatures had just released jutsu and couldn't launch more to buy him time. Surrounded by such a powerful lineup, even a single second's lapse could be fatal. Sure enough, the very next moment, he sensed his body growing light and the world spinning around him as countless crimson eyes filled his vision, surrounding him on all sides. Break free. After several agonizing seconds in reality, Pikazu finally managed to dispel the Sharingan's illusion. Snapping back to his senses, he found himself trapped in a water prison jutsu. On either side, 2 of his masked creatures had been destroyed, the shattered masks drooping helplessly from black threads that were still attached to him. Swoosh! From underground, the black threads he had planted earlier burst out and gathered into a single spear, attempting to pierce Momoki Zabuza, who was controlling the water prison. An invisible wind blade sliced past at high speed, ruthlessly severing the black threads, which flew apart in all directions. Splosh! Seizing the opening, Kakazu's arms hardened to black, the earth element beating water, allowing him to tear the water prison apart. The black threads on his back exploded outward, writhing to force Zabuza away. Kicking off the surface of the water, Pikazu leapt into midair. Before he could land, though, the water below transformed into countless needle-like senbon that shot toward him. Clang! 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 His Earth-style, Earth Spear, a defensive technique misleadingly named, managed to block most of the ice senbon with his arms, yet numerous parts of his body were still punctured. He landed clumsily, barely on his feet, gasping for breath. In that instant, Zabuza, who had just caught a scroll tossed by Link, rushed forward brandishing his trusty executioner's blade. The massive blade whistled through the air, aimed squarely at Kakazu's head. Simultaneously, an invisible wind blade sped toward Kakazu's knees, and a formation of kunai, thrown with a classic Uchiha flourish, closed in on his chest and abdomen. "They're bullying me here," anger flared in Kakazu's mind. This merciless flurry of attacks mirrored the uncontrollable chaos of a battlefield where one's life hangs by a thread. And here he was, forced to fight alone. But anger cannot fight in one's stead. Having lost 4 hearts, leaving only his Earth-style heart, Pikazu no longer had the ability to keep battling with ninjutsu. The gathered black threads erupted outward once more, pushing against the ground to catapult him back into the air. But then he saw Link appear in his line of sight, another all too familiar touch, another instant loss of control. This time, Pikazu had no chance whatsoever to escape or resist. Squelch! In Zabuza's hands, the heavy executioner's blade felt light as it sliced cleanly through Kakazu's neck. At the same moment, Fugaku Uchiha drove a kunai into Kakazu's heart. No matter how unwilling, agonized, or ambitious he was, Pikazu, once a rogue shinobi of Hidden Waterfall Village who had even fought the first Hokage, met his end then and there. Phew! Fugaku Uchiha, sensing his enemy's chakra vanish, took a small breath. The tomoe in his eyes spun slowly, he hadn't closed them yet. His gaze shifted to Utakata and Sasori in the near distance. Even as an Uchiha, controlling a veteran monster like Kakazu with Sharingan Ganjutsu consumed a significant amount of chakra. Although this body was formed by chakra, it still felt weakened by such a large expenditure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to simply hurling kunai or going for a close-quarters stab. As the shadows busied themselves collecting Kakazu's corpse, preventing someone like Zetsu from sneaking off with it, Link stood at a higher vantage point. Looking down at Sasori and Utakata on the water's surface, he declared, "Now it's our turn." Chapter 199, Perfect Jinchuriki. Kakazu died a truly unjust death. Seriously, quite unjust. Normally, his combat style should have been to use close-quarters fighting first to test his opponent's elemental affinity. With the ability to harden body parts without seals at any time and an effective immortal body, he could usually take a huge advantage in battles. If he discovered his opponent wasn't a lightning-style user, then things became even simpler. Form the seals for his full-body hardening and stand still as a turret. If it were an extremely fast opponent, that would just lure them closer, and with his Earth Spear's hardening plus black threads that could lurk underground for sneak attacks, he had a formulaic style that often proved unstoppable except against certain freakish monsters. Even the Sharingan wasn't especially scary to him. Once fully hardened, he was basically adamantine. Without a special elemental advantage like the unstoppable Amaterasu from the Uchiha or the Sushi Kage's particle style, few could overcome his defense. But in today's fight, right from the start, Link grabbed his black threads. Because his body lost control, causing a momentary slip in chakra control. Because he had been relying on his masked creatures for years, his own chakra control, hand seals stat, wasn't all that high, just a 7. So that slip messed up his chakra flow. Earth Spear fizzled out. He was then mobbed by the shadows. After a struggle, forcibly using 3 masked creatures simultaneously, he did manage to repel Link and the shadows. The moment he tried reactivating Earth Spear for full body hardening, the child's Sharingan hit him with a Ganjutsu. Forced to break the illusions by disturbing his own chakra flow, Earth Spear ended again in vain. Stuck in a water prison, there was no chance to form hand seals. After breaking free, he dared not remain in place to form seals. Once Earth Spear hardened his body, he'd get heavier and forced to stand, basically letting enemies wail on him. If it were almost anyone else, he'd shrug off the hits, but with Link specifically, he couldn't risk that. As a result, the normally unstoppable bully lower-level ninja's style turned against him. Perpetually scrambling to defend and flee, greed also blinded him further, and in the end, he tumbled deeper and deeper into death. "Because you and Hidan are so disappointing," White Zetsu commented, expression full of mock glee despite sounding disappointed. Itachi didn't even get involved, the two of them both got taken out by Link. Plus, their rings have ended up in Link's hands. "That's going to be a big problem for our subsequent plans." He said it in an exaggeratedly cheerful tone, corners of his mouth turning up as though thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, couldn't find any pleasure in it. Initially, it suspected that Itachi would fight Kakazu for the prize named Link. But now there was no fight to watch. 1 year and Akatsuki had already lost 3 strong rogue nin, all thanks to one kid. If this kept up, given Obi's idling schemes, Nagato's short-sightedness, and an Akatsuki whose unity was unraveling, just how many years would they need to gather the tailed beasts to resurrect Mother? Damn it all, Black Zetsu inwardly cursed. By rights, it shouldn't be so emotional, it was literally immortal, it could fail countless times as long as it succeeded once. But they'd gotten so close to success. The nearer the success, the harder it was to accept a sudden setback. With the Rinnegan awakened in the Indra reincarnate and years of tailed beast intel gathered, all that was left was the small matter of resealing the soon-to-revive 3 tails. They ought to have completed the final goals in time. Yet the plan had taken a drastic turn. Letting Obi keep stalling while Pain and Conan dawdled, who knew if Akatsuki would hold together long enough to gather all the tailed beasts. It'll be necessary to find a chance to revive Madara sooner. Black Zetsu considered fresh plans. Gazing from afar at Link, who seemed proud of himself for the victory, Black Zetsu calmed its mood. This brat was growing too fast, his abilities were too unpredictable, impossible to read thoroughly. If they let Obi and Nagato keep stalling, they might never round up the tailed beasts before Akatsuki fell apart. "Looks like you don't need me anymore," Sasori resealed his puppet into its scroll and, after tucking it into his sleeve, said calmly, "If that's the case, our collaboration can wait for another time." He took a step, only to see Link's shadows block his path. "Have I given you permission to leave?" Link turned, narrowing his eyes at Sasori of the Red Sand. "Wait." The hidden sand village shinobi called Makade came rushing, face tense, shouting, "Lord Link, Sasori-sama is no longer a Ronin. He is currently a Jonin of Hidden Sand Village." Link was a bit astonished. He had never imagined Sasori would return to Hidden Sand Village. Could it be a lie? But that sort of lie would be easy to debunk. Sasori took out another scroll and tossed it toward the shadows. He knew throwing it to Link was pointless. The kid would never accept something from his hand directly. Inside is the location of one of Orochimaru's bases as well as a method to summon Hidden Sand Village's messenger hawks. "Whenever you have time, you can send a hawk to contact me." Link thought it over and motioned for his shadows to give way. Right now, he still had no solution to Sasori's space-time manipulations. Actually, he had no real means to forcibly keep Sasori from fleeing. If not for that, he'd never allow them so much chatter. Better to keep Utakata from slipping away. He decided. On the side, Makade eyed them worriedly, handing your own village's hawk summoning method to a foreign ninja. That might be dangerous. In the end, he remained silent. Quietly, he followed Sasori away. Now, are we going to fight? Utakata had begun drawing on Skin's chakra. Facing someone who easily destroyed that guy with black threads, Utakata knew he couldn't hold back. No. Link gave a small smile, sounding quite unhurried. You have to figure out how to struggle or run. How arrogant of you. Utakata's expression showed anger, any prior goodwill vanished. You think I'll be as pathetic as those two? NGH. Hidan, lacking tongue and teeth, was none less alive, uttering vague howls, spitting out a mouthful of blood as though wanting to spit the Jinchuriki to death. Link spread his hand, palm up, slowly curling his fingers. Whether we wipe away one speck of dust or two, it looks no different to the naked eye. Utakata, outraged, recognized that this unbelievably proud speech left no possibility of courtesy. Realizing that close combat would be lethal and not wanting to be entangled by shadows, he prepared to let the tailed beast's power rampage. Judging by what happened to Kakazu and Hidan, this settlement had likely evacuated any civilians by now. Then let's see him try controlling a rampaging beast. Rage flickered in his eyes, though he wore a slight smile. From behind him grew a single tail made of luminous tailed beast chakra. Then Utakata's entire body was shrouded in that power. Don't you dare die on me, kid. His words came out garbled, muffled by a cloak of tailed beast chakra. Perfect? Link's expression remained lofty, his heart filled with excitement as he considered how to exploit capturing a Jinchuriki. Chapter 200, Best Use of Hidan. Crack. The overwhelming chakra caused the surrounding rubble to continuously quake and fracture. One by one, dark red tails emerged. Although you could still roughly see a human shape, the eyes had turned completely white. A gale surged across the ground, instantly drying any remaining puddles, kicking up countless bits of gravel and dust into the sky. So it's just a dark red-tailed beast shroud, halfway transformed? Link thought. Not hesitating further, he charged. A tail beast ball would be a nightmare, while his chakra scalpel could, in theory, slice through chakra. It was still a big gamble against a sphere of condensed tailed beast chakra that could explode at any moment. If the man didn't fully transform and just spat out a quick tailed beast ball, standing around waiting would be idiotic. He's coming. Utakata watched the kid hurtling toward him and not only didn't feel afraid, but actually met him in midair. Hey! His tailed beast shroud contained a highly corrosive liquid, and even a few splatters that dripped off made the ground sizzle white and sink in, soil already crumbling away. Fugaku Uchiha, alert and ready, sprang forward to assist. Simultaneously, Momoki Zabuza and Hoku moved in as well. Seeing them take action, Baki simply began forming seals off to the side, preparing to cast a wind-style net so he could momentarily hold the Jinchuriki in place and buy them some time. I just love it when you charge in so confidently. Link grabbed out, molding a large swath of chakra in his palm. In an instant, he formed a chakra scalpel, an enormous translucent blade that slashed a semicircle in the air. Zing! The corrosive-tailed beast shroud was severed right off in a chunk, bearing the stunned face of Utakata underneath. Because the blade was now extended further and Utakata's half-transformation was relatively small, even some of the tailed beast's chakra got sliced away. Why isn't this blade being corroded? 1,000 questions flashed through Utakata's mind as his body, still lunging forward, couldn't stop in midair. The tailed beast chakra flow within him was disrupted, so he could only grit his teeth and lash out with a clawed slash. Whoosh! Blades flashed. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3. All 6 were cleanly sliced off. Segments of the tailed beast shroud kept dropping on the ground. Sizzle, the corrosive liquid on those severed chunks of tailed beast chakra was still dissolving the ground, quickly sinking downward and turning the soil into something like sludge. Utakata landed heavily, shock and disbelief scrawled across his face. Using ninjutsu to break a tailed beast shroud, or suppressing it via sealing, both were things he understood. But to physically hack apart the tailed beast's power so effortlessly? Worse, he felt that blade skim inside his body too, forcibly slicing his own chakra. What kind of ninja tool is that? His eyes stayed riveted on the chakra scalpel. Shadows were now pinning his limbs. He tried reaching out to skin, but only got a distasteful rejection from the beast. Link stood before him, perched atop a mass of shadows. Looking down at the Jinchuriki within arm's reach, he said calmly, "Well then, are you getting the picture now? You can slice through chakra." Utakata said, regaining his composure. "So earlier, you provoked me on purpose, goading me to use my tailed beast form." By now, he saw no way of winning. If he hadn't closed in or tried partial tailed beast mode, and instead tried to rely on his large chakra supply and normal ninjutsu at a distance. Well, there was no what if now. "I lost," Utakata said flatly, dropping his head with a dark expression. Whatever fate awaited him, death or worse, He just accepted it. As a Jinchuriki, bearing lifelong torment and solitude, he was used to surrendering to fate. Link, eyes on him, simply said, "Come with me. I need your power." Surprise flashed across Utakata's face. Hearing such words from a 10-ish-year-old was surreal. "And why should I?" he asked after a pause. Link gave a gentle smile. "Because I'm stronger." Strength was the reason, fist was power, so if you had the bigger fist, you had the final say. Utakata said nothing at first, then quietly, "Even so, I'll never serve you." He didn't fear death or whatever else, so what could possibly coerce him? Such was the nature of most Jinchuriki, who'd lived shut out from humanity, obeying only themselves and the meager comfort of survival. The sheer determination and refusal to give up was what made Naruto so special. Link didn't reply further, only smiled. He had his shadows keep Utakata pinned, then turned to Baki, Zabusa, and Haku, nodding that they were free to roam, just as they'd all agreed beforehand. Fugaku stepped forward, lowering his voice. "You took a risk, letting us only stand back. Let us handle it." He truly feared something would happen to the boy. On one hand, he was developing fatherly concern. On the other, if Link died, he and his wife might never see Sasuke again if something happened in that unspoken arrangement. "Fugaku uncle," Link said, looking over calmly, "only someone who hides behind others shouting orders can never gain followers." Fugaku's lips parted. Those words made him think deeply. Then he let out a small sigh. Regardless of the boy's ambitions, that child had genuinely helped Sasuke so much, and so what if he was using people? Shinobi lived to be used. He'd even come to appreciate being needed. Soon enough, the shadows dragged over Kakazu's corpse in its entirety, along with that dried-up mass of black threads forming his masks. Link sealed them away in a scroll. Good thing he'd set out prepared to gather tailed beast chakra, bringing plenty of scrolls, some on his chest, and a giant one on his back. As for Hidan's severed head, the man wore a permanent scowl, not the slightest sign of fear, teeth and tongue replaced by a bloody mess. Link cast the beheaded man a polite glance. "I do quite admire your attitude. Don't worry, I'll bring your entire body back to the village. Once we've drained the intel from your head, you can supply us with all sorts of human experimentation." An immortal, indeed. Hidan the immortal. "No, from today forth, you're Mr. D." In truth, the simplest solution to Hidan was to drop him into the underworld swamp and be done with it. But that would be wasteful. An immortal body could endure experiments normal humans couldn't. Sure, for transplant-based experiments, the Jashin modifications might complicate it, but for destructive testing or further medical research, he was the perfect lab rat. Even as a living target dummy, he was invaluable. How could Link discard him so casually? Sure enough, Hidan was born a prime Type D subject. So many ways to exploit him. Not killing him but carefully preserving him was best. If, one day, Link rose to the heights of Kage, Hidan would be the stepping stone under his feet. Everyone and everything should be put to good use. Chapter 201, Cleaning Up. After listening to Link's words, Baki, Fugaku Uchiha, who hadn't gone far, and Utakata, who was being restrained by a shadow, all felt a chill in their hearts. Even if they were to die, they wouldn't want to end up in such a hell. Sweat dripped down Hidan's face. His bloodshot eyes were wide, showing a mixture of terror and rage. "Jashin will punish you." He had no tongue or teeth, so even though he tried desperately to roar, all that came out was muddled sounds. It was probably just another of his verbal curses. For a monster who had killed countless victims, a curse like that hardly seemed effective. After all, in the manga, those he cursed so vehemently always ended up shooting straight to the top. Link just smiled nonchalantly, looking quite relaxed as he directed the shadow to gather Hidan's scattered remains. He bagged up the head, then deliberately took Akatsuki's ring into his hand and sealed it in a scroll. He planned to reassemble Hidan's pieces only after returning to the village. Doing it here would be a hassle. His current sealing scroll couldn't store living things, so he had no choice but to let the shadow carry the fragments along. After thoroughly unsettling Hidan, Link swallowed a highly potent soldier pill, then used the delicate illness extraction jutsu on himself. A short rest later, his body had recovered to its peak condition. As long as he had enough medicine, he could recharge his stamina bar over and over, just like a Jinchuriki. These new super soldier pills were specially made by Tsunade. They were extremely effective but also carried intense side effects. Only someone like him could handle them. In the meantime, another one of the shadows attempting to collect tailed beast chakra vanished back into two-dimensional form. The highly corrosive fluid covering the chakra was strong enough to melt even the eight tails' hide, so just a single touch instantly drained the shadow's strength to zero. Because that corrosive liquid was a chakra-based substance, it lasted a surprisingly long time, refusing to dissipate and clinging firmly to the surface of the tailed beast chakra. Link instructed one of his shadows to bury the chakra in soil, like giving it a sand bath. No matter how potent the acid, it couldn't resist an endless supply of dirt and was eventually worn and scraped away. This was different from the wool he'd harvested from Shukaku the first time. After all, half-transformation still left the user in a humanoid form, much smaller than a fully transformed tailed beast. Aside from the solid 6 tails, most of the rest was just a shell, and breaking it down properly would be difficult. If he tried to turn all of it into shadows, it wouldn't yield many. As his physical abilities soared, the tailed beast chakra required to create a single shadow also kept increasing. If he were to open the 8 gates and create shadows, the chakra cost would be prohibitive. Besides, creating a shadow required peeling away an intact object's shadow. Even though Link had tried to keep everything as intact as possible during the fight, his opponent was a decently strong Jinchuriki, so some parts inevitably got sliced apart. He guessed each tail could serve as one normal shadow, while the other bits of shell might be used for experimentation. Once he returned to the Land of Waves, he planned to summon the Earth Dragon again to test the waters. It could be countered by lightning style, but since it was ultimately a ninjutsu construct that still followed basic chakra principles, it wasn't worth too much worry. Thinking along those lines, shadows might really be an application of yin release, creating a physical form out of nothing. Next, I'll have to get more tailed beast chakra out of Utakata, ideally after a full transformation, he thought, sealing away the chakra. Gar never had good control, but Utakata seemed much better. Since he was a Jinchuriki, he definitely had plenty of chakra. Letting him transform once in a while for Link's purposes shouldn't be too big a problem. Too bad he couldn't bring him back to the village. I can stay out here for a while, talk it over with him, collect more of what I need, then take him to my base in the Land of Waves. If he ends up escaping later, so be it, not a big deal. If I need him again, I can always hunt him down. For anyone who isn't skilled in space-time ninjutsu, escaping in front of Link would be tough. With means to track both sky and ground, Link simply tucked the scroll away. Since his shadow was already carrying Hidan's body parts and couldn't remain hidden, he threw the scroll to it as well. Meanwhile, the other shadows weren't just standing around, they searched the ruins for any survivors, or valuables like gold and silver. After all, for him, money was power. Before long, the resurrected dead he had summoned vanished, taken back by Rashomon once their time was up. The shadows managed to haul out over a dozen unconscious survivors from the debris. Most were only lightly injured, one was critically wounded and near death, and a few would likely need amputations. Link didn't hold back on using his chakra. He provided simple medical treatment and gave Tsunoda's healing medicine to the most gravely injured, then placed them on a flat, dry spot. After that, he didn't bother with them anymore. If Tsunoda's medicine couldn't save them, there was nothing decisive his healing could do, unless he used delicate illness extraction. But he wasn't so soft-hearted as to go that far. If these people hadn't been hurt because of his fight, he wouldn't have paid them any attention in the first place. This kid, Utakata watched quietly, feeling a twinge of emotion. It was easy to tell whether someone was just putting on an act, and he could see Link was helping others by instinct. He himself had behaved well enough, saying nothing the entire time, apart from picking up that bubble blower like it was some precious treasure. Once Link was satisfied that there was nothing more to find, he formed some hand seals to summon the Earth Dragon once again. Calling for the captured Jinchuriki and the shadow carrying his things, he climbed onto its back and flew away from the utterly devastated Sunlight Inn. High in the air, he watched the ruined landscape shrink below him. His expression remained calm, but inwardly he was deep in thought. I really have grown a lot stronger. His improved physical condition had dramatically boosted his overall capabilities. Now that his speed was on par with a Jonin's, he wouldn't easily be blindsided in a fight against powerful foes. Coupled with his uncanny ninjutsu, he was nearly invincible in close quarters. Both the 5 elements seal and disruption charge activated on contact and required no seals, making them exceedingly potent. It was somewhat ironic that, despite being a ninjutsu-oriented fighter, he relied so heavily on melee combat. Though his summoned undead provided some ranged defense, his direct ranged capabilities were still a bit lacking. Most Earth-style techniques were large in scale, and since he had at least a shred of conscience, he couldn't simply unleash them with abandon in populated areas like Kakazu might. Conversely, using wide-area ninjutsu just for single-target attacks felt wasteful. When he thought it over, the only real single-target range technique he had was the Shadow Clone Jutsu. I've had the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu for a while now but still haven't gotten around to training with it. I've been pulled in so many different directions that I keep putting it off. Once I'm done mastering the Wind Nature transformation, I'll move on to Lightning next. Maybe I can ask Kakashi for guidance, who knows, I might pick up Chidori or the Lightning Blade while I'm at it. After all, they're technically the same jutsu, both referencing the story about a Chidori blade cutting lightning in Japanese lore. I wonder how it might mutate or evolve if I adapt it. Link's thoughts drifted onward. Chapter 202, Nekoba's Ninja Tool Shop. 2 days later, in the Land of Fire, in a town near Danzaku Street, inside a ramen shop. Do you really like ramen? Utakata, seated next to Link, turned his head slightly to ask, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. He had seen plenty of rogue ninja who, after losing their village's supervision, used their power however they pleased to fulfill their desires. Yet this kid, who was trying to exploit tailed beast power, behaved with surprising restraint in everyday life, and would even lend a hand to those in trouble within a certain range. It was quite interesting. Link snapped some noodles with his chopsticks, slowly chewed and swallowed, then looked up. Meat, vegetables, salt, oil, all the nutrients your body needs after intense physical activity. I also like barbecue and sweets. Both meat and sugar are essential for growth and recovery. He didn't mind letting the other person know what he liked. So it's for practical reasons, huh? Utakata wanted to ask a few more questions, but his own bowl of ramen arrived just then, so he let it go for the time being. I'm digging in. They ate quietly, then returned to the street. Walking leisurely toward Danzaku Street, Utakata suddenly asked, "Where are we going?" You sure have a lot of questions today. Link had noticed that Utakata had just used "we" in his wording. Since you need my power, Utakata said, appearing fairly relaxed, shouldn't you at least tell me what you want me to do, and where we're headed? Nekoba's Ninja Tool Shop. Link answered simply. Utakata took out his bubble blower from his belt. So that's why you bought that matatabi, cat mint, drink yesterday. Are you going to buy ninja tools? Link shot him a glance without replying. This guy's personality was obviously on the quieter side, yet after 2 days, he'd started talking non-stop. Boff Utakata blew out a string of bubbles. Watching them rise into the air, he spoke idly, Nekoba. Yeah, the Ninja Cat clan, right? I heard they get along well with the Uchiha. You've summoned an Uchiha's deceased spirit before. He went on chattering a bit too much. By the way, why do you need a tail beast's power? Link looked over. You're just my captive right now. All right. Utakata's one exposed eye, uncovered by his hair, showed a slight smile. He didn't press further and just kept himself busy blowing bubbles. They left the town, joined up with the shadows carrying Hidan's remains, and soon arrived at Danzaku Street. Instead of entering the streets right away, Link stayed outside and had one of his shadows grab a cat. Gazing at the orange cat's clear eyes, he remembered Hina saying before that any cat in Danzaku Street could lead them to her. That meant, do you know Hina? He asked. The orange cat looked utterly calm. Placed on the ground by the shadow, it gave a lazy stretch and started licking itself. Haha. Utakata chuckled. Bring over a few more, at Link's command, the shadows moved again. The next moment, a fully dressed Hina jumped out, looking anxious. Don't catch any more cats, Naya. What quick intel. All the shadow had done was catch a single cat, and already a ninja cat had shown up. What I meant before was, if you come to Danzaku Street and appear in front of any cat, I'll be able to find you, Naya. Hina squatted down, sneaking a glance at Utakata. As a ninja cat skilled in sensory techniques, it had sensed that monster from afar. Link casually took the cat mint drink from his pocket and tossed it over. Right then, take me to Nekoba's Ninja Tool Shop. Hina deftly caught the drink with her paws. After a moment of hesitation and a somewhat pained expression, she reluctantly tossed it back. I already told you I'm doing this to repay you for letting me go last time, so, one of the shadows retrieved the drink and handed it back to her. It's not a payment for guiding us, Link said with a smile. It's a gift between friends. He was thinking of raising a ninja cat himself, so of course he wanted to stay on good terms. Thank you, Naya. At lightning speed, Hina hugged the cat mint drink again, beaming as she tucked it into her arms. Straightening up, she said, then follow me. The city lay empty. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and raindrops began to fall, giving the whole place a wasteland-like feel. Tap, tap. One of the shadows held an umbrella for Link. Rainwater splashing at his feet in his ninja sandals made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. That's a handy jutsu, Utakata commented, holding his own umbrella next to him. He looked at the shadows and voiced a thought many had had before. He cast a quick glance at the figures lurking in a nearby building's shadows. It's my first time seeing so many ninja cats. Of course, Naya. Hina, cradled in the shadow's arms, took a satisfied sip of the cat mint drink, then raised a paw in a certain direction. Over there, Naya. She had meant to walk on her own at first. But then again, she was just a cute little cat, how could she turn down a human offering to carry her? Maybe choosing this kid as my summoner wouldn't be so bad, Naya, she thought, shifting her posture to lie more comfortably. With a whoosh, another ninja cat, this one with the character, Shinobi, on its forehead, appeared before the two humans, one cat, and four shadows. It spoke in a gruff tone, "Hina, what are you doing?" "Obviously, I'm bringing our guests to see Nekoba, Naya." Hina spoke, then, still holding the bottle, jumped out of the shadow's arms. She screwed the cap shut and tucked it away again, leading them onward. "Tenka, why are you back so early, Naya?" "Ugh, having to walk on these puddles feels terrible. And I have to do it myself, all thanks to Tenka." The ninja cat, once known for its fearless, loner ways, had fallen from grace with impressive speed. Tenka glanced at its unhappy companion, then swept its gaze over the two newcomers and the mysterious shadows. "Please follow us." Hina's expression looked even more annoyed, but she stayed quiet, simply hanging her head and continuing forward. Before long, under the ninja cat's guidance, the two of them arrived at a shop full of cats. "What can I do for you two?" asked an old lady with a feline nose. She had been smoking a pipe, but upon seeing Utakata, her nose twitched. She instantly set aside her pipe, keeping her expression indifferent as her posture shifted slightly, clearly getting ready for a potential fight. "A Jinchuriki? That could be trouble. But the kid next to him looks awfully familiar. I'd like to purchase some scrolls and place an order for a few miscellaneous items." Link handed over both a pre-written shopping list and a sealed scroll containing money to the girl at his side. She passed the list to Nekoba, then performed a summoning technique to retrieve a chest of money from within the scroll. When she opened it, she looked a bit astonished. "My, you really are quite generous," she remarked. Nekoba set down the list. Although the bills weren't from the Land of Fire, there was more than enough to cover everything on it. "So, customer, your name is Link, correct?" Chapter 203, Failed Experiment. "See you later." Naina waved her paw with a smile. "See you. Next time I'll bring some matetabi drinks when I visit," Link replied, then left together with Utakata and the shadows. Talking to Nekoba had been unexpectedly easy. She recognized Link and mentioned that Sasuke had came by a few days earlier, likely in preparation for the Chunin exams. He had obtained the scrolls he wanted, but it would take some time for the electronic equipment for his base to arrive. Nekoba had said, "We're not exactly an appliance store." But seeing the money he offered, she had still agreed with a smile. Of course, there was a markup. That was unavoidable. Link hadn't gone to a bank in the Land of Fire to exchange money and then buy everything at a regular store, mainly because he didn't want to leave any records. After all, he was setting up his own secret base and wanted to keep it as confidential as possible. Spending a bit more served as a sort of hush money to the black market merchants. After leaving Nekoba's ninja tool shop, Link summoned the Earth Dragon again and brought Utakata to a wide, empty field. "Tailed beast mode," Link ordered. Utakata froze for a moment, recalling the situation when they had been cleaning up the battlefield. He realized something. "You want to collect tailed beast chakra?" He frowned a bit. Tailed beast power can't just be used freely. A tailed beast's power contains two components, tailed beast chakra and the tailed beast's will. Because of that will, no one except a Jinchuriki fully in sync with their tailed beast can normally harness tailed beast chakra. Unless you're a perfect Jinchuriki at peace with your beast. Link, of course, knew all this. He was extremely familiar with these fundamentals. Showing no reaction, he simply repeated, "Tailed beast mode." Utakata didn't refuse, he was curious about what this kid was really after. So he went ahead and rested the tailed beast's chakra, entering a full tailed beast transformation. With the Jinchuriki cooperating, Link effortlessly used his chakra scalpel to harvest a large number of tailed beast chakra chunks. However, rather than slicing away the entire tailed beast cloak, he only cut off about half of it, at which point the transformation automatically cancelled. Phew. Utakata exhaled. "I won't be able to do that again anytime soon, I used way too much chakra. Plus," he paused, looking a bit conflicted. "Skin really hates you." It wasn't just that. The beast inside him had actually cursed Utakata himself a moment ago. Apparently, getting cut by Link's blade had inflicted real harm on the tailed beast. Perhaps he sliced away not just physical chakra, but also part of its will, Utakata guessed. Skin was normally fairly docile, so for it to start cursing others and immediately withdraw its chakra was unheard of. Meanwhile, Link was practically bubbling with the joy of a farmer harvesting his fields as he sealed away chunk after chunk of tailed beast chakra. Whether or not they could do a second round anytime soon didn't matter, this was already enough to power him for quite a while and dramatically boost his combat strength. He couldn't wait for his shadows to undergo their next upgrade, he could only imagine how powerful he'd become afterward. Next up, beating Orochimaru to a pulp, kicking the Akatsuki aside. "Tailed beasts, give me that sweet, sweet treasure." He'd already made his plans. As soon as he created the new 8 Gates shadows, He would rush off and wreak havoc in Orochimaru's base. He already knew where the snake's lair was, he just hadn't gone there yet. Then he would start hunting down the Akatsuki members. Why wait for them to strike first when he was already this strong? That would be downright foolish. As long as he avoided Obito, Itachi, and Pain, none of the other Akatsuki members would be a match for him, not even Kisame Hoshigaki. He'd hunt down the Akatsuki, gather all the tailed beasts, keep growing stronger, then finally take down Pain and claim the Rinnegan. After that, who in this world could possibly stop him? Link exhaled a long breath, his ambitions were burning brighter than ever. Maybe I won't destroy the Rinnegan. I could implant it and try becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Then this world would be. All these thoughts churned within him until he finally smiled. Let's go. I'll take you to our base. Half a month later, on a small island near the land of waves, roar. The Earth Dragon let out a powerful bellow as it soared into the sky. After circling around for a while in midair, it finally descended, crouching in front of Link. Its eyes were full of delight, but then its body started to crumble. Crack, crack. Its huge eyes closed, turning a dusty brown as its scales fell away. Soon, the creature became a lifeless stone statue. Another failure, Link thought with a frown. Once again, synchronizing the Earth Dragon and his shadow technique had failed. The Earth Dragon's shadow had swallowed the shadow of the tailed beast chakra chunk, allowing the dragon to break free of being mere ninjutsu and become a new life form, but just like a shadow that didn't get enough tailed beast chakra, its body soon dissolved away. Nearly 10 stone statues of varying sizes had already sunk to the bottom of the ocean. So maybe I need an even bigger amount of tailed beast chakra to create this Earth Dragon? He had a rough idea of the reason. A shadow's power was limited by Link's own parameters, there was a set ceiling for how big or strong it could be. But this Earth Dragon was based on a creature from a game in his past life, meant to be as large as a mountain in theory. Possibly, there was a maximum size to which ninjutsu could manifest it. Limited tailed beast chakra wouldn't suffice to create something that colossal. Just like not having enough chakra couldn't keep a shadow independently alive. Maybe I need to capture an actual tailed beast and use its shadow to create the Earth Dragon. That would probably apply to the stand concept too, Link sighed. He had hesitated all this time before finally trying, only to run into this dead end with the Earth Dragon. According to his settings, the Earth Dragon was already quite formidable, but a stand would be even more over the top, with all kinds of special rule-based powers. Who knew how much tailed beast chakra would be required for that? The mere thought was dizzying. Maybe later, I could test some simpler sand abilities without special rules. That might work. Still, I can't keep wasting tailed beast chakra on trying to create an Earth Dragon. Link pulled out a small notebook and crossed out Earth Dragon. There was only so much tailed beast chakra available, and he'd be better off using it to create more shadows. At least that guaranteed him a direct boost in combat strength. Moreover, the Six Tails was getting more uncooperative by the day. Even if Utakata pretended to pass out on purpose, he could no longer trick Skin into coming out. And since tailed beasts could share information telepathically, there was no telling when they might leak word of all this, making it impossible for him to collect more tailed beast chakra. Let's finish creating the remaining shadows, then head back to the village for a while, he decided. Chapter 204, Hina. Nighttime, atop the treetops of a giant tree. You've been getting stronger, Utakata said quietly, leaning against the trunk and gazing up at the bright crescent moon in the sky. Isn't it about time we left here? With no more tailed beast chakra to collect, there's no point in my staying. Link replied, perched casually on a nearby treetop. In about 2 days, once I've used up most of that chakra, I'll head back to the village. Their underground base was well hidden but only lit by lamps, and most of the time Link preferred to be above ground anyway. Almost no one ever came to the surrounding redwood forest, so it was peaceful, perfect for catching a breeze and admiring the moon before bedtime. Utakata closed his eyes, savoring the cool summer night wind. Even though I've cooperated with you so much, I still can't know what we're actually doing? Link did not answer. Even if it's a lie, that's fine. Utakata said, opening his eyes. He didn't really care whether Link was telling the truth. Whether it was because the tailed beast inside him had quieted down, or because Link treated him as an equal while also needing his power, either way, he felt himself lifted from the pit of loneliness. No one can resist loneliness. All he needed was a single lie, and he'd be willing to strive for whatever goal Link set for him. In this world, Link said, voice tinged with what sounded like a sigh, though his face showed its usual mild smile, there's no such thing as truth or lies from the start, only a cruel reality. I don't have anything in particular I want to do right now. This was a lie, I'm just not satisfied with who I am at the moment. He jumped down from the treetop. With a thud, he landed, then walked off without looking back. As long as that tailed beast stays inside you, I'll keep needing you. Is that so? Utakata murmured, sitting there a while longer. He blew some bubbles and watched how the moonlight shimmered through them in a hazy glow, which strangely put him at ease. Well, that's good, then. Thinking of Link, so young yet unexpectedly mature and gentle, the corners of Utakata's mouth curved faintly. I guess I'll keep on living as your tool, for now. He didn't dislike that sort of life. A few days later, near Nekoba's ninja tool shop. It's true, people stuck in loneliness really can't refuse a helping hand, Link thought, recalling the sight of Utakata standing at a distance by the seaside when they parted. It left him feeling a certain calm. The world of the shinobi was harsh. Those born with extraordinary talent or bloodlines didn't necessarily enjoy better lives, instead, they often faced a different kind of torment. In this world, a special gift could feel more like original sin than a blessing. Jinchuriki, especially, were forced to bear tailed beasts from a young age, constantly influenced by them. Any emotional upheaval could hurt others, isolating the hostee even more. They often don't even know who they truly are, or why they live. Lost in the fog of uncertainty. Wanting to feel needed, Kabuto Yakushi and Kinema willingly offered themselves to Orochimaru. Utakata wasn't so different. Link found it both surprising and inevitable that it was so easy to sway a strong Jinchuriki like Utakata. After all, this world was rotten at its core, and ninja was a rotten profession. He had seen and experienced so much that... Tap. He came to a stop as a ninja cat approached. He greeted it with a gentle smile and tossed over a matatabi drink and some cat treats. I'm here to pick up the equipment. Hina deftly leapt into the shadow's arms. While being petted, she savored the drink and nibbled at the treat with an expression as content as an old man relaxing in a rocking chair. Lazily, she said, about that intel you asked me to look into last time, sorry, but there's no info at all. The land of Rain's in total lockdown, Naya. They're blocking all information, huh? That's alright. Link outwardly seemed unbothered, though he had a pretty good guess of what had happened. Likely Hanzo was gone, Hidden Rain Village was being rebuilt, and Akatsuki now ruled the Land of Rain. After all, in the manga, pain alone had destroyed the village. If even the ninja cats, who could gather intel by sending out cats everywhere, couldn't smuggle out any information, then that place was sealed tight. As Link pondered this, the man and the cat passed through the empty streets, arriving at the ninja tool shop. Hina hopped down, clinging to her cat mint drink, looking forlorn. Ugh, after this deal wraps up, who knows when you'll be back again, Naya. I'm supposed to keep watch over this passage, Naya. I can't just leave. She said, a note of sorrow in her voice. Meeting Link had been wonderful, good food, good drinks, and no pushy demands that grated on her nerves. Plus, those emotionless shadow jutsu gave her all the company she could ever want. They even knew multiple massage techniques, adjusting them to suit her. She felt like she'd become a cat who couldn't live without a human, no, without a shadow. If only I could have that jutsu, Hina thought for the first time in her life, envying humans a little. She craned her neck to watch Link enter the ninja tool shop, letting out a heartfelt sigh. Ah. Life isn't easy, cats can only sigh about it. Inside the ninja tool shop, Kansas. Nekoba called to her granddaughter. The young woman skillfully laid out an array of scrolls. Please take a look, sir. Link glanced over them. I trust you. He paused, then went on, Nekoba, there's something else I wanted to ask you. Go ahead. Nekoba answered kindly. After all, he'd been a big customer, spending quite a lot. Scrolls weren't cheap, and neither was intel. Both cost plenty, and as a black market dealer, albeit an honest one, she didn't care where the money came from as long as it ended up in her pocket. Raising cats was expensive, training ninja cats was even more so. Ever since the Uchiha clan was wiped out, she had few customers of this caliber. I'd like to adopt a ninja cat. Link said. Kansas, who was busy tidying the scrolls, glanced curiously in his direction. It was rare these days for anyone to want to adopt a ninja cat. Compared to well-trained, obedient, and loyal ninja dogs, the ninja cat clan. Well, they followed their own whims. If they didn't want to work, they simply wouldn't. They had little sense of a strict master-servant bond, needed careful care and feeding, and were often lazy and gluttonous. If they were in a bad mood when summoned, they might do nothing at all. Most importantly, the difference becomes crystal clear in direct comparison. Ninja dogs are satisfied as long as they have something to eat, never shrink from tasks, and came running whenever you call, even risking their lives for their master. You want a ninja cat? How many? Nekoba asked, suddenly amused. Though I have to say up front, I can't force them to serve you. Link thought for a moment. I think Hina would be perfect, he'd been planning this for a while now. Among the ninja cats, Hina was unusually responsible, and he'd already set his sights on her. Chapter 205, Return to the village. One day later, on the road back to Hidden Leaf Village. Partner, you really have great taste, meow. Hina's mouth was still a bit greasy from eating grilled fish. Lounging in a shadow's arms, she licked her fur contentedly as she spoke. Having just become a house-trained ninja cat, she had already been treated to a lavish meal, a real delight. I knew becoming a house cat was the right call. Enjoying the warmth of the embrace and the massage, she thought of Yuo back in that empty town, still lying around waiting for customers, and felt inwardly smug. But let's be clear. Link said with a smile, when I need you for something, you can't just cause trouble. Raise a cat for 1,000 days, use it for 1 moment. When he'd been tracking Utakata, he had really suffered from a lack of scouting or tracking techniques. Since he hadn't found any suitable scouting ninjas to summon, he figured he might as well raise a ninja cat to help. In any case, once his older generation of shadows was upgraded, they'd be stepping back from the front lines. Taking care of a cat wouldn't cost him too much effort personally. Spending a bit of money on it was no big deal. Don't worry, leave finding things and gathering intel to me, Naya. Hina promised cheerfully. Crossing her front paws over her chest, she lay sideways, resting her head on the shadow's arm and watching the scenery whiz by. She was not like those typical ninja cats who were unorganized and undisciplined, otherwise, she wouldn't have stood out enough to be one of the gatekeeper cats at Nekobe's ninja tool shop. Ninjas get paid for a job, and so do ninja cats. The only requirement was that she recognized the human and was well taken care of. Otherwise, we're here. Catching sight of Hidden Leaf Village's gates, Link slowed down. He hadn't been back for a while, and there was a faint sense of attachment. After all, it was the home he'd known in this life. Hina made a show of hopping off the shadow and walking faithfully by his side. He entered the village without any issues. Suddenly, the patrol squad's ninja dog arched its back at the 2 shadows carrying Hidan's remains, baring its teeth and letting out a low, threatening growl. Gr. Woof. Himaru. The veterinarian of the medical unit and patrol member, Inuzuka Hana, called out. She walked over, saw Link, and nodded. What's in that bag? She was just asking out of curiosity. In reality, whatever he brought in was no big deal. Given his status, nobody was likely to question it. A ninja cat too? She noticed Hina following beside him. Oh, this? Link smiled. It's new experimental equipment for the medical unit. You can call it Mr. D. It's going to be quite useful. What a bizarre name. Inuzuka Hana took a sniff, picking up a faint human blood smell. Deciding it wasn't her concern, she left with the ninja dog. Finally, Link made it onto Hidden Leaf Village's streets. Hina, who had only just been playing the role of a loyal companion, gave up after a mere 100 meters and jumped back into the shadow's arms, her lazy cat nature in full display. Many passers-by stared at the shadow's strange figure, its entire body pitch black and humanoid, truly an odd sight. Link leapt up onto the rooftops and quickly returned home. The place was spotless, and someone had sprayed some sort of perfume? The scent in the room was a bit strange. Before leaving, he had handed the key to Sasuke. Hina, what kind of cat bed do you want? Link asked, having his shadow fish out the clothes he intended to change into. His apartment wasn't exactly small, but it certainly didn't have room for a second bedroom. He had no choice but to buy a cat bed. Hina thought for a moment and rattled off a bunch of demands. She had no intention of holding back. Having essentially sold her life to a human, she might as well enjoy herself. Link jotted down each request, planning to drop by the pet store after he finished at the medical unit later that day. When I leave the village on missions, I'll take you with me. Otherwise, you're free to come and go as you please. He didn't expect a pet cat to be of immediate use, anyway. In his previous life, he'd liked cats quite a bit, so just having one around for fun was fine. Besides, he'd come back with a nice stack of money and had no qualms about cat expenses. He then split off 3 shadows that were already outdated in combat terms to stay with Hina, and headed into the bathroom with a change of clothes to take a shower. While the waters splashed down, a sudden thought struck him. Having a cat was one thing, but having a ninja cat under the same roof meant he couldn't exactly walk around naked after a bath anymore, could he? He never did sleep naked, but losing even that bit of privacy felt a little weird. Still, he didn't really mind. In fact, he felt somewhat excited about his life going forward. So even I can't beat loneliness, huh? Letting the warm water stream across his face, Link stared at the white tiles and gave a nonchalant smile. He was human, after all. There are some emotions you just can't avoid. You learn to adapt and use them to your advantage. Medical unit building Tsunade is away on business? Link asked, a bit puzzled. He casually placed a scroll on the table. Here are the herbs needed for the mission. I've already used up all the medicine I took with me last time. He had left with half a year's worth of supplies, only to burn through them in just over a month, truly like eating them as if they were normal food, though each use became less effective than the last. Shizune accepted the scroll, seeming somewhat off. "I'll go get your medicine." A short while later, she returned carrying a large bundle, apparently well prepared. "There's a new formula in here," she explained. Lady Tsunade developed it recently to improve stamina. Taken long term, it can boost your chakra reserve slightly. But it has strong side effects, so be sure to use it sparingly. She set aside a small pouch of pills separate from the large bundle. "Understood. Thanks." Link paused, then added, "By the way, I ran into some of the Akatsuki out there, and managed to capture one." He gave her a brief rundown of the so-called immortal duo and had the shadow behind him set the bag with Hidan's fragments on the table. Shizune looked interested. Being a medical ninja, she naturally found the idea of an immortal body fascinating. They went into the lab together, one after the other, and took out the head. Hidan's head was encased in a bubble, a secret jutsu of Utakata's. A light poke would burst it, but as long as it stayed intact, it blocked out both sound and smell, preventing Hidan's endless spitting attacks. On the way to the land of wave space, Hidan had constantly spat at people to disgust them, so they had adopted this isolation measure. His so-called immortal body merely meant he wouldn't die when cut into pieces. Once reattached, his wounds would heal. He was hardly unconditionally immortal, he still needed nutrition, or he would die or rot. Up to now, Utakata and the shadows had fed him on a schedule. Now that he was out of the bubble, they no longer had that convenient way to keep him. Chapter 206, Sasuke's Secret. His technique involves drawing a ritual circle with blood. Once he obtains his opponent's blood and stands inside the circle, any harm he inflicts on himself is inflicted simultaneously on the target. Link explained Mr. D's special abilities quite naturally. He's physically pretty tough, and decent at taijutsu. But he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. GRR. MRR. MRR. Hidan spat saliva at the glass in front of him, mouthful after mouthful. To be fair, his immortality wasn't without drawbacks. His regeneration was indeed fast, so fast that you could actually see a good portion of his tongue growing back. Some of his teeth were also regrowing. And this was after they'd knocked out his teeth 3 times and cut off his tongue twice in the past month. What's more, as a taijutsu-focused ninja, body 9, power 8, in game-like terms, even with just half a tongue and a mouth, Hidan could hurl his spittle against the glass hard enough to make loud thudding sounds. If you got too close, you really did need to watch out. Lord Jashin will curse you. "I'll bite every one of you to death with my teeth," Hidan mumbled indignantly. Ignoring him, Link went on about what he'd discovered in his research. His body parts stay biologically active, and even if you separate them, they retain some sort of strange connection. Shizune listened carefully, taking notes, both of them looking extremely professional. Being disregarded like that infuriated Hidan. Denying him amounted to denying the Jashin faith. MRR. MRR. Out of saliva, he didn't hesitate to bite into his own mouth and spit blood everywhere to disgust them. Thud. One of Link's shadows slipped into the lab, stood up, and punched him, knocking him half-conscious. Then it clamped his mouth shut so he couldn't open it at all. "I see. So he's a valuable experimental subject indeed." Shizune nodded in agreement. After all, Hidan was apparently the only successful result of the Jashin cult's forbidden experiments, and probably their last, given that cult's vile doctrine of killing everyone around you, which extended to followers killing each other. They hardly needed an outside force to wipe them out, they were doing it to themselves. Any chance of replicating his immortality technique was extremely slim. Link was quite curious as to how such a cult with that kind of belief had ever cooperated to produce immortality in the first place, but he left Mr. D to Shizune, whose passion for research was evident. After warning her about the dangers and leaving Hidan's fragments behind, he took his newly acquired medicine and left the medical unit. He had a shadow bring the medicine back to his home while he headed off with some token gifts, sealed in a scroll, to visit his mentor, Nara Shikaku, and also dropped by to see his teacher, Nara in Shuai, on the way. His mentor was the same as ever, living an easygoing life. Although Shikaku was nominally the head Jonin, he seldom got involved in daily tasks. His position carried weight, so unless it was a serious matter, it didn't require his direct input. There simply weren't that many high-level missions or big village or nation-level matters to attend to. In Shuai, on the other hand. "You've gone back on active duty?" Link asked, somewhat surprised. Nara in Shuai tapped his forehead protector and laughed. "Yes, I just can't sit still. Aside from being a ninja, I'm not really good at anything else." "Don't be so modest, you're quite adept at slacking off," Link thought to himself. But before he could speak, Inshui went on cheerfully, "You haven't met up with Iris and Ami yet, right?" They both made Chunin. And those who used to hang around with you, Kakashi's students from Team 7, they've been promoted to Chunin as well. So everyone got promoted, huh? Listening to his teacher rattle off recent updates, Link was pleased. At least my efforts in training them weren't in vain. Given how strong Iris and the others were, they were already beyond normal Chunin standards. Their future now depended on themselves. Nara Inshui rested his hand on Link's shoulder, gazing at this familiar student who also seemed changed in ways he couldn't quite name. Tonight, let's go out for some barbecue together. Link paused for the briefest moment before smiling. Sure. I need to go see the third Hokage. We'll meet for barbecue tonight, okay? With that, he left without delay. As Inshui watched Link's retreating figure, so reminiscent of the solitude he had once shown, complicated thoughts swirled in his mind. Eventually, he only let out a silent sigh. He had no idea what his student had been through or what he was trying to achieve. But the way it looked like Link was bearing it all alone bothered him deeply. False tears may hurt others, but a false smile only hurts yourself. Leaving Inshui's place, Link stopped by the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, apparently with free time on his hands, was standing on the terrace scanning the village through a telescope, particularly the hot springs and bathhouses, to guard against any perverts spying on the women's side. The two advisors weren't there, presumably busy with other tasks. There weren't many people in the Jonin office either, as the village's mission workload was on the rise again and most people were off on assignments. Link chatted casually with the third Hokage for a bit before saying his goodbyes and heading straight to Training Ground 7. Iris and Ami were nowhere in sight, but Sasuke was there as usual, training. He hadn't donned the iconic Chunin vest. When he spotted Link's arrival, he stood up, breathing heavily, and slowly broke into a smile. Welcome back. Link smiled in return and said nothing. In a flash, he closed in on Sasuke. Smack. Sasuke managed to block the attack. His progress was remarkable. Even though he'd only used the delicate illness extraction jutsu a fraction of the times Link had, and consumed far fewer forbidden pills, he was only a little weaker now. His 3 Tomoe Sharingan was even more of a cheat, massively boosting his speed and chakra the moment it activated, more than any drug could do. Ah, the gap between geniuses and ordinary people really is huge, Link thought. Bam. Sasuke responded with a spinning kick, and they sparred using only taijutsu, just like old times, inside the practice field. Ha. In the end, Link won by a slim margin. Sasuke lay back on a rock, catching his breath for a while before speaking. I want to go look for Itachi. No. Link immediately vetoed the idea. You're still nowhere near ready. With 3 Tomoe in theory, Sasuke might be able to fight Itachi Uchiha, but this was the Itachi who isn't yet the half-blind invalid from Shippuden. Moreover, Sasuke didn't harbor the right kind of hatred to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, which threw Itachi's original plan off track. Who knew if he might face Shishui's Kodo Matsukami on the spot if he rushed in recklessly? That was also why Link hadn't put Itachi Uchiha on his hit list. The man's strongest Genjutsu was notoriously terrifying, his tactical intelligence above average, and he had the extra life of Izanagi plus the nasty mind twister Izanami. There were just too many unknowns in a fight with him. Better to wait it out. At most, another 2 years, everyone was still young, and there was time to develop further. If that wasn't enough by Shippuden's timeline, Link could seek out the Three Tails respawn location and kill it again. There were plenty of ways to stall, no need to be hasty. Sasuke went quiet for a moment, not replying. He'd been keeping one secret from everyone, friends, family, anyone. During his brief Genjutsu confrontation with Itachi, the latter had explained that to awaken the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan required a special method. He had verified it. Because frequent use of the Mangekyo leads to blindness, Itachi intended to help Sasuke open his Mangekyo and then transplant another pair of Mangekyo for further use, forcing Sasuke to sever his deepest bond in order to gain the determination needed to awaken it. In that Genjutsu realm, no matter how furious Sasuke got, no matter how he demanded answers or roared in rage, he was only met with Itachi's dead, indifferent gaze. No matter if you take my eyes, or what you once did to the clan and the village. This part alone is unforgivable. The 3 Tomoe in Sasuke's eyes appeared as his emotions fluctuated, the red pupils becoming more intense. What's wrong? Link asked, noticing the sudden disturbance of chakra. Sasuke calmed himself, deactivating the Sharingan, then turned to look at Link. Meeting his friend's eyes, he couldn't help but smile, half real, half forced. It's nothing. I just thought of Itachi. This fight with him. I must handle it alone. I can't let Link put himself in danger. Besides, he won't kill me outright because he wants my eyes. Beneath that smile was a turbulent storm of emotions. Torn between his brother and the destruction of their clan, He refused to let anything else that mattered to him be taken away. It wasn't only about hatred, there were also certain things he had to protect. No matter what, I will kill you. Somewhere in the land of fire, in a hidden Uchiha base. A dimly lit hall. Cough, cough. Drip. Itachi Uchiha leaned back in a chair, pressing his hand to his mouth as blood trickled between his fingers onto the floor. For a while, he swallowed some medicine, then straightened up, staring at the empty hall with a gaze that seemed neither sad nor happy. Flap, flap. A raven flew in through the corridor and landed on the armrest of his chair, grooming its feathers. Itachi stroked the raven, various pieces of collected intel surfacing in his mind. After sitting there for a bit longer, he finally stood. It's about time. Link is growing too fast. He even managed to capture the Six Tails Jinchuriki, as well as Kakazu and Hidan. He mulled it over. Sasuke has also nearly reached the threshold, thanks in large part to Link's jutsu. But just training the body isn't enough to close the gap with the Mangekyo. And then there's Madara, who seems poised to take further action. I need Sasuke to unlock the Mangekyo first, whether it's for protecting the village or for surviving. He didn't believe that if Link kept growing, he'd actually be able to defeat Madara. Even Sasori's reverse summoning jutsu had left Link helpless. Madara's powers were even more formidable, and Itachi himself couldn't say for sure if he could kill him. Tap. 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 Step by step, Itachi walked out of the hall. His sluggish body gradually returned to normal under the medicine's effects. Emerging from the shadows into the sunlight, he narrowed his eyes slightly and vanished with a body flicker. Are you ready? Sasuke. Chapter 207, Leaving Again. 1 month later, at Training Ground 7. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, not far away, a rabbit-like shadow split into many copies, quickly filling up the ground. Huff. Link exhaled, swallowed a soldier pill, and then wiped the sweat from his forehead. Once you've learned the shadow clone jutsu, learning the multiple shadow clone jutsu isn't that difficult, and he soon grasped it. Compared to regular shadow clones, it doesn't differ much in how it separates the shadow from the main body. The main difference is simply that multiple shadow clone jutsu can produce many clones from the same source. There isn't a huge difference in how effectively it drains an opponent's chakra. More importantly, multiple enemy shadows working together make hand-to-hand combat exponentially more troublesome. But for Link at his current level, it's only so-so. He can already deploy dozens of shadows equal to Jonin strength to gang up on the enemy. Even if the foe can summon many more shadows, it doesn't raise the upper limit of what a single shadow can do. Plus, the chakra cost is too high. Link sighed quietly. A normal shadow clone splits half of your chakra, but multiple shadow clone jutsu automatically divides your chakra into as many portions as possible, leaving you with only one portion for yourself. It doesn't matter who uses it, they'd end up gasping for breath just the same. It's more suited to someone like Naruto, who has massive chakra reserves and the 8 trigram seal to break down Kurama's chakra, ensuring practically limitless stamina. For Link, its practicality is low. It's likely going to be shelved alongside other jutsu he rarely uses. He looked over at Sasuke, who was sparring with Fugaku Uchiha. Since the 2 members of Team 7, besides Sasuke, had been promoted to Chunin, they'd moved on. Naruto was training outside the village, so basically Team 7 only existed in name. Kakashi had begun taking solo missions. After Haruno Sakura's promotion to Chunin, she was studying advanced Genjutsu with Kurenai. Meanwhile, Sasuke spent his days near Link. I wonder what Tsunoda's up to. She's been gone for so long. Could she have left the village again? Link was a bit puzzled. With Nawaki around, Tsunoda was gradually overcoming her hemophobia and had already taken on important duties in the village. By her personality, she shouldn't be sneaking off anymore. Her sudden, mysterious disappearance felt off to him. He'd hoped Tsunoda would develop more potent medicines for him. He was just about ready to go cause trouble for Orochimaru, strike at the terror group Akatsuki, gather more Jinchuriki, and open a new chapter of this story. But now his healer had gone missing. Oh well, I'll check in with Shizune again today. If Tsunoda still isn't back, I'll just leave the village and pay Orochimaru a visit. Link did feel a slight sense of urgency. It wasn't about the Otsutsuki or Shippuden events. With his abilities and jutsu, he could likely ambush and kill any Jinchuriki if he really wanted to. The chakra scalpel was a perfect counter for tailed beasts, whose bodies were formed of solid chakra. The only reason he hadn't tried to just extract the 6 tails beast and keep it for himself was because he worried that the delicate illness extraction jutsu might not be able to save the host after losing its tailed beast, and he wanted them alive for further use. What did pressure him was the outdated villain Orochimaru. The idea of him researching some prototype using the 5 elements seal, harnessing natural energy, just the sound of it was intimidating. If Orochimaru ended up creating some overly powerful monster, that would be trouble. He didn't want to behave like some clueless villain who lets a threat mature unchecked. He planned to nip this in the bud. Pondering that, Link rested a moment. After greeting the Uchiha father and son, he headed to the medical corps building. Inside, Shizune, Hanpo, and several other medical specialists were busy with Hidan, conducting medical experiments. When Link arrived, they all greeted him briefly, then returned to their work. Even Hidan spat at him in welcome, which led to a burst of buzzing from the shock collars, leaving him cross-eyed. The medical corps restraint for Mr. D was a series of rings fitted around his neck, wrists, and upper legs. They measured things like blood pressure, heartbeat, and blood flow, getting even slightly agitated triggered electric shocks, preventing him from making reckless moves. The shock intensity increased with emotional agitation. There were also buzzer alarms that sounded upon reaching a certain threshold, prompting an internal injector to deliver a super-concentrated anesthetic. In the beginning, Mr. D had tried hurting himself in hopes of leveraging his immortality. But eventually, he gave up resisting. Now, under normal circumstances, he showed almost no rebellious impulses. Yet whenever Link appeared, Mr. D still got riled up. Humphrey. Shizune rolled her eyes at Link's feigned friendly greeting to Hidan, which made the subject shut down yet again. She removed her gloves and asked, "Need something?" If it's about Lady Tsunade, she isn't back yet. She was starting to worry herself. Knowing some inside details, she realized those special natural energies were extremely destructive. A single mistake could be fatal, and even with summons helping, the risk was high. She'd tried to talk Tsunade out of training in such a method, but it was pointless. Tsunade had decided. I see. Link nodded. Not a surprise that Tsunade was still gone. Could you prepare some more medicine for me, and also post another mission to find rare herbs? No problem. Shizune led him along as she answered, then asked, You're leaving the village again, aren't you? I'll be entrusting Sasuke to you. Link said as he followed behind. They arrived at the pharmacy room. Shizune paused at the door and glanced back. My treatment results aren't nearly as good as your jutsu. You should let him know not to push himself too hard. Before long, she finished packing the medicine. Usually, it was measured out in small bundles, but large amounts were sealed in scrolls. Ever since Link became a frequent visitor, they'd stocked up on extra sacks and bags for takeout. Shizune handed him a burlap sack full of medicine. Looking at the child who didn't seem any different from a couple of months ago, she quietly sighed. Too bad I haven't learned the yin seal to stay forever young. Sigh, but for this little brat in front of her, would eternal youth be a blessing or a curse? She said nothing more. Returning to her office, she filled out a mission form for the medical corps, stamped it with Lady Tsunade's seal, collected the payment for the medicine, and watched Link leave. Gazing at the empty desk and chair, she looked both nostalgic and lonely. Lady Tsunade, please come back safe and sound. Are you ready? Yes, partner, Naya. Ninja Cat Hina crouched confidently on a shadow's shoulder, trying her best to suck in the pudge on her belly. Her clothes, which had been slightly baggy, were now stretched tight. Link felt like he wasn't raising a cat so much as a pig. After a moment's silence, he said, I think I'd better buy you a new outfit. Hina's fur puffed up. I'm not fat, Naya. These clothes just shrank, Naya. Link patted her head. Sure. By the way, as a reward for your loyalty this past month, I've decided to get you a new outfit, plus new toys and, from what I hear, a brand new batch of special cat treats. I hear they're Teletubby flavored. Thank you, partner, Naya. Hina beamed, then quietly arched her back, pulling in her belly. Maybe I really have indulged too much lately. I'd better start working out more. She tapped the shadow's arm, hinting for it to block the view of her bulge, her expression a bit worried. I can't let Tenka laugh at me the next time we meet. Ugh, such a headache. Link took Hina to a pet store, bought new clothes, cat treats, and drinks. Since ninja cats can use the summoning technique, they just seal the extra goods in a scroll. Hina could retrieve them as needed, saving Link a lot of hassle. Truly convenient to keep a ninja cat around. Oh, right. During this past month, aside from daily training and learning how to steadily cast multiple shadow clones, he'd also attempted reverse summoning training, which ended in failure. He couldn't establish a contract with the Ninja Cat clan that would allow Hina to reverse summon him. When he tried it on his own, it simply turned into an ordinary summoning, connecting only to the Pure Land. That's not what he wanted to teleport himself, not link to the afterlife again. Well, if he ever did manage to create some kind of Pure Land telecommunications network, maybe his Pure Land Dream Company really would shine. But anyway, having handled the Ninja Cat's needs, Link slung his scroll over his back, left the village once more, and headed south. The closest of Orochimaru's bases to Hidden Leaf Village was the southern hideout, a small island surrounded by ocean, not far from the land of waves. That meant he could also conveniently swing by and pick up Utakata. With the Earth Dragon as transport, Link and Hina soon arrived near his base in the land of waves. "You're back." Having been gone for over a month, Link found Utakata more or less unchanged, still dressed in identical robes. He must have bought a dozen duplicates. Once, Link saw them all hanging out to dry, all the same style. "You've adopted her?" Utakata asked, eyeing Hina with interest. "My." The poor cat, under the pressure of a Jinchuriki, didn't dare puff up or show any emotion, so she just clung to the Shadow's arms with a pitiful whimper. "We've got new action to take," Link said. The plan was for Utakata to accompany him. No sense in wasting the ally he'd spent so much time recruiting. Link was still the same as ever. If he could avoid fighting himself, he would, unless the enemy was tough enough, like Kakazu, strong in both close and long range, able to escape underground with his black threads. In that scenario, 3 elite Jonin plus Link's shadows might not suffice, so Link would take matters into his own hands. But for facing Orochimaru, an old acquaintance, there was no need for that. "All right." Utakata put away his bubble blower, ready to head out anytime. He asked no questions, why or what they were going to do. Chapter 208, Captive. Hidden Sand Village, Kazekage Building, newly established Iron Sand Workshop. Crack, Sasori slid a scroll into his sleeve and walked out. He paused upon seeing the old woman seated across from the doorway, head hanging as if lifeless, no breath visible. "Got you, didn't I?" Chio lifted her head, a faint smile showing on her aged face. "Pointless," Sasori remarked flatly, his own expression unchanged. Chio stood up slowly. "My dear grandson. What exactly are you planning? Does it have something to do with Hidden Leaf Village's Link?" After watching him for a while, she was certain that her foolish grandson was still the same as back then. Even turning his entire body into a human puppet hasn't freed him from those troubling emotions. Instead, it's trapped his heart in the past. "My business has nothing to do with you," Sasori said, voice exactly as it had always been. Chio fixed her gaze on his eyes. From her sleeve, she took out 2 scrolls. After a slight hesitation, she tossed them toward him. She didn't care whether Sasori used to be an Akatsuki or how many terrible deeds he'd done, how many he'd killed or turned into puppets. She just couldn't accept him attacking the village's Kage or betraying the village. Over time, she'd gradually come to terms with what had happened. Snap. Sasori caught the scrolls, opened one for a quick look, then glanced at the old woman again. "My old work, huh? Didn't expect you to keep these outdated pieces." He said this without emotion, but he held the scrolls in both hands, arms lowered. Grandmother and grandson stared at each other in silence. Finally, Sasori turned and left. "Don't pry into other people's affairs, old lady." He'd grown tired of her constant surveillance. If not for using reverse summoning to leave the village, he wouldn't even have been able to see with his own eyes how strangely fast Link was growing. Chio watched him go and, until the very end, never spoke the words she'd wanted to say. It had been far too long since they'd communicated at all. At her age, she didn't care so much for her own life anymore. She had originally developed the Forbidden One's own life reincarnation jutsu to resurrect either her son or daughter-in-law, hoping her grandson might return to the village in exchange. But it was clearly too late. Can my grandson still come back? He'd made himself into a human puppet and once killed the 3rd Kazekage. Even if he now served as a pillar of support for the village due to some deal, most people in the village looked at him with hatred and fear. What could Chio say, plead for everyone to accept and forgive the village's criminal? Or beg Sasori to abandon his ideals and stay put for the sake of recognition? When you're old, you start hoping for impossible things. Chio stood alone in the corridor, unmoving for a long, long time, like a statue. "Should we go over?" whispered Kankuro, newly promoted to Chunin, peeking from around a distant corner. Temari shook her head with a sigh. "Let Granny Chio have some peace," she said. She, more than anyone, understood the old woman's feelings. She too had a loved one who'd been shunned by the village, Gaara. By the way, where is Gaara? She suddenly realized that her younger brother, who had returned with her to make a report, was gone. Kankuro hesitated. "I think he followed that Sasori guy." Temari's expression changed instantly, worried they might fight. She pulled Kankuro along and hurried after them. Shortly afterward, near an alley by the Kazekage building, they found the pair. Tap. Temari landed in front of Gaara, gripping her fan. Kankuro dropped down beside her. He was about to pull out a scroll or connect his puppet threads and stand on guard just like his sister, but he remembered how facing Sasori last time only led to his precious puppets being destroyed or stolen. So he just stood there silently. The tension in the air was palpable. Temari was about to question Saisari when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning, she saw Gara gently push her and Kankuro aside. He looked at the expressionless young man and said, "You're lonely too, aren't you? That's just a pointless emotion humans have." Saisari's eyes were filled with indifference, but his lips curved slightly. "Puppets don't decay. Neither my heart nor my body has room for that sort of boredom. If you truly want companionship, just make a puppet. If one breaks, you can build a new one anytime. Of course, puppet quality is important. I'll be your friend." Gara cut him off. "I understand how you feel." "Oh? Did you turn senile at such a young age?" The smile on Saisari's face grew wider. "If you want to understand me, how about turning yourself into a puppet first?" With that, he vanished in a blur. "What a terrifying person," Kankuro muttered. "He's not even human anymore, is he?" Temari glared at him sharply. Kankuro spread his hands as if to justify his inaction. "It's no use. My puppets won't do a thing against someone like that." Having been dealt repeated blows, he still hadn't regained his confidence. "Gara." Temari worriedly turned to her brother. It was his first time trying to reach out for friendship since fully letting go of his own inner turmoil, and he'd been rejected outright. That had to sting. Gara was quiet for a moment, then slowly showed a sincere smile. He looked at Temari and said, "I'm okay." Gazing in the direction Saisari had gone, he placed a hand to his chest, feeling his heartbeat and the sand surrounding him, stirring indescribable emotions. Even turning himself into that form, he's still just as lonely. "I think. Now I understand a bit more of how Link-sensei feels." Several days later, above a certain island. "Finally found it." Standing on the Earth Dragon's back, Link looked down at the island below, which perfectly matched the photo he had. It was eerily silent. Apart from the wind, there was nothing. From above, there was no sign of wildlife at all. In the Naruto world, animals breed prolifically, so for them to be completely absent here was highly unusual. He had the Earth Dragon circle the island, soon spotting a cluster of connected buildings. In such a remote, ocean-surrounded location, there was little point in hiding underground, so the facility was fairly visible. Once he'd found his target, the Earth Dragon landed quietly on a cliff overlooking the base. "Partner, there's a really strong stench of rock here, Naya." Hina, sniffing the air with her cat nose, leapt from a shadow and led the way into the island's forest. Link and Utakata followed behind. Soon, near the base's perimeter, they came across a giant beast's remains, decomposed until only a skeleton was left. Huge spines protruding from the ground were nearly 10 meters long, enough to imagine how massive the creature had been when alive. Probably on the scale of a giant summoning beast. Strangely, the bones were blackened. A closer look revealed many tiny holes like a honeycomb, enough to make someone with trypophobia faint on the spot, emitting a stench strong enough for even average human noses to detect. One of Link's older shadows walked up, broke off a branch, and poked the bones. No reaction. At another light tap, the giant spine snapped with a crack. When it hit the ground, it disintegrated into a cloud of gray dust. Poof! Blackish powder flew everywhere. Even the bones were rotted through? Link didn't move in for a closer look right away. He decided to catch a few fish from the sea later to test for hazards. Then he'd consider sealing a sample of bone to take back to the village for analysis of its cause of death. The three, 2 people and a cat, passed the decaying skeleton and quickly arrived at the entrance to Orochimaru's base. It's the same rotten smell, but stronger. Probably corpses like the one we saw before. "Wait, I think I smell living people," Hina exclaimed in surprise. She dashed ahead into the building. "I'll go with her," Utakata said, following immediately. Link instructed one of his shadows to stay within Utakata and Hina's shadows, ready to provide backup. Then he waited silently, perched on a tree branch. After about 10 minutes, Utakata emerged carrying 2 people, an adult male and a red-haired girl around 13 or 14. Both were unconscious, emaciated, looking near death. The man was missing both legs, his breathing ragged, clearly on the brink of dying. The red-haired girl was missing her left arm, and her right arm was covered in bite marks, both old and new. They're covered in wounds, with severe chakra depletion and no nutrition, so they slipped into a coma. Utakata was already channeling chakra to provide rudimentary healing and explained without even looking up, "Inside, there are piles of bones in every shape imaginable. Aside from these 2, there's nobody alive." Link tossed him some medicine and soldier pills. "Patch them up enough to move, and then let's get out of here." Meanwhile, the shadows were sweeping through the base, collecting whatever experimental equipment and electronics they could salvage. Link recognized the red-haired girl as likely an Uzumaki clan descendant. From the looks of it, this place had been abandoned by Orochimaru. He even ditched someone with Uzumaki blood? Orochimaru, what are you up to? Somewhere in the land of Earth, in a dimly lit hideout, within a vast dueling arena. Shrip. Ha 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 ha. Cackling wildly, a young man tore his opponent apart. Blood splattered on his skin, which was covered in orange markings, then sizzled away, making the air thick and murky. With a savage, twisted face, he roared, Orochimaru. Come out and face me. Get out here. In an instant, his body blurred into afterimages. Boom. A massive iron gate shuddered under his punch, denting inward. The dull clang indicated it was solid metal. He raised his hand for another strike, but before it could come down, someone grabbed his wrist. Startled, the young man turned his head. Kabuto Yakushi held the teen's wrist with one hand, pushing his glasses up with the other. Calm down. Your body, arg. Pop. The youth who had been so lively and brutal just a moment ago suddenly burst into a spray of foul gore. Somehow, Kabuto had stepped back in time. Watching the puddle of blood on the floor, he shook his head slightly. Despite all the pre-modifications and rare materials used, it still failed because his subject's emotional outburst exceeded the cursed seal's stability threshold. Another failure. Chapter 209, Karen. As expected. Yakushi Kabuto accepted the outcome calmly, then opened the door and left the dueling arena. They had already reached the fourth round of experiments involving the transplantation of the original cells. Early on, they simply transplanted original cell tissue. Take Kimimaro as an example. Once a complete balance was achieved, he would lose all power. Then, as natural energy accumulated, he would quickly enter a state of collapse and imbalance, turning into a giant bomb. Sooner or later, the inhibitor would fail to work permanently. The more natural energy there was, the more inhibitor was needed. Continuing research down that path led only to a dead end. They tried using the original cells as the main focus, supplemented by the cursed seal. At first, there was some hope. Believing everything was progressing smoothly, they left the southern base. However, in follow-up experiments at the northern base, many of the cursed seal test subjects turned into mindless giants. In their frenzy, they self-destructed. Jogo, the source of the cursed seal, had his primary personality forced into slumber, while his bloodthirsty alternate personality, catalyzed by this new natural energy, transformed into a monstrous form nearly 5 meters tall. Once again, the experiments failed, leaving them no choice but to seal the now monstrous Jogo inside the northern base and depart. Even so, they gained many new insights. Originally, the plan was to conduct a third round of experiments in the land of rivers. But he, Kabuto, was captured by Link, which also brought in Sasori of the Red Sand. Forced to continue the research intermittently while being pursued by Sasori, they finally made some breakthroughs near Hidden Grass Village. They then changed their approach, abandoning the delicate and hard-to-control original cells as the main component. Instead, they allowed the cursed seal to absorb those cells. The heavily suppressed original cells were then utilized by the cursed seal. At first, the experiments went smoothly. For ordinary test subjects who did not know how to refine chakra, there was no disruption in the balance of natural energy. By continually ingesting or injecting medicines derived from the original tissues, the cursed seal gradually improved its adaptation to those tissues and its control over the new natural energy. They almost saw the dawn of success. Particularly in the more advanced trials, the Sound 4, now new test subjects, managed to develop a cursed seal level 3. Their power soared to a terrifying degree, enough that even Orochimaru himself had to treat them with caution. This development further boosted their confidence. Yet, led by the Sound 4, some test subjects became morbidly obsessed with the medicines made from the original tissues. Their physical deformities severely damaged their minds, and the cursed seals became fully corrupted, breaking free of Orochimaru's control. A group of monsters gathered and tried to seize the original specimens. That battle caused them heavy losses. Had the person bearing the 5 elements seal not gone berserk and eliminated most of the mutated test subjects, things would have spiraled out of control much earlier. Even Orochimaru's body was critically wounded. Still, he managed to capture and detain the Sound 4, who had activated level 3 of the cursed seal and thus had enormous value, at the eastern base. Then they hurried to a secret base hidden in the land of Earth. They used the Berserker's ability to separate 5 types of natural energy, directly disrupting the most fundamental balance. They dissected out parts of the original cells and filtered them into 5 different attributes for separate transplantation. Although the experiment was highly successful, it turned out to be far too weak. Forsaking chakra only allowed a single type of natural energy to be used. While the destructive power was barely adequate, physical enhancement was poor and severely lacking in variety. Furthermore, they no longer had the powerful regenerative ability provided when all 5 types of natural energy were combined. It got to the point where an ordinary person with a kunai could simply stab them to death. After that, he began trying to mix different types of natural energy. However, since each individual's capacity to adapt differed, those who could handle two different attributes at the same time were extremely rare. The most recent experiments nearly came to a standstill. Lord Orochimaru then proceeded with his plan reincarnation. At that moment, crack, Yakushi Kabuto entered the lowest level of the underground base. Staring at the giant white serpent soaking inside a large tank, his expression grew complicated. Since he was the only successful test subject, naturally, he was Orochimaru's intended vessel. Because of the interference from the five elements seal, the reincarnation both failed and succeeded. Now, there were two souls within his body, their memories hopelessly entangled. Neither soul could leave, they were both bound by the five elements seal. Who exactly am I? He murmured. Land of waves, link space Karen felt her head swimming, her eyelids heavy as lead, and her throat in severe discomfort. Cough, cough, cough. Violently coughing, she slowly opened her eyes. Not having seen the sun for some time, her eyes stung under the faint light, causing muddy tears to well up. I'm still alive? But where am I? Did Orochimaru come back? She thought vaguely, attempting to steady herself on the bed and sit up. Thud. Without her left arm, her body lurched to one side, and her head smacked against the bed frame. The daze that had clouded her thoughts was suddenly lifted. You're awake, meow. A dark silhouette stood at the doorway. The cat in its arms opened its mouth to speak. Propping herself up with her right arm, she asked, You're from the Ninja Cat clan? She could faintly recall them. Is Uncle Shao still alive? She blurted out, then clarified, he's the man who was in the same room hiding with me. When the base's test subjects turned into monsters and rampaged, they went berserk attacking everyone. In the prison area, where most people were held, destruction came almost immediately. Karen had tried to suppress the test subjects and lost an arm in the process. Fortunately, that inmate named Shao saved her life for reasons unknown. They were both forced by the rampaging monsters to flee deeper into the base. Using hidden mechanisms, they completely sealed the lab's doors. The monsters couldn't break through the lab's specially reinforced walls, but that also meant there was no way to escape. Day by day, they simply waited to die. Eventually, she lost consciousness, and upon waking, she found herself here. You mean that man, meow? The cat nodded. He's dead, meow. Karen froze in shock. Just kidding, meow. The ninja cat smirked. He lost both legs and is now unconscious in the next room. Your physique is really something, recovering so quickly from injuries like that, meow. But since you're awake, come with me to meet my partner, meow. Karen wasn't sure how to respond, perhaps she should be angry, but the fact she had been rescued and that Shao was still alive also relieved her. Meanwhile, the agony of losing an arm struck her again. Countless emotions churned in her mind. She rose unsteadily, placing her feet on the floor. After taking a few steps, she felt lightheaded, the room spun around her, and she swayed. It seemed someone caught her body, she never felt the impact against the back of her head, and her consciousness slipped into darkness, the last thing she heard being the ninja cat's voice in her ear, such a troublesome brat, meow. When she came to again, she was back in bed. A man in a blue yukata was pressing a hand against her, releasing chakra to heal her. She opened her mouth to thank him, but no sound emerged. Her condition is not very good. Her chakra has been overdrawn multiple times. The man in the yukata said to someone else. I checked the man in the neighboring room. This girl appears to have a special constitution, she can heal others' chakra and injuries by letting them bite her, but it expends her own chakra. Karen turned her head with effort and saw a short figure standing on the other side of the bed. Leave it to me, said the figure in a slightly youthful voice, yet with a mature, gentle tone. At that moment, Karen felt two small hands press against her body. In the next second, she felt as though she were soaking in a hot spring, her entire body loosening up. The pain and fatigue that had built up from repeated stress seemed to melt away. After a few hazy seconds, she reflexively whispered, "Thank you." Her voice was still a bit hoarse, but at least she could speak normally. Growl, her stomach rumbled. Slightly embarrassed, she sat up against the headboard. "Thank you for saving my life," she said. She didn't mention Orochimaru. Now that her senses and vision had cleared, she recognized at once who the short figure was, Link from Hidden Leaf Village, the very person Orochimaru and Kabuto had frequently mentioned. What's more, the chakra of the blue yukata man was terrifying. There was no way these two belonged to Orochimaru. Are they going to interrogate me now? I must still have some value. Feeling a bit nervous, though her expression hardly changed, she simply said, "My name is Karen. You're one of Orochimaru's subordinates, right? Tell me exactly what happened." Link asked. She saw no reason to cover up for Orochimaru and recounted in detail the events that had taken place recently, how the experimental subjects became monsters and attacked everyone else. That would explain why the island was deserted and filled with rotting corpses. Link fell into silent thought. So the five elements seal can cause this? Or was there another factor at play? Why would those who became monsters end up dead? He couldn't figure it out. He decided not to dwell on it further. He was clueless about research. Reading experimental reports was enough of a headache. Moreover, those reports they had seized before never mentioned anything about test subjects becoming monsters, they only recorded dosages and observations. Since Orochimaru had already created so many strange things, Link was determined to keep him from causing any more chaos. "You'll have to live here for a while," Link said, eyeing the red-haired girl whose body was nothing but skin and bones. The delicate illness extraction jutsu he had used earlier was nowhere near enough to fully heal someone so badly injured. Still, something about the girl reminded him of that other member of her clan, Nagato. Karen listened quietly. Link gestured to a retired shadow to come forward. "He'll be in charge of taking care of your daily needs. If you need anything, just call." "Why you're leaving?" Karen asked anxiously. She had already been abandoned once, and if those monsters appeared again... Link had no time to spare for the emotional wounds of a teenage girl. He simply said, "Don't try to run away. If you do, he will kill you." With that, he exchanged a glance with Utakata. And the two of them, plus the ninja cat, left the room. Next stop, Orochimaru's northern base. Chapter 210, Monster. A month earlier, on a mountain near Orochimaru's northern base. This should be it, Orochimaru's treasure. A group of shinobi wearing Hidden Rain Village headbands and special breathing masks stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance at the base's entrance. Two large piles of rock rose high on either side of a wooden structure with tiled roofing. The wooden door was shattered, and on the left and right rock piles were massive claw marks, as though something enormous had once crawled out. "I've got a bad feeling about this, Chuan," one of the Hidden Rain Village shinobi said, taking a deep breath and eyeing the building anxiously. The leader, addressed as Chuan, remained calm. "Orochimaru is already dead," he said. "All we have to worry about are the experimental subjects he left behind, like those we encountered in the Land of Rivers. Only by gaining that kind of power can we avenge Lord Hanzo." The others listened in silence, including the one who had just spoken. After Hidden Rain Village's destruction, all of Hanzo's subordinates were being hunted by the Akatsuki. That group had blocked all information from leaving the Land of Rain. Any shinobi who went out seeking aid from allied nations never returned. This team had completed a mission in the Land of Rivers and returned to find themselves pursued. They fled north, farther and farther from the Land of Fire, whose help they had hoped to rely on. During their escape, they heard an infuriating rumor that Lord Hanzo had supposedly appeared at a three-nation summit. Hounded to their wits' end, they saw no clear path forward, return to the Land of Rain to battle Akatsuki head-on, or abandon their shinobi identities, scatter, and hide. Then word came that Orochimaru had died, and Chuan proposed one last gamble. The decision they arrived at was unanimous. They could not set aside their hatred. Even if it meant death, they would continue reaching for any future glimmer of hope, even one shrouded in darkness. "Let's move out," Chuan said, breaking the oppressive silence. He was the first to walk toward the base entrance. Though some felt uneasy, none hesitated. They followed closely behind him into the silent, deathly still base. Far in the distance, two men in hooded robes watched them enter. One removed his hood, revealing a brown-skinned, fang-filled, fearsome face. He grinned, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. His voice sounded like two chunks of raw iron scraping together. "Guren, more prey has taken the bait. Looks like they're from Hidden Rain Village." The other man, called Guren, tore off his black robe with a loud rip, revealing a spindle-shaped, tanned head and an upper body covered with vibrant fish scale markings. A vicious, bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. "Indeed, their chakra readings aren't bad. We'll definitely get a good feast out of them this time." Back to the present, over a small town not far from Orochimaru's northern base. "Partner, look down there, meow." Hina suddenly called out, staring at the ground. Link and Utakata looked down to see thick smoke rising from several houses, with buildings collapsing one by one. Link signaled his Earth Dragon mount to descend. Soon, they could see clearly. A brown monster with a bloated body and dozens of huge white bone spikes jutting through its skin was rampaging wildly. It wasn't fighting anyone in particular, just destroying everything in its path. In its hand was half of a corpse, chunks of which it was shoving into its mouth. Carried on the wind were the sounds of human screams and wails of despair. Orochimaru's experimental subject? Link wondered. Before he could act, Utakata leaped off, carried by one of his bubbles. Soap bubble ninjutsu, developed from tailed beast chakra, was extremely versatile, traveling, restraining enemies, defense, flight, all of it was possible by simply blowing bubbles, no hand signs required. The only drawback was that no one else could learn it unless they, too, were host to the Six Tails. While still midair, Utakata formed a hand seal and spat out a huge volume of water, dousing the flames spreading through the town and drawing the monster's attention. Once on the ground, he blew into his ninja tool, producing bubble after bubble over a meter wide. The monster took just 2 leaps to cross half the village, already face to face with Utakata before landing, and directly into a waiting barrage of bubbles. In seconds, countless bubbles hemmed the creature in from all sides, pressing together until they formed one giant bubble. MMPH. Trapped inside, the monster clawed furiously, screeching as its talons scraped the bubble's surface. Its mouth opened and closed as if roaring, but no sound escaped the bubble's airtight seal. Utakata tried to move the monster but failed, controlling it proved impossible. After a stalemate of over 10 seconds, with his chakra draining fast, he chose to detonate the bubble. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. The wooden ruins of the town scattered with a thunderous burst. An oval-shaped crater remained at ground zero, and at its center, the monster lay in critical condition, missing half a shoulder and an entire leg. Link landed next, his earth dragon crouched on open ground. Good job. Utakata nodded silently. Without any flashy ninjutsu, merely using raw power, tailed beasts and their jinchuriki were among the strongest in the shinobi world. Yet in actual combat, a non-perfect jinchuriki often lacked refined technique. Interference from the tailed beast made it hard to master certain jutsu. That could be a disadvantage when fighting skilled opponents. Hina peered into the crater. Its aura's still strong, nowhere near dying. I think it's faking. You too. Before she finished speaking, the seemingly dying monster sprang back to life, its wounds healing at extreme speed before it even landed. Utakata grabbed his ninja tool, about to blow more bubbles, but several shadows emerged from the ground. The monster, mid-lunge, was knocked back the way it had come. The shadows didn't stop. They vanished, then reappeared beside the airborne monster, each grabbing one of its limbs in perfect unison. Its newly regenerated arms and legs were forcibly torn off. The torso and head landed on the ground with a thud and were immediately pinned by 2 of the shadows on either side. Meow? Hina let out a puzzled sound. They say a cat's reflexes are many times a human's, but she truly hadn't seen what happened in that split second. One moment, the monster was charging, the next, it was pinned to the ground. They're really that strong? Hina realized, her eyes lighting up. She glanced at the shadow holding her protectively, already envisioning a dozen new cat and shadow intimidation moves. Looks a lot like the second stage of a cursed seal. Link walked over, observing the monster pinned by the shadows. Its power and speed were slightly above the average Chunin's, still well below standard Jonin level. Its hide was tough, surviving Utakata's multi-layered jutsu, and its regeneration was frighteningly quick. Most notable was its complete lack of a chakra signature. Could this be the special experimental subject Karen mentioned? The kind that self-destructs after a period of monstrous transformation? Link took 2 steps forward, activated his mystical palm ninjutsu, and struck downward. Smack! A rapid flurry of 5 blows. Under those slaps, the monster reverted to a normal human form, except the huge bone spikes remained. With its body and head back to human shape, and its chest cavity badly torn by the protruding spikes, it died instantly without a sound. For a 2-meter-tall monster, the spikes were just protruding from the skin, but in a 1.7-meter human body, they tore right through the torso, exposing bright red organs. So natural energy is causing this transformation. Is this Orochimaru's latest creation? The subject can become a monster and still survive afterward? As usual, Link sealed the body in a scroll, then sent his shadow clones into the village to search for survivors. The sight of shadows rummaging around town felt a bit odd, but it worked. He tossed the medicine pack to Utakata, who headed off with the shadows, while Hina busied herself summoning a sofa. Around half an hour later, the shadows returned with Utakata, who was sweating lightly. That monster was a wandering ronin from the local area. Utakata explained, relaying what he had learned. He disappeared 2 years ago, then came back recently. People in the village started disappearing one by one. Suspecting him, they confronted him, and that's when he turned into a monster and began attacking. Sounds like it's been happening in nearby towns, too. Supposedly, some folks hired Hidden Cloud's village shinobi to investigate. That's about all the information we have. A man-eater? Link frowned. If this thing's powers depended on cannibalism, it could never be allowed to spread. Letting such techniques run wild would be a nightmare. They didn't linger. After another hour of searching, they finally located the building from the photo in a vast, barren wasteland. Its wooden gate had been smashed, the rock piles on either side leaning at odd angles, and the ground scattered with discarded ninja tools. It looked like there had been a battle. "Stay alert," Link reminded them. His earth dragon descended slowly. The moment they touched down, Utakata stepped in front. Hina bristled with alarm. "Partner, something terrifying is rushing out from inside, meow." Whoosh! They heard the air distort. Next came a burst of splitting wood. From the debris of the building leapt a towering figure, charging straight at them. Boom! Utakata, in the lead, was immediately knocked flying. The shadows were a split second late, but they rushed in to intercept. "Kill! I'll kill you all!" Haha! Their attacker, blocked by the shadows, was howling with laughter, a 5-meter-tall brute with bright orange hair, brown skin, and wild, orange eyes. Its massive arms, as large as the bucket of a construction vehicle, thudded against the ground, shaking it violently. Though the shadows were slightly slower and weaker, they had the advantage of turning two-dimensional at will and attacking in numbers. They held their own in close combat, a rapid back-and-forth clash erupting on the spot. Chapter 211, Juggo. This guy's strength is incredible. Utakata leapt back, his palm emanating chakra as he treated his severed right arm. He glanced over it with a questioning look, wanting to know if he should lend a hand. The reason he got knocked away just now was because he misjudged the opponent's build and power. If it really came to a fight, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, he was a seasoned Jinchuriki. Compared to an average Kage-level ninja, he could hold his own. Link shook his head slightly. He knew this guy was most likely Juggo, but he hadn't expected him to become so tall, nearly 5 meters. Just the sight of it was unsettling. His swollen muscles and mutated hands had an uncanny resemblance to the tyrant from Resident Evil. Strength, speed, endurance, defense, regeneration, all were frighteningly strong. Ordinary Jonin couldn't even risk close combat. With a sneak attack, Juggo could very well take out a careless Jonin on the spot. He could even exchange blows with an elite Jonin. Like the monsters they'd encountered before, his skin was thick and tough, making it terrifying to fight. The Shadow Clone's punches and kicks couldn't do any real damage. They'd probably need wind-style or lightning-style attacks to finish him off. His taijutsu skill level was merely average. Even Link's Shadow Clones, who weren't taijutsu specialists, could break his moves. Though it looked intense, both sides were basically relying on brute physical strength to fight. No need to mention Guy-sensei, even Lee could give them both pointers. There was no helping it. Link hadn't had the time to seriously study taijutsu. At most, with a bit of specialized training, he could keep up his reactions and handle basic offense and defense, but beyond that, it was hard to say. He hadn't had a proper taijutsu fight in ages, so in terms of both combat experience and skill, he was subpar compared to most Jonin. If Link himself were fighting, he could at least rely on his bizarre cloning and transformation techniques. But the shadows that merely copied his own taijutsu level. Well, they were basically a bunch of amateurs. Fortunately, the opponent's technique wasn't much better. Being ganged up on by multiple clones, he didn't have a big advantage. Both sides were just relying on raw physical stats. No one had a decisive edge in skill. Still, it was workable. The clones were performing decently. If Link himself fought without ninjutsu, it wouldn't look too different. So then the brand new 8 Gates Shadow, with a single thought, the two clones standing to the side watching suddenly got up and vanished into thin air. Boom. A thunderous sonic boom echoed in everyone's ears. A fierce gust swirled as the huge man, who had been laughing wildly, was struck in the abdomen by a small fist and dropped to his knees on the spot. Ugh, bleg, he vomited up stomach acid. He reached out, trying to grab the 8 Gates clone. Crack. The clone seized his index finger, stepped on his back, and pulled. A crisp snap rang out as the man's arm broke, the finger in the clone's grasp bent lightly, thud. Another kick slammed into the giant's temple, sending him rolling several meters before he could react. By the time he stopped tumbling, he was still reeling from the pain and dizziness, and 4 small, black feet had already appeared right in front of him. Judging purely by taijutsu, this new 8 Gates clone is nearly on par with Guy-sensei in his normal state, right on the edge of elite Jonin level. And because it's smaller, it moves even faster in actual combat, with more possible angles of attack. Link was fairly satisfied. There was no comparing it to Guy after actually opening the 8 inner gates, of course. After all, 6 Gates Guy could instantly overwhelm a Kisame who still had 30% of his chakra. That wasn't 30% of his power, just 30% chakra, yet still the full fighting skill. For a tailless-tailed beast-type opponent, even 30% of their chakra brings them close to full power. Guy in his normal state is a proper elite Jonin. The 8 Gates clone's technique might be as poor as any of Link's other clones, but with that kind of speed, it's more than enough to beat down weaker enemies. Link was thinking this over while the two 8 Gates clones were over there laying into the Hulk, showcasing a stark advantage in speed. The big guy's body regenerated quickly, his injuries vanished in the blink of an eye. Even lost fingers and arms regrew. But clearly, as he kept regenerating, his massive body was gradually shrinking. Die. Having waited patiently for an opening, he seized the moment one of the clones attacked. Strange barnacle-like cannons sprouted all over his body. A beam of light spread out, quickly forming a spherical space over 10 meters across. It lasted barely a second before dispersing, revealing the big guy, now only a bit over 3 meters tall, standing in a crater. The ground the light had swallowed was sliced smoothly, meaning it wasn't an explosive form of damage. This is similar to particle style from Hidden Stone's village. Utakata furrowed his brow, preparing to siphon some tailed beast chakra to go partially tailed beast mode at any moment. That's a lot of power. And it even managed to kill the two-dimensional shadows. Link's expression grew a bit more serious. He had left over a dozen flat, 2D clones on the ground to coordinate. During that attack, their stamina dropped to 0 before they were completely destroyed, cut off from him for good. It was the first time he'd seen anyone permanently destroy one of his shadows. But while the destructive power was immense, the release speed was rather slow. Both 8 Gates clones had retreated before taking damage. If Link had realized that attack would truly wipe out the shadows, even the regular clones might have escaped. Boom. The Hulk didn't even have time to catch his breath when he got knocked off his feet again by one of the 8 Gates clones darting around like a phantom. As he sailed through the air, the other clone smashed him across the face with a roundhouse kick. Crack. The bridge of his nose and his cheekbones caved in. That kind of wound might not be a big deal for him, but the pain and the dizziness from the blow were unavoidable. Smack. A sharp slap echoed. He felt his strength drain away like the tide, vanishing in an instant as it left his body. The personality that had been dormant began to awaken. Thud. Without a word, the behemoth collapsed. The brown hue faded from his body, though his size didn't shrink any further. As always, the mystical palm jutsu was very effective against anything related to natural energy. Link slapped him a few more times for good measure. Based on his prior experience dealing with curse marks and Kimimaro, completely dispersing natural energy meant it wouldn't gather again for a while. Only then did Link leave the big man, now unconscious, to be watched by a shadow clone and Hanai. Accompanied by Utakata, Link headed into the base to see what was really happening inside. He also wanted to loot any of Orochimaru's research data. From the photos the Purple Hermit had taken a few months ago, the real body had been here. By now, it had likely been moved elsewhere, but there should still be some relevant materials. Though to crack them, he'd need to bring them back to the village. His organization was missing someone capable of decoding encrypted intel. Come to think of it, he was close to assembling a complete Hawk team of his own. Except Karen was missing an arm, Jogo had turned into some kind of monster, and who knew if Suigetsu in the eastern base had also run into bad luck. He really is that tall, meow. Jumping down from the arms of a shadow clone, Hino reached out a paw to poke the giant's body, letting out a gasp of surprise. Can humans really grow that tall? Why is it that my partner? Chapter 212, Kisame and Itachi. The border between the land of rivers and the land of rain. Drip. Drip. Rainwater rinsed away the blood on the ground as the fallen roaned and groaned in pain. None of them rose again. Sasuke Uchiha swept his cold gaze across them. No one moved any further. He slipped the retrieved scroll into its case and was about to leave. A crow fluttered down. He paid it no mind at first, until that pair of scarlet Mengekyo Sharingan opened before him. What is this? A Genjutsu sealed by transcription was unleashed. The 3 Tomoe in Sasuke's eyes appeared automatically. His vision wavered slightly, and then he saw the enemy he had obsessed over day and night, Itachi Uchiha. You really are as naive as ever. My foolish little brother. Sasuke did not immediately dispel the illusion. He realized his opponent's intention, a conversation between brothers. His voice was icy. What exactly do you want? I told you from the very start. Itachi said. As he spoke, everything around them shifted perspective and rapidly rose higher. They seemed to transform into crows, wings flapping as they soared. Soon, from high above the vast landscape, they saw the strange Orochimaru base below, the entrance flanked by 2 piles of rocks protruding from a lake-like pointed spires. They saw the ninja cat Hine hiding in the distance. They saw a stranger in a blue yukata slung over Kisame Hoshigaki's shoulder. They saw the unconscious big man bobbing on the water's surface, and then, they saw Link, kneeling on the water, his entire body ablaze with black flames. Ha! In an instant, Sasuke returned to reality. His intense emotions spurred the Sharingan's power, wiping away an illusion he could already have dispelled. Only Itachi's cool voice remained in his ears. I'll be waiting for you. I'm going to kill you. The Tomoe in Sasuke's eyes spun frantically, yet his mind was astonishingly clear. Recollections of his father and Kakashi-sensei swirled in his thoughts. It was just a genjutsu, an illusion. There was no way Link would be taken down so easily. Not even by Itachi. Moreover, with that jutsu in play, and with father able to fight, they would not be defeated so simply. Link had so many techniques and secrets, he was always composed and unhurried. How could he possibly be killed so easily? Sasuke stood there, trembling slightly. After a moment, he vanished in a flicker of speed. He did not return to the village or regroup with his teammates. Even if it's fake, Itachi must be there waiting for me. As he sprinted, he failed to notice the crow following him from above. I'm going to kill you. Outside Orochimaru's base. What's wrong, meow? Hina asked curiously, seeing two figures emerge so quickly. They had only been gone for about 10 minutes. Searching such a huge base, just packing up anything valuable would take longer than that. It's empty inside, everything's been taken. Yukata replied. Indeed, the entire base was stripped bare, especially the experimental equipment and crucial research data. All that remained were a pile of electrical devices, some ninja uniforms, and a dozen or so aim-for-head protectors. Link felt a pang of annoyance. He knew there would be times when he missed out on gains, moments between receiving intel from the Purple Hermit and arriving in reality. He just hadn't expected it to happen this time. Composing himself, he checked the big man's condition. He seemed perfectly fine, healthy, not unconscious, merely asleep. Thud. One of Link's shadows kicked the big man. He opened his eyes in confusion, instinctively trying to stand, but the shadow restrained him. You all. He fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Finally, he muttered, there's nothing here besides me. Everything Orochimaru left was taken by the aim shinobi. Link had more or less guessed as much. Without a word, he summoned the Earth Dragon, had the shadow secure the big man, and prepare to leave. Since there was nothing else to be found, the only real prize now was the person. Right before him. Flutter suddenly, Link looked back at a flock of crows converging in the distance, swiftly forming a human shape. Itachi Uchiha. Before Link could react, a violent surge of water rushed over them. Splash. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was submerged. Pop. Yukata had just steadied himself and was blowing a bubble when the water's surface burst apart. Kisame Hoshigaki, wielding Seimada, slashed toward him. Your opponent is me. That's sword's ability. Yukata thought. Originally from the hidden mist village, he was only too familiar with Kisame and Seimada. He did not begin a partial-tailed beast transformation. Instead, forsaking his footing on the water, he dropped into the artificial lake with a splash, hands already forming seals. Fighting former comrades. How nostalgic. Kisame remarked after finishing his own hand signs, pressing his palm against the surface of the water. 5 shark-shaped water bullets rampaged underwater, pursuing Yukata. Hina was dashing across the water on all fours. Recognizing Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, the ninja cat had no desire whatsoever to stay and fight. You've got to be kidding, it was just a helpless little cat, only here because it had been summoned. Dying for no reason would be far too unfair. Jugo hesitated, unsure whether to join the fray, then noticed a pair of scarlet eyes fixed on him. A moment later, he found himself in a hazy, gray world, facing another version of himself with glowing red eyes. A Sharingan Genjutsu? He glanced at Itachi Uchiha standing nearby, smiling helplessly. Back in reality. I haven't even gone looking for you, yet here you are, seeking me out. Link muttered, retreating behind a group of his shadow doubles, blocking his own line of sight. Though his substitute ability today was decent, facing the Mangekyo Sharingan and Kodo Matsukami left him at a disadvantage. Besides, there was no need for him to charge in alone, no matter the situation. Boom. The Rashomon gate burst out of the water, rising in front of him. 3 elite Jonin and Haku emerged. Upon spotting Itachi Uchiha across the way, their expressions varied. Fugaku Uchiha showed no surprise, he knew full well his son's obsessiveness, after all, they had both died once already. Baki silently observed the scene. It felt as though he hadn't been summoned for a long while. First, he needed to see what was happening and whether it concerned the hidden sand village. Only then would he decide whether to help and to what extent. Haku, get back. Zabuza Momiki barked, immediately telling the younger ninja in front of him to move away. He had experienced the Sharingan's power firsthand. Even though someone who has died once might fear death less, he absolutely did not want to see Haku killed again before his eyes. He could not bear to witness even a false death a second time. Chapter 213, Fight. Hidden Mist Village's Demon. Standing atop the water, Itachi Uchiha didn't rush into battle. He simply fixes his Sharingan on the newly appeared reanimated beings, looking somewhat tired. He lets Link toss out a scroll containing sealed ninja tools for the 3 reanimated ones to use, allowing Baki and Fugaku Uchiha to encircle him. Huff, as Momoki Zabuza weaves signs, the mist rises. His voice, now drifting from side to side, says, "The Sharingan is indeed powerful, but if it can't see anything, what can it do?" Before he even finishes speaking, the executioner's blade silently slices toward Itachi Uchiha's neck. Whoosh, a substitution jutsu. They're really underestimating me. On the other side, the real Momoki Zabuza is already swinging his sword again. Bang! Itachi Uchiha twists his body, slamming a kick into the demon's thigh and using that momentum to lean back, avoiding the blade's edge. In Zabuza's hands, the executioner's blade seems weightless. After a brief pause, he slashes diagonally downward. They look as if they're dancing the tango. When one advances, the other retreats. When one retreats, the other advances. They maneuver at subtly shifting distances, never once touching each other again. One small mistake, and there would be no going back. Even dancing at the tip of a sword, Itachi Uchiha remains calm. His breathing, heartbeat, and expression show no change whatsoever. Baki and Fugaku Uchiha, seeing 2 fighters at a taijutsu level 9 inches trading blows at close range, can do nothing but watch. There isn't any room for them to interfere. What's more, the area is still enveloped by the hiding in mist jutsu. Fugaku Uchiha is managing all right, since he can rely on the Sharingan, and his taijutsu is decent. Baki, however, only has a taijutsu 7 inches rating, isn't a sensory type ninja, and doesn't possess any special detection ability to bypass the hidden mist. On top of that, he hasn't even decided whether to risk helping out, so he just stands there, unsure what to do. Ha! Suddenly, Fugaku Uchiha spits out fire, burning away a large portion of the mist. Without pausing, he uses the body flicker jutsu to charge straight at Link. Splash! The Itachi Uchiha tangled up with Zabuza dissolves into flowing water. Swish! Several shuriken trace an arc through the air, closing in on Link. Shadows move to intercept them, but the glinting wire under the sunlight is pulled, twisted, and yanked. Like cutting grass, it slices off the heads of the row of shadow figures. Silently, the 8 gates shadows revert from 2 dimensions back to 3. Moving at extremely high speed, they rush toward Itachi Uchiha. They're about as fast as Base Might Guy, so in terms of speed, they've hit a solid 10. That's still weaker than many truly monstrous fighters, but against a severely ill Itachi Uchiha, they're not mere fodder that can be knocked out by one taijutsu move. So fast. Itachi thinks, inhaling sharply and spewing flames. The fire travels along the wires. With a tug of his fingers, the flaming wire seems to come alive, coiling, swirling, and wrapping toward the 2 8 gates shadows. To avoid a swift decapitation, the 2 shadows immediately flatten themselves into 2-dimensional form again, their bodies turning into a patch of dark ink on the ground. They dodge the attack but can't strike again for a moment. At least not until that 2-dimensional transformation is fully complete. The flaming wire circles once around Itachi, then he lashes out again. Large swaths of shadows attempting to stop his advance are wiped out in an instant. Link's field of vision suddenly clears. The shadows quickly move to fill the gaps again. He can push fire-style, dragon fire jutsu this far? Kamabaki is astonished but doesn't hesitate. Forming an invisible wind blade in his hand, he charges ahead. After all, his relationship with Link is still decent, and there's no hard proof yet that Link has turned on Hidden Sand Village. Baki can't just let the kid die. Crack, 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 a dozen or so ice mirrors rise abruptly from the water's surface, trapping Link. Not far away, Momoki Zabuza rushes back with the heavy executioner's blade in hand. With the Itachi blocked by shadows, it's impossible for him to reach Link in time, especially since there's now added protection. The 3 elite Jonin close in right after him, about to join forces and finish the enemy off. Given their battle experience, they're unlikely to bungle their teamwork. Though it looks like a guaranteed kill, Link frowns. He doesn't believe Itachi Uchiha would be pushed to the brink by 3 elite Jonin. From the start, Itachi has appeared exhausted, as if he's already expended a great deal of chakra earlier. Boom. The swirling dragon fire jutsu is slashed apart by the wind blade, and the executioner's blade is now mere inches away. Meanwhile, the kunai thrown by Fugaku Uchiha almost certainly won't miss. Boom. Before the attacks can reach their mark, an enormous, translucent orange ribcage materializes out of thin air, blocking them. The razor-sharp wind blade only leaves a shallow scratch, and the executioner's blade does nothing. The kunai hurled with a Uchiha precision throw snaps on impact. This is Fugaku Uchiha's pupil's contract. He recognizes it as a legendary Mangekyo Sharingan secret technique. Susanoo. Under the shadow's protection, Link retreats rapidly, using a prepared substitution to safeguard himself. No joke, his chakra scalpel can cut through solid chakra, making it a perfect counter to Susanoo. But Itachi Uchiha isn't the kind of fighter who just whips out the big mecha recklessly. He simply doesn't have the chakra reserves to sustain a drawn-out Susanoo clash, so he typically uses it just to block incoming damage and set up his next attack, or else ready some cheating divine tool to fluster the enemy. No point in putting himself in jeopardy. As Link hurriedly falls back, other people's chakra flows into his body, and his surroundings shatter into fragments. Haku's anxious voice rings out, "Link. Ganjutsu?" Link comes to his senses, realizing that earlier, when Itachi closed in and was simultaneously fighting 3 elite Jonin, he still managed to cast Ganjutsu on Link from a distance using just a finger. After all, Link never looked directly into Itachi's eyes. It probably happened the moment he unleashed Dragon Fire Jutsu, forcing the 2 8 Gates shadows to revert to two-dimensional form and wiping out a large cluster of shadows, briefly exposing Link's line of sight. Did he really complete the Ganjutsu in just that split second? A Ganjutsu stat of 10 is terrifying. By comparison, Link figures his own Ganjutsu skill, including breaking illusions, is only around 6, just passable. Enough to handle your average ninja or even Reikoro Chamaru's illusions, but going against an Uchiha is tough, let alone Itachi, who's a monster in Ganjutsu. Luckily, he has his substitution ready. As long as Itachi's next move isn't more Ganjutsu, he can survive at least 1 or 2 attacks. Space twists slightly. Black flames descend, enveloping both Link and Haku. Huff, Itachi Uchiha lands on the water, gasping for breath, looking even more drained. One eye is closed, blood trickling out. His other eye doesn't look at the person and ghost covered by Amaterasu, instead, he raises his gaze to the crows flying nearby. Chapter 214, Pierced. He wanted to finish off Link in just one shot. Deep down, Itachi Uchiha had long known this fact. Ever since he was very young and had gone to war not long after becoming self-aware, his combat experience was absolutely no less than that of many veteran top-level shinobi. He had been watching Link's movements this whole time and was probably one of the few who truly understood just how much stronger that kid had become. With Fugaku Uchiha present, releasing a Ganjutsu outright would be totally counterproductive, so he had to wait for the critical moment. Matching it with Amaterasu's destructive power. His gaze suddenly froze. The Amaterasu that had hit its target was still burning, yet Link remained standing in the same spot. Even the nearby ghost seemed unscathed. On closer inspection, there was a thin layer of ice, just a few centimeters thick, covering the area in front of both of them. Sizzle, sizzle, the sound of ice melting was incessant, and yet the ice in front of the two showed no sign of thinning. No matter how strong Amaterasu is, it has to make proper contact to be effective. Is it that ice-style user's ability? Or, Itachi was not in a hurry. Even if Amaterasu hadn't succeeded, he still had a next step in mind. Die. Like a flash of lightning, Sasuke Uchiha joined the fray, showing no mercy as he drove a Chidori-charged hand straight toward his own older brother's chest. Itachi looked increasingly exhausted. His expression remained as cold as ever, and he used the body flicker to dodge in an instant. His foolish younger brother had grown at an astonishing rate with Link's help, but still hadn't reached Itachi's level. Even using Chidori wouldn't do, if even Kakashi himself wouldn't be able to land a direct hit on Itachi while he had his Sharingan active, Sasuke definitely couldn't. A giant broadsword came slashing in, as relentless as a shadow. Momokizabu's face was filled with anger, the muscles on the arm gripping the blade bulged, and his eyes looked like a demon's, ready to devour someone. This guy, there's no way to avoid it. Itachi quickly judged the situation, clutched a kunai in his hand, and thrust it forward to parry the blade of the executioner's sword. The kunai was too short. In this rushed situation, there was no time to mount any other attack. All he could do was choose the worst option, a head-on clash, just to buy himself an instant. Clang. Sparks flew in all directions at the impact of metal grinding. In the next second, the tip of the kunai snapped on the spot. But that fleeting moment was enough for him to lean backward and dodge the attack, then try once more to slip away. PSHK. A kunai sank into his shoulder. It seemed Fugaku Uchiha was already waiting there for his son to come over. In one swift move, he became the first in this battle to land the real blow on Itachi. Thud. Baki, who was about to throw his second wind blade, ate a direct hit from Sharingan, Ganjutsu and collapsed on the spot. There was nothing he could do. Hidden Sand Village's strategy for dealing with the Sharingan basically amounted to if it's 1-on-1, run away, if it's 2-on-1, ambush. They never had a real solution for the Sharingan's illusions. Huff. Itachi Uchiha's breathing grew labored, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Fugaku Uchiha certainly held nothing back. He had meant to kill his eldest son outright. It was just that Itachi reacted at the last second, causing the kunai's angle to shift slightly. It ends here, Itachi. So he thought, but in the next instant, a huge, orange-tinted skeletal arm suddenly appeared and swatted him away. Itachi's expression wavered for a moment. His body swayed slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. Crack, 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 Link pulled Hiku along as they emerged from the still-burning Amaterasu. With nothing blocking them, it was now clear that his body was covered by an armor of ice, exuding a chilling frost. The White Album, as seen in the manga used by its original owner, would freeze into a suit of armor and prevent injury. The problem was that, when the original user died, one could see lots of liquid falling off. It was basically a body attachment type stand, akin to Love Deluxe, which attaches to hair, and thus visible to the naked eye. Link didn't actually need that kind of ice armor, so for the sake of concealment, he had never had White Album form any sort of defense, until now. The moment he saw the space distort from the incoming Amaterasu, he made contact with the area around him and froze a layer of ice over it. If clothes can be removed to drop Amaterasu, naturally an ice layer can briefly isolate it, too. Ice style? Hiku stood off to the side, looking rather dumbfounded. His expression turned slightly complicated. Once again, Link had his shadow stand guard in front of him. He absolutely could not afford to be caught in another Genjutsu. Even if the opponent seemed on the verge of collapse, he couldn't let his guard down. In the original story, even when Itachi's eyes had turned white on both sides, and his Sharingan deactivated automatically, he could still use the third form of Susanoo and the Totsuka sword. Fugaku Uchiha did not overestimate himself by charging in alone. Instead, he reawakened Baki from the Genjutsu. Like at the beginning, the three elite Jonin formed a triangle around the enemy. Link's shadows also regrouped, sealing off every gap in that formation. 2 8-gates empowered shadows quietly closed in on Baki, preventing any weak points from being exploited. Meanwhile, over yonder, Utakata and Hoshigaki Kisame were still locked in a tangle. Coming from the same village, they both specialized in water-style techniques and had some notoriety. They knew each other's strengths well. Kisame couldn't absorb any chakra with Samada. In a standard fight, he had no quick way to claim victory. Without entering a tail beast form, Utakata's own strength was only so far beyond that of a normal elite Jonin. Both sides had ample chakra, bombarding each other with water style. It was a flashy spectacle, but they wouldn't be deciding a winner anytime soon. They were both taught by the same master, so neither could break the other's jutsu. Link. Having failed to land a blow on his brother, Sasuke landed beside his friend, only for his Chidori to pierce right through Link's chest as though it were nothing. ×5 These little shadows of his are getting stronger and stronger. From a distance, Black Zetsu surfaced halfway out of the ground. Seeing the obviously upgraded strength of the shadows, he couldn't help but sigh. What exactly is your relationship to them? White Zetsu suddenly asked. Are you guys brothers? Black Zetsu's face went dark. White Zetsu didn't notice and went on enthusiastically. Could you hide yourself inside the shadow ninjutsu? Shut up. Black Zetsu snapped. He was about to say something else, but then saw Itachi activating Amaterasu, so his attention shifted back to the battlefield. Ah, Amaterasu. That kid is finished if he doesn't bring out some other secret technique. That's Itachi for you. It's ice style, he used that ability before. White Zetsu, noticing the layer of ice between Link's body and the Amaterasu, said with some regret, at this rate, the situation doesn't look too good for Itachi. Sasuke's here too. Man, I really wanted to see a father and son's battle without all these extra people in the way. Hey? On the battlefield, the situation had taken a drastic turn. The newly arrived Sasuke had apparently driven his hand clean through Link's chest in one strike. Blood sprayed everywhere, and everyone, both living and the resurrected, was stunned. In the next second, Sasuke himself knelt painfully on the water's surface. Hiku reached out, pressing a hand on Link's chest in an attempt to save him. Wasting no time, Fugaku Uchiha turned to rush toward his younger son. Momoki Zabuza used his executioner's sword to cut him off, leaving Baki all by his lonesome to face Itachi Uchiha. The sight was almost comical. Off in the distance, Utakata suddenly charged over in a frenzy. His speed spiked, and even Kisame couldn't stop him. This is about to get interesting. White Zetsu said gleefully. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, wore a grim expression. He had a hunch that this kid from Hidden Leaf Village, Link, might not actually die. The brat had far too many weird techniques. Black Zetsu had been watching him closely. The kid would always avoid revealing too much intel when alone, and every time he fought, he'd pull out something new. While Black Zetsu was pondering, The atmosphere on the battlefield grew bizarre. Hoshigaki Kisame landed not too far away. I was just getting excited, but it looks like our fight is temporarily on hold. He hefted the massive Seimata in one hand and said, Itachi-san, this is the first time I've seen you this beat up. Itachi's shoulder was still pierced by a kunai, blood continued to drip. His black and red Akatsuki cloak was tattered from the exchange with Zabuza's broadsword, and because of the dragon fire jutsu swirling around him, constantly killing off the attacking shadows, his hair had curled slightly from the heat. His body had been pushed to the brink, he was extremely exhausted, and even his Sharingan had deactivated. The ever-calm Scarlet of the Akatsuki had finally been forced into such a predicament. Partner. Hina came bounding over anxiously. No matter how worried it might have been about getting caught up in the fighting, it couldn't stand by after seeing its litter box attendant beaten to within an inch of his life. It even forgot to add meow to its speech. A rare, murderous aura showed on Utakata's usually calm face. I'll kill all of you. And by all of you, he clearly meant not just the pair in front of him, but even the kneeling Sasuke Uchiha in the distance. Just as he was about to strike, Fugaku Uchiha, who stood between Utakata and his younger son, spoke in a grave tone, it's a Genjutsu. Sasuke is under a Genjutsu, and you, clack. A hand pressed down on the arm Fugaku was holding his kunai with. Father. Blood and tears streamed down Sasuke's cheeks. The tomoe in his eyes spun faster and faster, finally merging into an eerie shape. So fast, when did Sasuke? Fugaku was astonished. He could sense that his younger son's chakra was no longer the same. He actually broke free of Kotoa Mitsukami. Itachi's face remained impassive, but inside he was thoroughly surprised. Seeing the birth of yet another Mangekyo Sharingan, his initial shock turned into relief. No matter what, Sasuke now had the strength to stand up to Madara. As long as Sasuke then killed him, Sasuke would become the hero of Hidden Leaf Village. But the Six Tails Jinchuriki and that ninja cat could be a hassle, they would have to be dealt with. His train of thought abruptly cut off when his eyes met Sasuke's, and his entire world went black. In that moment, his Sharingan abilities, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, were taken away. Even if he mustered the remaining chakra to activate Susanoo, how long could he hold out in total darkness? A new Mangekyo Sharingan ability? In the final second of his vision, he saw Sasuke rushing toward him, lightning flashing in his hands. But he did not attempt to evade, he simply stood still, quietly accepting it. The deep darkness brought him an unfamiliar sense of tranquility. His lifeless eyes closed. Let it end here. As for everything else, he had already done all he could. In the next second, his body was pierced through. Under the massive force, he was flung backward. There wasn't much pain, his life and vitality slipped away bit by bit, and finally, even his consciousness sank into endless darkness. Forgive me, Sasuke, Chapter 215, Plans Change, Itachi-san, farewell. Hoshigaki Kisame had originally intended to step in and rescue him, but 3 elite Jonin were constantly watching him, and their expressions and eyes made it clear that any action would be risky. Deciding not to linger, he decisively abandoned his partner's lifeless body and fled in an instant. Facing Utakata alone might have been doable, each was familiar with the other's techniques and blades, but adding Momoki Zabuza to the fight made it impossible. Both knew each other's abilities inside and out, and in that situation, Kisame couldn't fully exploit the special properties of his sword, Seimata. On his own, he had no chance of defeating so many powerful opponents. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, the crows in the sky were swallowed by the pitch-black flames of Amaterasu. In no time, they were burned to ashes and fell into the water. Splash. After killing Itachi, Sasuke Uchiha dropped the corpse and clutched his forehead in pain. The atmosphere grew tense again as Utakata and Momoki Zabuza closed in on Fugaku Uchiha and his son, looking ready to press the attack. Wait. The white-haired man, who was healing Link at the time, suddenly shouted. A moment earlier, he had felt nothing but sorrow at the prospect of losing a life, yet, ho! Link exhaled and stood up from Haku's arms. The wound on his chest was gone without a trace, only the tear in his clothing hinted at the power of the Chidori strike. A clone technique can actually nullify a fatal injury. The instant he was run through by Chidori, Link was preparing to use his delicate illness extraction jutsu with all his might to keep himself alive, along with popping some pills if necessary. He had also realized early on that Sasuke was likely under the influence of Kotoa Mitsukami and suspected that the whole idea of him rushing here to fight might be part of some larger Uchiha scheme. That fanatic manipulator behind the scenes could make anything happen. Yet he never imagined that even though his body had obviously been pierced, the shadow clone wasn't dispelled. That faint connection still allowed him to separate his head and torso. The destruction of his heart didn't affect his brain at all. Apart from being briefly unable to move, there was no other harm done. It made sense if he thought about it, Even the 8 gates, capable of literally tearing a body apart, could have its damage erased by this clone technique. So, getting impaled through the chest was basically nothing. Link promptly revised his plan to play dead. Instead of simply canceling the clone and getting back up, he coordinated with Itachi Uchiha to fake his own death. Part of it was in hopes of triggering Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan awakening, another part was to hide the true effects of his technique. It was highly likely that both Zetsu and Obito were secretly observing Itachi's battle, so Link wanted to disguise that damage negation ability as some other jutsu, something akin to Izanagi. He also wanted to delay the apparent healing time, faking a weakness. What's more, now that a Mangekyo Sharingan user was on the scene, Link's thoughts had been racing, and he was even reconsidering his initial overly cautious approach. By the very nature of his clone technique, as long as he protected his head, he needn't fear death. With Sasuke's Mangekyo awakened, a few wild ideas he once dismissed could actually be viable. Link? Uekida's expression shifted from a mix of killing intent and sorrow to one of startled relief. Then he almost smiled, but held it in, managing only to say, "That's great." After all, Uekida had been alone for so long. He had only just found a friend who accepted and needed him, not as a jinchuriki or a weapon, but as an equal. How could he possibly bear losing that friend? Fugaku Uchiha also breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his kunai. It was best not to continue fighting. While surprised that Link had survived, Fugaku felt mostly glad. From his perspective, all that had happened could be seen as good news. Itachi had found some peace, and Sasuke had awakened the Mangekyo. The pain of that awakening was just the necessary price, like bringing a young son to the battlefield. If you want something, you must pay for it. Baki, meanwhile, stayed in character as the ever-patient spy, carefully memorizing each new detail. Resurrection? Or some jutsu that heals mortal wounds? He took note of it all, intent on passing the information along someday. Momoki Zabusa, unfamiliar with Link's abilities, was momentarily stunned to see him stand up. Soon, however, he calmly accepted such a powerful technique's existence. After all, this was the same person who could freely summon the dead into battle and disturb the Pure Land on a whim. Being that strong at only 11 years old was practically on par with being the Sage of Six Paths child. Partner, meow. Tears in her eyes, Hina clung to Link's leg. "I'm so glad you're okay, meow." A shadow pulled Itachi Uchiha's body and the unconscious Jugo out of the water. Link patted Hina's head and smiled at Sasuke in the distance. "Hey, do you really need me to walk over there and invite you? I'm a wounded man, you know." He pointed at his exposed chest. Fugaku Uchiha gave Sasuke a reassuring pat on the back. Sasuke, wiping the bloody tears from his face, slowly walked forward and opened his mouth. Congratulations. You've taken care of one target on your revenge list." Link interrupted, anticipating an apology. Some emotions, if left unspoken, are easier to manage, and it makes the person more useful as a tool. Still, he was curious about Sasuke's newly awakened Mangekyo abilities. Judging by the pain Sasuke showed after rushing over to kill Itachi, he must have used some Mangekyo technique. But no obvious visual clue had appeared, so it probably wasn't standard abilities like Amaterasu or Kagutsuchi. He had no way to know if all his talk about time travel had helped. With that in mind, Link stepped forward, patted Sasuke on the shoulder, and smiled. "Come on, let's go home." Uekida's expression didn't change much, but he looked slightly displeased when his eyes fell on Sasuke. Hina, on the other hand, simply followed along happily, not overthinking things. With only a little time left on the Rashomon summoning, Link told the 3 elite Jonin and Haku they were free to go, thanking them all the while. He wasn't worried about Zabuza or Baki spilling his secrets. In fact, concealing the jutsu's true effect required others to spread the wrong information around. If Fugaku Uchiha wanted to follow his son, so be it. Momoki Zabuza and Haku took their leave, and Baki, reluctant to appear too eager to leak secrets, chose to leave with Link's group. Possibly he was overthinking it. All the while, Sasuke remained lost in his tangled mix of hatred, sorrow, confusion, and joy. The emotional roller coaster of killing that man had left him numb. Link summoned an earth dragon, its light sweeping across the ground. "Zetsu, I know you're there, watching." Had the timing been right, he would have tried to strike up a conversation with Black Zetsu right then. Aside from his mutated ninjutsu, knowledge of the story itself was Link's greatest advantage. As far as he could tell, he and Zetsu had no major clash of interests, so perhaps he could hitch a ride on Zetsu's plans to gather Tail Beast Chakra. Obito's and Madar's Eye of the Moon plan didn't concern him, thwarting it later would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Now that Hidan, Kakazu, and Sasuke's enemy Itachi were gone, and had withdrawn from Akatsuki, Link felt no direct conflict remained. Working together might not be a bad option after all, A mysterious light flickered in Link's eyes as he mulled the possibilities. Chapter 216, Amano Hidden Stones Village Night Time. The Land of Fire. In a certain post town, inside an inn. Amano Hidden Stones Village. This is the new ability I obtained. Its effect is to erase the eyesight of anyone who meets my gaze and simultaneously strip them of their ocular jutsu. Sasuke Uchiha openly stated his ability. Amano Hidden Stones Village. Memories stirred in Link's mind, recalling its origin. In the Japanese myth Kojiki, the sun goddess Amaterasu was so terrified of Susanoo, that she hid herself inside the Amano Hidden Stones Village, causing the world to lose its light. In the myth, it was the god Dame no Tajikura who pulled Amaterasu out of the cave. In the manga, Sasuke claims to have inherited Itachi's will, which is why he possesses the power of Amaterasu. Yet in the current real world, now that Sasuke has awakened the Mengekyo Sharingan with full knowledge of the truth, he has gained an ocular jutsu that locks Amaterasu away in darkness. Fate is truly amusing. It's a pity it's not a space-time type ocular jutsu. Link felt a slight regret in his heart and remained silent for a while before saying, "Actually, I know how to awaken the Mengekyo Sharingan." Sasuke Uchiha said nothing. He had a faint feeling about those past stories, and also about the connection he sensed when he pierced Link's body, two chakras touching. All he felt from Link was calm, not the panic, pain, anger, or confusion one would expect. Including the fact that Itachi would lure you over here. I had already guessed. Link continued. Since he intended to use the Mengekyo Sharingan to talk with Obito and Black Zetsu, he couldn't bypass the Mengekyo Sharingan's bearer. Indeed, from the start, he had guessed Itachi's plan and chose to cooperate. Otherwise, once the battle began, he would have brought Mikoto Uchiha as well and had the Uchiha couple stall for time while he joined forces with Utakata and Shadow to finish off Kisame first. He did like good kids who honestly weave hand signs. Including that moment when your eyes awakened, I didn't immediately reveal the effect of my technique. That, too, was part of my plan, or rather, Itachi's plan. He paused and laid out Itachi Uchiha's scheming, then placed the scroll containing the sealed corpse of that ultimate filial son on the tatami. Sasuke Uchiha wasn't angry, his emotions were extremely complex. His older brother died calmly by his hand, paving the way for his future, while his friend cooperated in the act so that he could gain strength. Both of them had ignored his feelings, his pain. And yet, he still couldn't let it go. That intense emotion hidden beneath his aloof exterior, he'd risk his life to block an attack meant for Naruto during a mission, simply because they were comrades. That's how he gained a friend who won't stop chasing him. Faced with Link, who had once pulled him from the abyss, faced with someone who was kind to him from the very beginning, how could he possibly be angry? You, Sasuke Uchiha looked over and met his friend's gaze. What exactly do you want to do? Link slowly rose and slid open the paper door, letting the moonlight flood in. His voice carried on the night breeze. Sasuke, don't you think this world is a bit too noisy? Sasuke Uchiha felt somewhat puzzled. Countries, villages, daimyos, ninjas. Link lifted his hand, observing the moonlight as it slipped between his fingers. His tone grew deep. Sasuke, I've killed a lot of people. A lot of pointless slaughter. The Sage of the Six Paths spread chakra and ninjutsu to connect people, but these became tools of conflict. In the Ninja Academy, the Ninja Code taught me that this is simply our trade, we are tools, and shouldn't show any emotion. It's always been that way. But just because it's always been that way, does that make it right? He seemed to be asking himself, or perhaps Sasuke, and his face revealed complicated emotions difficult to put into words. Those were the feelings he had suppressed ever since becoming a ninja. It was everything a traveler from a peaceful nation would feel, thrust into a twisted and brutal world. This place had too many madmen, one more or less wouldn't make a difference. Sasuke Uchiha didn't answer. He had seen Momokizabusa and Hoku firsthand, and he had carried out many missions in the chaotic land of rivers. The cruelty of the ninja world was always lurking around him. Sasuke. Link clenched his fist, closed his eyes, and said, no one is born standing at the top. Whether it's you, or me, or even a god, we all start from the same place. But the unbearable vacancy of the throne is about to end. He opened his eyes again, returning to his usual composure. I'm going to change this world. I will completely erase the ninja occupation. I will ascend a throne so that this world will revolve according to my will. He turned around, gazing into those Mengekyo Sharingan. Before that, I need you. Sasuke. Saying this, he extended a hand, just as he had done on that rainy night when he asked Sasuke why he sought power. So this is your answer? Sasuke Uchiha didn't hesitate for long and reached out to grasp it. In a steady voice, he said, I am Uchiha, Sasuke. From now on, I will become your strength. Why did he awaken the Amano Hidden Stones Villigto technique? Was it because he was controlled by that strange ocular jutsu to assassinate Link? Or did he see Link killed by the ocular technique Amaterasu in some illusion? Or perhaps it was the torment of Tsukuyomi mentioning turning illusions into reality? He didn't know. Having experienced heart-wrenching pain earlier that day, even death would be preferable to going through it again. He couldn't care less about the world or the village, he only wished to become that person's strength. Whether it was the throne or changing the world, just don't leave him alone again. Seated in the shadows, Sasuke Uchiha's expression grew more determined than ever, and his eyes shone with unparalleled clarity. Their chakras converged at that moment. The Sage of the Six Paths had once hoped for people to connect and communicate through chakra. Now, that ideal was fulfilled by one side bearing his heart. Link sensed the young man's thoughts. He'd prepared to paint a grand vision of the future, but now he didn't know how to begin. Indeed, these so-called bonds. He let go, said nothing more, and the heart-to-heart connection broke. His face was in shadow, unreadable. He simply said, "You've been eavesdropping for quite a while now. Might as well come out." Quite the grand ambition. Utakata dropped from the rooftop, landing in the courtyard, his tone slightly rising. "What about you? What do you think?" Link threw the question at him. Sasuke Uchiha, hidden in darkness, stared at the Six Tails Jinchuriki with his Mengekyo Sharingan. If Utakata showed any suspicious behavior after learning this, but Utakata met his gaze without fear and spoke seriously to him, "I'll be watching you. Next time. I'll kill you first." He didn't say more, but in a way, he had already given his answer. Link tried to calm the surge of emotion inside him. Did he realize what this meant? Mengekyo Sharingan plus Tailed Beast plus his Shadow Clone Jutsu equals. Chapter 217, Explanation. The next day, in the morning, at the inn. Orochimaru transplanted something into me, and that caused my power to spiral out of control. Under the influence of the Sharingan from across the room, the captured Jugo spilled the whole story of what had happened to him, much like beans tumbling out of a bamboo tube. Even though Sasuke wasn't particularly adept at Genjutsu, once he opened the Mengekyo Sharingan, an ordinary person stood no chance of resisting it. And Jugo, having been struck by the mystical palm jutsu and robbed of his strength, was all the more powerless. Link was somewhat familiar with the first part of Jugo's account, being taken away by Orochimaru, the research that produced the cursed seal, meeting Kimimaro. Then the story took a sudden turn. Orochimaru transplanted some unknown creature's cellular tissue into Jugo's body, causing the power of the original cursed seal to go haywire. His special abilities, cell absorption, and cell expulsion, were drastically enhanced. His body shattered its previous limits, allowing him to freely and endlessly wield natural energy. The price he paid was that his internal cells were constantly burning out. The more he used natural energy, the faster his cells decayed. His murderous inner personality seized control, and to survive, he continually employed cell absorption to siphon other living beings' cells. Ultimately, Orochimaru used a special barrier to seal him in the base's underground prison. As for the other monsters, they experienced similar out-of-control mutations after completing Orochimaru's transplant surgery. Their lives were threatened, so using what remained of Jugo's bodily fluids within the cursed seal, each of them obtained some fragmentary version of cell absorption. The stronger one's compatibility with the cursed seal, the more complete their cell absorption would be. Those whose grasp of it was severely lacking would quickly die and rot. Those who managed a slightly more complete version could live longer, but still needed to devour fresh, living cells. To put it plainly, they had to eat live creatures. The cells of wild animals are far inferior in quality to those of summon beasts, and most summon beasts have cells weaker than a human's. Among humans, ninja or samurai cells are superior. Naturally, cells from one's own kind are strongest of all. Under normal circumstances, eating animals would be enough to survive. But those who had been influenced by the cursed seal didn't mind eating human flesh at all, and they felt no qualms about hunting their own. After that rebellion, Orochimaru left. The guards he stationed were soon devoured by the increasingly powerful test subjects. For their own survival, the subjects turned on one another, then scattered, hunting whatever they could to stay alive. 2 of them remained behind to spread word of Orochimaru's base, attracting more ninjas. About a month ago, a group of Hidden Rain Village ninja arrived. During their fight with the 2 remaining subjects, they accidentally released Jugo, who was sealed deep underground in the lowest level. Seized by his murderous personality, Jugo immediately devoured the 2 other subjects to restore his body size. The AIM ninja unleashed a strange toxin that knocked him out briefly, then carved away large chunks of his flesh while he hovered in a half-conscious state, taking their experimental equipment and data with them when they left. From then on, Jugo's 2 personalities alternated in control. He lingered near the base and refused to leave, until Link and the others eventually found him. So that's what happened. Link more or less understood why those creatures had turned cannibalistic. The monsters on the southern island base had probably been low-quality cursed seal test subjects. Unable to master a sufficiently complete version of cell absorption, they self-destructed once their bodies began to collapse. The monsters in the northern base were more gifted. After one round of brutal elimination, most of them could just barely stay alive via cell absorption. Logically, it all added up. Still, what on earth were those transplanted cells? Whatever the original source was, it seemed incredibly strong, boundless natural energy at its disposal, though it could only be released crudely, and it forced its host to devour living beings just to survive. Even Jago, who possessed the original cursed seal and could fully wield cell absorption, could only balance his regeneration and destruction by a narrow margin. Once he fought in earnest, his body shrank noticeably. Although the ninja world isn't short on human experiments or other revolting practices, cannibalism did feel like crossing a line. Both Sasuke Uchiha and Utakata wore expressions of clear disgust. After finishing his account, the now-freed Jago sat cross-legged and said calmly, "Are you going to kill me?" Link hadn't decided how to handle him yet. Without Link's mystical palm jutsu to keep his murderous side at bay, Jago was like a time bomb. Maybe they should bring him back for Tsunade to examine. It was starting to feel like that traveling frog game. Every time he left the village, he ended up bringing something back. But what on earth was Tsunade up to, disappearing so randomly? If this kept up, who knew when the new medicine would be ready? And Orochimaru's experiments? Perhaps Tsunade herself had made some breakthrough in Orochimaru's research? Feigning composure, Link stood up and said, "We might still have some news for you. Get yourself together, we're heading back to the base. There are other tasks ahead." A few days later, on a small island not far from the Land of Waves, "Damn you, Uchiha. Damn you, kids." A hulking slug form struggled. Its eyes flickered with the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it could only stand in place while its body was sliced apart chunk by chunk with a chakra scalpel. Furious shouts reverberated through the area by way of chakra. Tailed beasts don't feel physical pain, do they? That thought crossed Link's mind as he sealed up lumps of the tailed beast's chakra. Judging from the way the six tails behaved, it seemed utterly enraged and overflowing with hatred. Achieving the sort of peaceful understanding seen during the Fourth Great Ninja War clearly wasn't going to happen here. It hardly mattered anyway. To become a perfect Jinchuriki, you need certain gifts. Without genuinely recognizing the tailed beast as an equal, there's no trick to achieving perfection. Chakra connects hearts, nobody can fool themselves about that. That's enough. The Six Tails is about to die, Utakata said, stopping Sasuke Uchiha from continuing to drag the tailed beast out with a Sharingan. Link, busy storing 5 large scrolls, shook his head, disappointed. "We barely carved off a dozen slices, and it's already at its limit. How frail. Look at the Nine Tails, having half its power taken away hardly seemed to faze it. Even being eaten by the Gold and Silver brothers didn't do much damage. But the Six Tails is being overly dramatic," Utakata explained. "A tailed beast's power comprises 2 parts, its chakra and its will. If a Jinchuriki forces the tailed beast's power, its will seeps in and causes corruption. That's the danger. As for your ninja tool, it doesn't simply cut away the Six Tails' chakra, it also severs pieces of its will. To the Six Tails, it's like having chunks of its body torn off. Even a tailed beast's regeneration isn't limitless. It can't keep being cut to pieces forever. Right now it's so weak that it will take years to recover. But interestingly, I can still use its chakra because it's nearly unconscious now. I might even be able to pass that chakra on to others." A portable battery? Link was just about to test it out when Sasuke extended his hand. Utakata paused, then placed his palm on Sasuke's arm, transferring the Six Tails chakra to him. "I can use it," Sasuke said, nodding curtly. "No side effects so far. It's very suitable for you, Link." Utakata wanted to speak but hesitated. While channeling chakra into Link, he added, "Without the tailed beast's cooperation, I have to be close by to share its chakra. And the Six Tails is so weak now that there isn't much left to give." That not much left, of course, was on a tailed beast's scale. By human standards, it was still enormous. "I don't think I can transform into a tailed beast anymore," Utakata said, letting out a massive wave of tailed beast chakra. A pale bluish-white aura enveloped him, but the usual tailed beast shroud failed to appear. "It's not that there isn't enough chakra, the tailed beast's will has faded away. Now I get it. That's a lot of chakra." Link tested the tailed beast chakra inside his own body, finding it oddly familiar. Though it was clearly external in origin, it was easy to wield. Forming seals, he attempted to use clone jutsu. Strangely enough, The chakra didn't vanish into thin air this time but operated smoothly under his control. Poof! To his surprise, a grayish-white clone appeared and slumped to the ground. Wait a second. Thoughts raced through his mind. He tried again, this time releasing ninjutsu purely with tail beast chakra, and the clone came out normally. Repeating multiple tests, he discovered the pattern. Any time he mixed in even a fraction of his own chakra, the jutsu would mutate. When he used the six tails chakra by itself, the ninjutsu stayed normal. So my chakra is the problem. As everyone knows, chakra is created by combining spiritual energy and physical energy. So, was the issue with his mind or his body? The answer seemed obvious. Link recalled how he had always learned ninjutsu in a rather unorthodox, conceptual way. Many thoughts flickered through his head, but he forced himself to stay calm. Guesswork alone wouldn't solve anything, he needed concrete practice. Being able to cast standard ninjutsu is a huge boost for me. At least now I can properly use something like the Shadow Clone Jutsu and speed up my training. With the experience hack from clones, I can brush up on all kinds of elemental jutsu and forbidden techniques. I'll just need to revisit the standard versions of the jutsu I've already learned, and then... He was momentarily tempted to delay his pursuit of Orochimaru and focus on training. An abundance of tailed beast chakra plus the efficiency of shadow clones meant endless possibilities for synergy between normal ninjutsu and mutated jutsu. There was so much to explore. No, I can't drag this out. With the Mangekyo Sharingan on our side, as long as Obito and Pain don't show up, we can swiftly handle Orochimaru. We can't let him keep developing unchecked. Dealing with just one Jago is already a pain, if more start cropping up, it'll be a total disaster. I need to get my hands on that mysterious original body. Steeling himself, Link said, Utakata, lend me a bit more chakra. I'll use it to draw on my purple hermit technique and check everyone's positions. Then let's wrap things up with Orochimaru in one go. Chapter 218, Purple Hermit's Power. In the Land of Rain, inside an office at a pawnshop under Akatsuki's control. Boss Genji, is Lord Kakazu really? Leaning against a wall, the young man lowered his voice as he asked. Kyoya, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong, said the man called Genji, a cigarette in his mouth. The overseer sent by the organization will arrive tomorrow. I hear it's that Angel-sama, Lord Kakazu? He fell silent for a moment before continuing, I don't know much, either. Bang. Before he could finish, the office door flew in with a crash. Kyoya promptly kicked the splintered door panel back, but before he could make any move, a rough, giant hand clamped around his neck. You guys are with Akatsuki, aren't you? A sullen man, wearing a Hidden Rain Village forehead protector on the outside of his clothes, had somehow appeared in front of the desk. His head nearly reached the ceiling, and the thing he wore was more like a cut-up curtain than actual clothing. His skin was dark brown, and there were strange protrusions on his forehead. Even though some were covered by the clothes, they still looked bizarre. Survivors of Hanzo, flashed through Genji's mind. But he wasn't entirely sure, were these three really even human? They were more disgusting than the freaks from the Hidden Sound Village who'd undergone body modifications. Well, about on par with Lord Kakazu, I guess. Thud. Kyoya tried to fight back, but in an instant was pinned to the floor. The brute gripping him bared 2 rows of serrated shark-like teeth. Hey, Kairu, can I eat him? The person in the center, apparently Kairu, shot his companion a warning look. Control yourself. I don't want to have to kill you, too. Eat him? Genji was terrified. His body began trembling involuntarily. Despite acting tough most of the time, he was actually quite timid. Otherwise, after Lord Kakazu's death, he wouldn't have immediately dropped to his knees and sworn loyalty the moment Akatsuki came looking for him. You seem really scared, said the female monster behind him in a soft voice. Her heavy breathing through her nostrils hit Genji's neck, raising goosebumps. You look pretty handsome, the kind I like. But, you're the kind I like to eat. I. Under Kyoya's disbelieving gaze, Genji wet his pants. On the verge of tears, he rattled off all the information he knew. Kairu glanced at Kyoya. Go ahead, you can eat him now. Click. In the next moment, Kyoya's neck was twisted with a sickening crack. The monster tore away its cloak, revealing a bulging, muscular body wearing only a loincloth to cover the essentials. Holding Kyoya as though embracing a lover, it began to warp, absorbing Kyoya little by little into its skin. About half a minute later, only bits of undigested waste and the remnants of Kyoya's clothes were left behind. A low, rumbling sound escaped the creature's throat as its body swelled a bit larger. Genji was left dumbstruck, losing control of both bladder and bowels. Yet the death he expected did not come. The female monster behind him actually released her grip. Kairu's voice broke the silence. As long as you cooperate with us, we won't kill you. And if you perform well in the future, we might even consider granting you this sort of power. Turn me into a monster too. A rude thought flickered through Jinji's mind, but he kept his usual two-faced habits, not letting it show. Since he was already kneeling on the floor, he simply bowed his head. Thank you very much, my lord. You two, stay here and help him clean up. Kairu ordered. Control yourselves, or else. Afterward, it was time to gather everyone else and wait for tomorrow, for the arrival of Akatsuki's angel. A heavy killing intent flickered in his gray eyes. He had paid so much and gained power strong enough for revenge. Now, it was about to begin. Finally, it was drawn. Link felt like his luck had been horrid. 3 whole days, dozens of tries every day, and only now did Hermit Purple appear. It was painful. He wasn't sure why, but Emperor kept showing up far too often. That stand is basically useless in high-level battles. Luckily, he no longer needed to buy cameras. He had used the transformation jutsu for so long now that he could imitate a camera easily, and his shadow clones could handle it. Even if one of his arms got smashed, he could easily restore it. And thanks to Utakata acting like a portable charger, every stand he drew lasted for a full hour, more than enough time. If only the 6 tails weren't so frail right now, unable to provide much chakra. Then he could run a stand for 24 hours straight, which would be amazing. First, he checked on Zetsu's location. Snap. A photo popped out. Sure enough, it was near the base in the Land of Waves. Link recognized the aerial view of the nearby red mangrove forest right away. Black Zetsu was indeed tailing him. No surprise there. After all, he currently held 3 of Akatsuki's rings, so Akatsuki was probably considering ways to get rid of him. It was time to put negotiations with Akatsuki on the table. No point in continuing to fight them and exposing himself. He didn't want to end up on the front lines collecting tailed beasts, working himself to death. A better plan was to talk it out. Conan could be dealt with using Yahiko's memory. Pain was no less a demon than Itachi. Link just had to flatter his ideals. Obito was even easier. Link's healing powers could remove the weakness in Obito's heart, so a deal might be simple enough. As for Black Zetsu, negotiations could wait until Link got stronger. He could throw out something about Otsutsuki traders or leading the way as a ruse, pretend to join them, and sabotage them from the shadows, something he was good at. He was truly coveting those tailed beasts. 6 tails was far from enough, and raising it for several years would be a pain. It'd be better to make full use of Akatsuki's intel and strength to gather them all. Then maybe in a few years he'd figure out what to do. In short, the future looked bright. Pocketing the photo, Link recast the shadow clone and transformation jutsus. Next up was Obito. Snap. Out came a picture of the back of the Hokage Rock in Hidden Leaf Village. Well, back to Hidden Leaf Village again? That guy really did treat it like his own backyard. Of course, knowing Obito's location was pointless since he could teleport with Kamui. One moment he might be in Hidden Leaf Village, the next in the mountain graveyard. But the camera no longer cost him anything, so Link figured why not. Third shot was Nagato. Thin, gaunt figure, alone on the high tower, gazing at the rain outside. It gave off a melancholic vibe. Fourth was Conan, which turned out to be interesting. She was actually in the middle of a fight and was on the losing side. The 2 fighters, with dark brown skin and massive physiques, had to be Orochimaru's experiments. Putting together the intel he'd gathered earlier about Hidden Rain Village shinobi stealing Orochimaru's data and flesh from Jugo. Things were getting interesting. Perhaps he could do something here. Rubbing the photo thoughtfully, Link felt a vague plan taking shape in his mind. Chapter 219, Temporary Return. Hermit Purple had rarely provided a photo with the subject facing the camera, and yet the person in the picture wasn't Orochimaru at all. It was Yakushi Kabuto wearing a mask. Link studied the photo and noticed something strange. He would never mistake that person. It was definitely Kabuto. However, the shadow in the picture was quite intriguing. Whether it was a trick of the light or something else, the shadow had long hair, bearing a certain resemblance to Orochimaru. If this were an ordinary photograph, such an oddity might appear by chance. But a photo taken by Hermit Purple always carries a strong significance. Moreover, there's no reason to be searching for Orochimaru only to end up with a photo of Kabuto instead. In other words, did Orochimaru use living corpse reincarnation to take over Kabuto's body? Link had a suspicion after seeing the photograph. He realized the story was diverging greatly from the manga's timeline, which must mean there is a significant variable at play. Also, Kabuto had clearly been hit with the 5 elements seal, which at least meant that this body should not have been able to use ninjutsu requiring hand signs. Why would Orochimaru still insist on seizing such a body? Was it out of necessity, Or could it be that Orochimaru actually wants the 5 elements seal? Could the original body Orochimaru occupied have also been afflicted with the 5 elements seal? Link took another photo. In it, he saw barren rock, an unending stretch of stone mountains, and a characteristic stone rain made up of fine gravel in midair. Basically, he was able to confirm that Orochimaru was currently lurking somewhere in the land of Earth. That posed a bit of a problem. Unlike small countries, the ninja of the 5 great nations move around frequently, running missions all across their territories. Getting caught off guard could lead to a sudden encounter. He could ride his Earth Dragon all around the Land of Fire because he was a special Jonin of Hidden Leaf Village. Even if others noticed his presence, they wouldn't track him or try to surround him. If they reported it to the Anbu or the Hokage, nobody would come looking for him anyway. But going to the Land of Wind might be one thing, going to the Land of Earth was much trickier. The Earth Dragon can turn invisible, but the group of ninjas accompanying Link can't simply vanish with it. If they fly too high, they lose the ability to search for Orochimaru's base. If they fly too low, they risk being discovered. The ninjas of the Land of Earth are extremely united. If a fight breaks out, they might have to think about how to handle Hidden Stone's village as a whole. We'll have to sneak in on foot, then look for a chance to send the Earth Dragon to scout. Link tucked the photo away. He knew next to nothing about the Land of Earth. Even among allied nations, crossing each other's borders is not allowed, let alone Hidden Leaf Village's already strained relationship with the Land of Earth. So most Hidden Leaf Village ninjas have only a vague idea of where exactly the Land of Earth is located. He was no exception. Should he return to the village first to retrieve intelligence on the Land of Earth? He was pondering this idea when sudden exhaustion cut his thoughts short. Taking in a deep breath, he revealed a relaxed smile. With an experience boost from using the shadow clone technique, his wind-style nature transformation was improving rapidly. It shouldn't be long now before he mastered it, and the many wind-style jutsu he'd been preparing would finally come in handy. I'll return to the village first and ask the 3rd Hokage for some information on the Land of Earth, then go find Orochimaru. Link calmed his mental fatigue a bit and stood up to look for Sasuke. That kid had abandoned his mission midway to chase after Itachi's Grow, running onto a battlefield and losing contact for several days. Once they got back to the village, he'd likely be scolded endlessly by the 2 advisors. Afternoon, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. Itachi died? The 3rd Hokage lost his composure a bit in front of these 2 younger men, and his expression grew dazed. He remembered that child, Itachi, who had borne so much because of him. Since he tried to kill you, Koharu Udatain said with a kind expression, it proves he has already defected, no longer remaining a spy for the village. So his death was well deserved. Sasuke Uchiha clenched his fists. Even now, his feelings were extremely complicated. He hated how his brother wiped out their entire clan over nothing, and he couldn't accept that his brother would attack his friend. Yet Itachi had indeed done some things on his behalf, and Sasuke still had a childhood filter of admiration for him. Although he could scold Itachi or even kill him, hearing this old lady dismiss him so casually made Sasuke feel furious. Hamura Mikado noticed Sasuke's Sharingan emerging under the stress of his emotions. He turned to his old teammate and said, Koharu. What? Koharu Udatain looked at Sasuke with a cold smile on her face. Sasuke Uchiha, are you thinking of attacking a Hidden Leaf Village advisor? She had disliked the Uchiha for a long time. In her view, that clan, set on rebelling, should have been wiped out entirely. The brat left alive by Itachi Uchiha was always shouting about revenge and reviving the Uchiha, which she found even more off-putting. There are plenty of ways to control a tailed beast. They don't have to rely on the Sharingan. She had no intention of backing down and continued to provoke him. Next, we'll immediately announce to the outside world that the rogue ninja Itachi Uchiha has been killed. In view of your merit in slaying the wanted criminal, Koharu. The 3rd Hokage interrupted his old friend, his expression turning severe. Sasuke, about Itachi. He paused and sighed. At this moment, what could he say? After Sasuke learned the truth, the 3rd Hokage had been considering canceling Itachi's mission and having him return to the village under an alias. However, he had never gotten a response to those messages. Now, hearing the news of Itachi's death, it dawned on him that perhaps the boy had decided long ago to die at the hands of his younger brother, allowing Sasuke to become a hero of Hidden Leaf Village. This was my mistake. The 3rd Hokage removed his Hokage's hat. Already elderly, he suddenly appeared even older, like a man with one foot in the grave. He spoke in a frail voice, is there anything you want? He could not publicly honor Itachi, nor officially announce the truth about his mission. Granting Sasuke some form of compensation was the best he could do. Hamura Mikado stayed silent, already knowing how the old monkey, the 3rd Hokage, would handle it. Koharu Udatain, having been cut off, also refrained from speaking again, leaving the final decision to the Hokage. Even though the advisors are busybodies, the Hokage ultimately has the final say. Sasuke Uchiha stood there silently. He wanted nothing. If it were possible, he'd have liked to open his eyes this instant and wipe out that foul-mouthed old lady. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. I propose promoting Sasuke Uchiha, who is currently a Chunin, to Jonin. Link spoke up with a smile, unwilling to watch his own ally get shortchanged. Better to claim some benefits now. I imagine Kakashi wouldn't oppose recommending his own student, right? Link roped in Hokage candidate Kakashi to add more weight. Hamura Mikado frowned. He didn't think much of promoting Sasuke, who was currently filled with hatred and had just abandoned a mission, to Jonin. But looking at the bigger picture, Link represented the Inoshikacho families. Kakashi's connections ran deep among the elite Jonin and the Anbu, and as for Itachi, he'd sacrificed so much for the village as a spy. Giving nothing at all to his family in return would be impossible to justify. But if Sasuke became a Jonin, he would no longer be a minor figure subject to easy control. Then about Denzo. I disagree. Absolutely not. Koharu Utatane was more direct. She saw Sasuke as a potentially evil Uchiha brat who might not be covered by the will of fire and clearly harbored resentment toward the village. Political concerns aside, she simply refused to let the last two Uchiha climb higher in Hidden Leaf Village. This is going to make Sasuke's revenge very troublesome. Link observed the Hokage and the two advisors, his thoughts running quickly. At the moment, Denzo was thoroughly stripped of power, placed under constant surveillance to prevent further trouble, and Root was disbanded. Still, Denzo remained one of the village elders. The Shimura clan had contributed greatly to the village, and even though the militant faction might have abandoned its leader, that doesn't mean they would allow the village to simply dispose of him. If Sasuke wanted to kill Denzo, it would most likely mean turning against the village, and there's no way he would give up his thirst for vengeance. It's a deadlock. Link's expression remained unchanged, his smile unbroken. The situation looked complicated. Would he have to stand against the village for Sasuke's sake? But that would mean giving up everything he'd built so far, the path he'd been paving toward becoming Hokage. Instinctively, he wanted to avoid taking sides. He just wanted to stay in the shadows, quietly grab some benefits, trick Tobi, fool Black Zetsu, and harvest the tailed beast's chakra. Then he'd completely sabotage the Eye of the Moon plan. Putting it bluntly, besides Naruto, Gaara, and Utakata, he didn't particularly care about the fates of the other Jinchuriki. When the time came, he could simply pick off a tailed beast here and there to stall for a few years. Eventually, he'd do it enough times to satisfy himself. By then, when he was truly invincible, would he even need to act in person? He could just remain in Hidden Leaf Village, bide his time, build up his credentials, and eventually become Hokage. After reaching his prime, he could do whatever he liked. But would Sasuke be willing to wait? If it were him, Sasuke probably would wait. Yet Link lowered his gaze to the ground. He really detested the idea of choosing sides. I agree to it. Unexpectedly, the third Hokage took Link's side, paying no attention to the looks from his two old friends. What else do you want? Not only was he offering this to Sasuke, but it was also a way to buy some form of peace on Denzo's behalf. Ninjutsu. Link continued. We want permission to learn any jutsu the village possesses. The third Hokage responded with a resigned look. Kid, don't use this as an opportunity to ask for what you've been wanting. Link only smiled mischievously back. I want to study all of them. Sasuke Uchiha added decisively, including forbidden techniques. He knew Link had long wanted to learn a wide variety of jutsu. Why not take the chance to help his friend, too? Hamura Mikado and Koharu Utatane did not object this time. They both knew that Hiruzen had already been secretly letting Link access forbidden jutsu. Clearly, that was part of the deal, so they couldn't be bothered to refuse. Regarding Sasuke's promotion, it will likely take a few days. The third Hokage acquiesced to their earlier requests. Now, tell me why you came back this time. Seeing that he was being addressed, Link put away his smile and threw a photograph onto the desk. I've discovered Orochimaru's whereabouts. He's now hiding in the Land of Earth, and I hope to get support from the village. After the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan, Orochimaru had been on the run from Anbu. Several of his hideouts inside the Land of Fire had already been destroyed. This Hidden Leaf Village is nothing like the one in the manga, which had been weakened severely. There's no way they would just forgive Orochimaru now. Chapter 220, Moving Forward. Akira Kuraman. Don't look so glum. You're about to surpass me and become a Jonin, you know. Link patted Sasuke on the shoulder and smiled. You'll be on the same level as your sensei, Kakashi. Once Naruto comes back, he'll have to call you Jonin too. Doesn't that sound interesting? Sasuke Uchiha's expression shifted slightly, then returned to its usual silence. He didn't really know what meaning there was in becoming a jonin, he was simply following a friend's lead. He had experienced the pain of losing a friend, had killed Itachi, and hadn't really smiled easily for a long time. There was too much weighing on him, and the hope of revenge seemed to be slipping further and further away. Was it painful? He didn't know. Link's scheming, along with the bonds he had in the village, made Sasuke feel a strong sense of conflict. How exactly was he supposed to destroy the shinobi world? Where would he even start? After the initial excitement faded, all that was left was simple confusion, right? Once the new year passes, let's go take care of Denzo. Link's voice sounded at his side. Sasuke Uchiha jerked his head around. This is part of the plan. Link said, avoiding his gaze slightly. Since we've decided to ascend to the throne, how can we let the village restrain us? He went on, almost talking to himself, when the time comes, you and Shadow will be responsible for handling him. Leave everyone else to me. So, how about it? Are you confident? I've already told you everything I know about him. Whatever you do, just don't slip up. Link teased him with a laugh. Sasuke Uchiha lowered his head, suppressing his emotions. Feeling his friend's steady gaze, he looked up, and a smile naturally appeared on his face. I possess the strongest Sharingan. See? Smile more. Isn't that pretty cool? Link seemed completely unconcerned about leaving the village. If you want to revive the Uchiha clan in the future, you can't do it alone, you'll need several kids. I've noticed Karen often goes to see you at the base to chat. Any thoughts there? A faint blush rose on Sasuke Uchiha's face as he avoided Link's amused expression, looking a bit embarrassed. That kind of thing, don't worry. Since you're my strength, Link said, putting a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, I'll take on your hatred, too. Your Mangekyo is extremely important. I'd never give up on you. He wanted to ascend the throne, to become the strongest. Indeed, he couldn't discard the Mangekyo Sharingan. The more he invested, the more closely he could bind this excellent tank, Sasuke, to his side. If he replaced Sasuke's eyes with Itachi's, he would immediately gain the eternal Mangekyo. In just a few days, he could swap them out and become 4th Ninja War Sasuke, utterly invincible. There was no way he'd give that up. Sasuke Uchiha's Adam's apple bobbed. He had a lot to say but said nothing, only murmuring, I understand. Just then, the ramen arrived. They kept chatting as they ate. After a short while, a figure dropped down on Sasuke's other side, and a lazy-sounding voice called out, one bowl of the signature miso ramen. What are you talking about? Kakashi Hatake asked, turning his face toward them. We're celebrating Sasuke's upcoming promotion to Jonin, of course. Link said with a smile. You, his sensei, are about to be overtaken. Oh my, so I really am a sensei, am I? Kakashi Hatake mused, rubbing the lower half of his face beneath the mask. Some people are about to become Jonin, and they've already learned my unique ninjutsu, but still haven't called me sensei even once. Link laughed. So, does this so-called sensei have any gift prepared for his student who's about to be promoted? You didn't get any presents from Enshui when you were promoted to Special Jonin? Kakashi Hatake looked shocked. That guy, seriously? Sasuke Uchiha quietly smiled. Kakashi Hatake pressed 2 letters onto the table. Naruto sent these to you. That kid. Link tore open the one addressed to him, and the opening was full of warm concern. He sure does talk a lot. They said in unison, referring to Naruto's letter. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. You vanished these past few days, and Sakura was really worried about you. Sasuke Uchiha folded the long-winded letter and carefully put it in his pocket. What made him different from how he was in the manga is that, after learning the entire truth, and being healed by his parents and Link, he never went to the extreme of wanting to destroy Hidden Leaf Village entirely. He only had a single goal, kill Shimura Denzo. That inevitably meant leaving the village. But he would not hesitate. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura were important comrades, but not enough to make him stop his path forward. He treasured them, but he had to walk toward his own future. As long as Link was by his side, he would feel no fear or hesitation for whatever was to come. Kakashi Hatake let out a breath. He keenly sensed that something was off with Sasuke, but had no idea how to advise or comfort him, because Kakashi himself was a man buried in grief. His father had killed himself, his 2 companions died one after the other, his sensei also died. Once upon a time, he had lost everything he could. If it hadn't been for Guy, he wouldn't have lived to that day. Link, will you become Sasuke's guy? Nighttime, at Link's home. Just a few more months, huh? Link lay on his bed, gazing at the moon outside his window, his expression unreadable. He hadn't planned on leaving the village before, but now that things had progressed to this point, he'd decided he would have to leave, At least temporarily. I chose this path, so I won't regret it, whether it's Iris or Ami, they've all been meat shields I've abandoned, in Shuai-sensei and Shikaku-sensei, that bothersome Mitarashi-Yanko, the overly familiar Asuma, the straightforward Kurenai with her unmatchable drinking tolerance. He reached out as if to grab the moonlight, but of course, his gesture was in vain. The scattered emotions soon faded, leaving nothing but resolve. Leaving the village wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He had already learned most of the village's ninjutsu. Even if he hadn't finished training them all, the knowledge was in his head. He would spend a couple more days memorizing the rest, and then, even if he left, it wouldn't matter. After becoming a missing nin, he could go to other villages to steal ninjutsu without worrying about the village's involvement, or rather, without them blaming him. With no baggage, he could do whatever he wanted, even capture a few more Jinchuriki for fun. But when I cut off the six-tails chakra, it seemed like it was in a lot of pain. Link didn't care what the tailed beasts felt, but he didn't enjoy torturing others. Since tailed beasts have intelligence on par with humans, tormenting them is no different than tormenting people. Damn it, only because my progress with summoning jutsu isn't going well did I set my sights on the tailed beasts. He opened up the summoning jutsu, continuing his usual chatter with the netizens in the Pure Land. It's all the second Hokage's fault. He was so strict with the Uchiha. Last time, when he wanted to draw some Uchihas over, only a few normal clan members, none of whom had awakened the Sharingan, showed up. This time, while he had the chance, he vented his annoyance with the Uchiha policy in Hidden Leaf Village. Oh? Chapter 221, Tobirama, it seems you have a great deal of prejudice against me, you kid from Hidden Leaf Village. A steady voice pulled Link into a private chat. Second Hokage, Lord Tobirama. I never thought I'd actually get to meet you. He quickly recognized the other party's identity. Then, he swiftly undid the summoning technique and fell into thought. Why would the second Hokage suddenly contact him? Was this part of some storyline, or was there some other factor at play? While he was pondering, his shadow came over to help him change into proper attire for receiving visitors, tidied up the room, and gathered anything that shouldn't be seen so he could seal it all into a scroll, making sure he wore the Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector properly. Come out, Senju Tobirama. Link clapped his hands together, and a translucent second Hokage appeared in the living room. The two of them sized each other up. Senju Tobirama folded his arms across his chest and frowned. During the last time someone used Edo Tensei to summon me, I think I saw your face. If he recalls correctly, was this kid some bulky guy? Wielding odd ninja tools? Was it something like the Akimeki clan's technique? And that shadow on the floor seems to be a special kind of jutsu too? The Yamanaka-nara Akimeki combo. Right now, my body appears to be in some sort of soul-like state. No, more like a body formed of chakra, yet a living person can see me. So this must be, 100 thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. Hidden Leaf Village Special Joan and Link. Link introduced himself. He was about to keep talking, to exchange some pleasantries. I've got it. Tobirama nodded, then jumped straight out the window on his own and disappeared into the night. This guy's sense of free will is really strong. Link quietly sighed. Great, looks like there's going to be trouble again. Last time, when Nawaki was brought back, it almost pushed Hidden Leaf Village to the brink of war. Now, the fact that the already deceased second Hokage has appeared. He sat quietly in his room for about half an hour, and then, right on time, members of the Anbu arrived. It's the same Anbu who's been following me all this time. He recognizes their chakra. He followed Anbu all the way to the Hokage's office. Nighttime at the Hokage building was bright with lights. Outside the office, Link even saw Shimura Denzo. That old fellow stood there, arms crossed, leaning against a wall, and his displeasure showed plainly on his face. It was actually the first time Link had seen him look so miserable. His stance, arms crossed, looked so familiar. Right, it was almost the exact same pose Tobirama had just used. He's imitating that pretty well. As soon as Link entered the office, he saw Tobirama sitting at the Hokage's desk, which was covered with all sorts of scrolls. 3 old men were lined up before him, heads hanging like whale. Your summoning technique's time limit is about to run out. Can you bring me back again? Hearing Tobirama's question, Link looked over. No problem. Link assured him. He is even able to sense when my summoning jutsu is ending? Link wondered. About half a minute later, Tobirama vanished, and then immediately reappeared after Link resummoned him with an even larger expenditure of chakra, enough to presumably last 2 or 3 hours. As soon as he was summoned again, Tobirama rather politely asked Link to step out and then shut the door. The soundproofing in the Hokage's office was quite good, from outside you couldn't hear a thing. Imitating Denzo's posture, Link leaned against the other side of the door, peering over. Shimura Denzo's face looked unsettled and grim. No telling what he was thinking. Another 3 hours passed, and the sky began to lighten. During that time, the Anbu ran back and forth delivering who knows what sorts of orders. Nara Shikaku, Kakashi Hatake, and Sasuke were also called in. So now there were 4 people supervising Denzo. Before long, Link was invited into the room again. If any of you have something to say, speak up now. No one? Tobirama's expression still looked fine, but his tone was quite stern. If not, let Denzo in. Then, turning to Link, he nodded, indicating that the youngster should wait off to the side. Shimura Denzo restrained his obvious resentment, kept his head bowed, and walked in. Even his breathing seemed quieter than usual. The third Hokage lifted his head and shot Link a reassuring glance, only for Tobirama to give him a look in return. It really felt like a homeroom teacher calling a few troublemakers in for a private chat. Initially, Link had assumed Denzo would be getting a tongue lashing, given how the 2 advisors and the third Hokage had presumably endured plenty of scolding already. After all, this isn't the 4th Great Ninja War era. Now that the second Hokage has learned about the changes in the village over all these years, there's no way he'd speak gently. Contrary to Link's expectations, Tobirama studied Denzo for a while, sighed, and said nothing more. Shimura Denzo seemed strangely provoked by that. He stiffened his neck, raising his head to meet Tobirama's gaze. Denzo, I know you're always squabbling with Sarutobi, but... From the data and from everyone's accounts, Tobirama had a rough understanding of everything Denzo had done all these years, and he also knew what his student was thinking. What he hated most was bringing personal feelings into matters concerning the village or the larger community. Apparently, even now, this student was still competing with Sarutobi. From that day he'd stayed behind so the others could escape, all the way until now, trying to become Hokage by any means. Denzo had always put his personal emotions above more important things. Tobirama shook his head and spoke calmly, Denzo, you will never become Hokage. He was more or less okay with Sarutobi, Hamura, and Koharu. For the many issues that hadn't been handled perfectly, Tobirama felt his own abrupt death had contributed to those problems, so he was grudgingly willing to accept the current Hidden Leaf village. He could only say he was disappointed it hadn't turned out better. As for Denzo, he felt only disappointment and helplessness. But what was there to say? The Shimura clan, Denzo's father and grandfather, had died in battle for Hidden Leaf village long ago, leaving behind only unknown names on the memorial stone. For Tobirama, they were still like comrades in arms right there in front of him. Are you still able to maintain enough chakra? If so, I'd like you to summon me one more time. Tobirama asked calmly. He was someone who would never let personal feelings sway his decisions. Even though he fought brutal wars against the Uchiha, and even though he loathed that curse that seemed to afflict them, he wouldn't unjustly punish them just because someone among them wanted to rebel. No problem. Link replied at once. After all, summoning didn't really consume that much. Besides, he had taken a soldier pill along the way, so maintaining it for 24 hours straight wouldn't be an issue. Before long, Tobirama vanished again and then reappeared. Sure enough, he could pinpoint the exact timing of the summoning's duration. How was he even figuring that out? Link increased the amount of chakra used. Even he, who was used to large-scale chakra consumption, was starting to break a sweat on his forehead. Thank you. Tobirama's tone was far more gentle than when he first showed up. Shimura Denzo, off to one side, looked as if all the bones had been removed from his body, no expression on his face, eyes dull. No matter how strong he was, no matter what grand dreams he had of changing the world, could he ever get his teacher's acknowledgement? Could he ever surpass Monkey, Sarutobi? If it was impossible to surpass Monkey, then it's as if he had already died. Rebuke his teacher? Go ballistic? He might be ambitious, but he wasn't a fool, nor was he insane. The more he did that, the further he'd drift from the future he wanted. But, what was the difference now? Denzo, the third Hokage, no, Hiruzen Sarutobi, just as in his younger days, tried to rest a hand on his old friend's shoulder, hoping to offer a few words of comfort, only for Denzo to smack it away with a loud crack. Shut up. Shimura Denzo was trembling all over. I don't need your pity. You must be feeling sorry for me, a loser, right? Ha, you're the Hidden Leaf village basking in sunlight while I'm just the root hidden in darkness. Seeing me fail, knowing I'll never catch up to you, this must make you so pleased, huh? Smack. At a look from Tobirama, Mitakato Hamura brought Denzo's roar to a halt with a single slap. Go sit off to the side and calm down. Tobirama's voice was as measured as ever. Denzo slumped away with a gloomy air, sat down, and stayed silent. So that's what you think of me, Denzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked over with a touch of melancholy. Then what am I? to you? He felt sad. But after shedding tears so many times over the years, there was little left, only a chill in his bones. What a spectacle. Link thought, controlling his expression and demeanor so as not to reveal any hint of his own feelings. Denzo and Hiruzen had competed their entire lives, with Denzo losing at every turn. He'd never caught up to his friend. Unlike in the manga, he hadn't gotten a chance to exit the stage with a final display of resolve to protect the world and Hidden Leaf Village. He just lived on in a misery of total failure. If the second Hokage weren't here, the old man might already have gone mad. It's a bit startling to see how twisted Hidden Leaf Village's camaraderie can get. Minakato Hamura's expression remained grim. Among the second Hokage's former guards, he alone inherited part of Tobirama's personality, calmly judging how best to protect the Hokage's authority first and foremost. In his eyes, hearing Denzo spout that just now meant the man was no longer fit to remain in the Hokage's office. Moreover, if someone else were qualified to take Denzo's place leading the route, Hamura might well talk to them about dealing with Denzo once and for all. Anyone who harbored such deep resentment toward the Hokage, who knew countless classified secrets, who wielded significant power, and who might have hidden subordinates scattered across the ninja world, frankly, that person should have died long ago. It would rid a village of a threat and present a brighter face to the outside world. The root organization could simply be handed to someone new. If he had died at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha, maybe, thanks to Link's friendship with that kid, they could shape Sasuke into the new root. Meanwhile, Yutane Koharu's expression betrayed her compassion. She was a sentimental person. Back when the Uchiha tried to rebel, she harbored a strong bias against them, but her love for old friends was beyond doubt. Seeing Denzo in this state made her heart ache. Tobirama took in all their expressions, observing each person's unspoken thoughts, and silently sighed, then flipped open another scroll. Who would have thought, he would still have to worry about all this, even in death. Chapter 222, Second Hokage's Speed. Is this the legendary speed of the second Hokage? It's not just the Flying Thunder God technique, he is also unbelievably fast at handling official business. I wonder if he's just as quick in other areas. Link stood in the corner of the Hokage's office, watching Senju Tobirama swiftly deal with every single piece of village paperwork. Matters like the conflict with Hidden Rain Village, the alliance with Hidden Sand Village, the recent friction with Hidden Stones Village, certain disputed missions, and the various demands coming from both Jonin and different ninja clans were all piling up. The Anbu were busy running around delivering endless reports to the Hokage's office. Tobirama took care of them, and then the third Hokage and the two advisors handled relaying the information further. Link couldn't even manage a few words with his master before the man was dispatched to negotiate with the daimyo and other nobles on Tobirama's behalf. By dawn, the heads of the ninja clans had all been summoned for discussions, and Link himself was politely asked to leave. In truth, for many years Hidden Leaf Village has been undergoing a process of power gradually devolving from the top. The village started out dominated by the ninja clans. Naturally, high-level positions belong to them. No one could deny the passing of power from the first Hokage to the second, given those two brothers' overwhelming strength. But after the founding of the Ninja Academy, the Sannin appeared. Among them, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were not from established clans, they were ordinary civilians who became ninjas. Even Tsunade, although called Princess, is never mentioned with a surname. Following that, more and more civilian-born Jonin rose within Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, among the old clans besides Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga, the Sarutobi clan never seemed to occupy particularly prominent positions, oddly so, considering that the third Hokage's own son and daughter-in-law were both elite Anbu yet remained little-known figures. Gradually, the Senju clan faded from the spotlight, the Uchiha retreated into running their own police force and detention facilities. It wasn't until Jiraiya trained Minato no Mikaze, who became the fourth Hokage, that it became evident, all of Minato's personal bodyguards, like Shiranui Gemma, Namayashi Raido, and Tatami Hidden Stones Villachi, were from civilian backgrounds. This proved how much the ninja clan's power in Hidden Leaf Village had been drastically diminished, and that weakening truly began under the second Hokage. However, after the fourth Hokage's unexpected death, the clans took back a lot of authority. The Hyuga clan, for instance, refused to attend Hidden Leaf Village's ceremony celebrating its alliance with Hidden Cloud's village. Instead, they all ran off to celebrate Hinata Hyuga's third birthday. Keep in mind that in the Third Great Ninja War, even the Hyuga main family had honestly gone to the front lines and ended up losing a Byakugan. According to the manga's progression, the power of the ninja clans didn't continue to wane, it actually strengthened. Tsunade and Kakashi make sense, but then you have Naruto, the Hyuga's son-in-law, and afterward Shikamaru, and so on. As for whether Kishimoto planned all this from the beginning, it's still easy to see why. Although Japanese politics may sometimes look messy, the The Japanese certainly understand the dynamics of aristocrats versus commoners. The Kazakh system was abolished only after World War II, and many former nobles remain active even today. Thus, from a shinobi world perspective, it was absolutely correct for the Uchiha to be wiped out if they tried to stage a coup. Nevertheless, Denzo was still punished, which would have been impossible if the clans had no influence. The third Hokage was already old. After he resumed the position, he relied mainly on his past reputation, but with insufficient power, he had no way to keep the clans fully in check. Clans like Yamanaka and Ibarame also had people in Denzo's camp, moderates, hardliners, all mixing into it. In that sense, it's much like modern Japan with its many factions and still active aristocratic lines. Link had long been aware of these realities. He understood that if he wanted to climb higher, he would either need the support of the ninja clans or he'd have to connect with Jiraiya or Tsunade. He was still young, though, and since the third Hokage had been momentarily rejuvenated during the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan, thus firmly holding the reins, Link decided to bide his time. Senju Tobirama, on the other hand, was unwilling to wait. First, he sent off Nara, who'd been serving as the Jonin commander, then gathered the heads of the major clans for a meeting. There was no need to guess his intentions. Having received a large amount of recovery time from Link, Tobirama spent the entire morning discussing who knows what with the ninja clans. Only after that did Kakashi, Sasuke, and Link get summoned. From today on, you two are Jonin, Tobirama announced, not one to mince words, and immediately laid out Link's and Sasuke's new roles. And you? He turned to Kakashi. Starting tomorrow, you'll be reporting here to the Hokage's office, learning and handling the Hokage's administrative duties. Kakashi Hatake broke out in a cold sweat. I want to speak with that Uchiha brat alone. With that, Tobirama gestured for Link and Kakashi to step out. From his deep understanding of the Uchiha, he was 99% sure the kid had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. A clan massacre, an older brother who awakened the Mangekyo, who also turned out to be a spy and voluntarily died by his younger brother's hand. Put all that on any Uchiha and it's almost certain they'd awaken the Mangekyo. Careful handling was called for. Others might not know what the Mangekyo Sharingan truly entailed, but Tobirama certainly did. Link and Kakashi found themselves out in the corridor. Kakashi heaved yet another sigh. Looks like you're about to become Hokage. Link teased. If you want, you can volunteer to the second Hokage to trade places with me, said the famed Hidden Leaf Village's first technician. Taking out his newly published Kika Paradise series book, Kika Violence, as if longing to be consoled by its heated content. He, of course, had no idea how certain steamy scenes in the novel had even come to be. How much do you know about Sasuke and Itachi? Link changed the subject. Kakashi closed his book and sighed again. I only just learned yesterday that Itachi was actually. Frankly, he was at a loss. Before, he didn't know how to guide Sasuke on letting go of hatred. Now he's discovered that Sasuke's situation is deeply entwined with the village's secret past, including the truth of the Uchiha massacre. Had the third Hokage not wanted him to be someone who could stabilize Sasuke, thereby forcing him to learn these complicated details, he would have preferred to remain ignorant. Before, he'd assumed he had the proper stance to advise Sasuke to move on. But it turns out the real enemy was within the village itself. How frustrating. Don't sigh so often, Link said. If you keep sighing, you'll blow away all your good luck. Kakashi's expression grew more serious, and he stayed quiet. I know a bit about what happened to you back then, Link continued. As you know, there are always a few people in the Pure Land who know things. That's a bunch of nosy people, Kakashi remarked cryptically. He couldn't let go of the past, but he also wouldn't let others interfere in it. Link merely shrugged. I specifically looked for them in the Pure Land. I couldn't find them. Sorry, he added softly. Maybe they still had unresolved attachments and didn't make it there yet. Kakashi's grip on Kika Violence tightened. After a moment, his eyes, dry from sleeplessness, shifted slightly. There's no need to apologize to me. Those sorts of things. He still carried regrets, but had already accepted reality. The prospect of meeting them again after death would be enough. He wasn't quite sure how to respond to the concern Link was showing him. After saying what he had, he simply fell silent. Chapter 223, Learning Forbidden Jutsu with Second Hokage. You want to kill Denzo, don't you? After closing the door and ensuring they were alone, Senju Tobirama immediately spoke those words. Sasuke Uchiha remained silent for a while. He met the gaze of the legendary Second Hokage without the slightest fear, and said coldly, that's right. What mattered to him were the comrades who treated him well. Although he was somewhat attached to Hidden Leaf Village, that attachment was only to the village itself, not to the Second Hokage who had suddenly reappeared out of nowhere. Among the village's higher-ups, the only one he had any fondness for was the third Hokage. Have you considered what it would mean to kill Denzo? Obirama was not angry. The last person in front of him who threatened to kill a fellow villager had been an Uchiha trying to start a coup. Well, you could say he was used to it by now. Meaning? Sasuke did not answer. Obirama understood. If Sasuke had been the only one involved, the kid would have already come out and said so. So there must be others willing to go with him. Is it Haruno Sakura, or Link? Hearing that, Sasuke opened his Sharingan and fixed his gaze on the semi-transparent Obirama. Between two clever people, not many words were needed. Before a ghost who had lived decades longer, it was all but impossible for a 14-year-old to conceal his intentions. Have you thought about what they would have to give up if they choose to leave with you? Obirama's tone softened a little. Giving up their other bonds, abandoning the bright future they have in the village, choosing to become rogue shinobi, that's enough. Sasuke cut him off, yet couldn't think of a way to refute him. So it really is the Mengekyo Sharingan, Tobirama, outwardly calm, said, so, is that what you want? Once you leave the village, what sort of person do you intend to become? Sasuke looked away, confused. People hoped he would grow stronger and become a hero of the village. Chakra-based communication doesn't lie. His father wanted him to live well and revive the Uchiha clan. His father, though already deceased, had never lied to him. Aside from hatred, what did he want to become? The only reason he was having these thoughts was that the hatred sustaining him was gradually weakening. His parents were often by his side. Not long ago, other Uchiha had also been summoned back to the living world. Their emotions and thoughts at the time of death forced him to contemplate many things. Within Obirama's questions, Sasuke got a glimpse of what most shinobi feel. As long as one performs the duties of a ninja during a mission, then beyond the ninja, who am I, really? A ninja, huh? Sasuke recalled something Link had once said and began to think. If you've made up your mind, come talk to me before you act. Obirama seemed a bit curious about what Sasuke was pondering. Go out and tell Link to come in. The second Hokage wants you inside. Sasuke looked as if he had some serious thinking to do. Link simply nodded and, without overthinking it, walked past Sasuke into the office. Nearby, Kakashi Hatake had been waiting for a while. He stepped forward. Sasuke, sorry, Kakashi. Sasuke headed off directly. He had too much weighing on his mind and needed some time alone. Kakashi watched him leave. In the end, he couldn't manage any comforting words. After a long silence, he vanished in a flicker of movement. He needed to talk with two other companions. Inside the Hokage's office, you really have caused me a lot of trouble. Obirama sat at the desk with his arms folded. He'd been hounded by the other party for quite a while, probably starting around the time that so-called Dream Fulfillment Company was first proposed. He hadn't responded before because he doubted Link's identity and believed the dead should not interfere in the world of the living. Such a transgression of life and death was dangerous. He himself was an expert in the Edo Tensei technique, of course wary that returning to the living might come at a cost and potentially turn him into a weapon against the village. The last time he'd been summoned was proof enough. However, with the constant disruptions and added time to think, he confirmed Link truly was a hidden Leaf village shinobi. And since the village's enemies also possessed Edo Tensei, even if he refused, he would eventually be summoned again. He might as well look for a solution in a different way. The good news was that by responding to Link, he had returned to the living without any apparent danger or cost. That kid, though, used the technique to summon dead souls quite freely. It was common to see Sasuke strolling around with Fugaku and Mikoto, or to see Nawaki, who looked very much like Naruto, wandering the village followed by Tsunade. Thus, Obirama had a chance to deal with problems he never solved while he was alive. The bad news was that after a day of calmly reviewing and handling paperwork, Obirama realized he might well end up misusing this summoning technique himself, and he decided to develop it even further. Then there was also the matter of that Uchiha kid. So, second Hokage, how do you feel about returning to the living world? Link asked casually, noting that no one else was in the room. He assumed the same easygoing manner he usually had around the dead. There was no point pretending to be overly respectful when the summoning jutsu prevented outright lies anyway. If it's a fight, I can help. Obirama said, slipping into negotiation. As long as we're facing an enemy of the village. No problem. At the moment, Link wasn't planning to leave Hidden Leaf Village. And even if he did, it was highly unlikely he'd fight against Hidden Leaf Village. After readily agreeing, he added, I want to learn the forbidden jutsu you created, second Hokage-sama. Humphrey. Obirama snorted. Despite having been Hokage for so many years, it was his first time encountering a kid with so little sense of reverence, someone who showed no caution toward the shinobi system or forbidden techniques. All right. But you'll also have to cooperate with my experiments on the technique for summoning the dead. Obirama had no intention of refusing. Link promptly took out a small notebook filled with questions he had when studying the Flying Thunder God and Edo Tensei techniques. After all, if even the Genma squad, who guarded the fourth Hokage, could be taught the Flying Thunder God formation, then with the second Hokage's genius, he could surely figure out a way for Link to cast Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei and Flying Thunder God. Just the names alone made him feel they were unmissable techniques. Obirama glanced at Link's notebook, then casually tossed it into the trash. There's no need to overcomplicate this. Your technique is essentially a deeper application of Chakra's mind-linking properties. Yin release Chakra is, he spoke at length about his ideas. I can understand each individual word, but once he puts it all together, Link's mind began to go blank. Though he tried his hardest to memorize everything, it was all in vain. Seeing Link's half-baffled expression, Obirama held back a sigh. So which forbidden technique do you want to learn first? Can't I learn them both? Link deliberately asked a question to which the answer was obvious. Obirama, never known for the best temper, and not needing to hold back in front of this brat, responded bluntly, you must satisfy me first. Only then can you learn any other jutsu. He wanted to gain the upper hand. A technique that so easily, seemingly without any cost, shattered the boundary between life and death. There were two of them in front of him. How could Obirama not be curious? Of course he wanted to examine them thoroughly. If this kid showed even a little talent, Obirama might consider letting him in on the research. As it stood, though, he suspected that without his help, the boy might spend a lifetime struggling with these advanced forbidden arts. Given how unusual Link's mutated technique was, like a strange KK Genkai that didn't follow normal genetics, it might imply some significant mental quirk. That kind of ability practically demanded constant testing of new jutsu to see what was possible. But with his current aptitude, Obirama couldn't expect too much. At least he himself was here to fill the gaps. Just one, huh? If this were the original versions, Flying Thunder God would undoubtedly be the most important. A space-time jutsu was never a bad investment. But going purely by the names, Edo Tensei. I want to learn Edo Tensei. Link promptly replied. Very well. Obirama acknowledged, phasing through the desk and approaching him. Open your mind and don't resist my attempt at communication. Control your thoughts. If there's something you don't want me to know, don't dwell on it. Understood. Once Link was ready, Obirama's hand passed into his body. A very strange sensation arose, like he had suddenly gained another brain. What's going on? Now I understand. This inability to lie in a summoning jutsu is due to mental linkage, a property of chakra that lets minds connect. That's what the second Hokage was talking about earlier. With deep enough communication, knowledge can also be transferred. Even a technique too abstract to explain in words can be conveyed this way, so a summoning jutsu has this effect, too. Then, stop overthinking. Control your mind and just focus on learning, Obirama's stern voice echoed in his head. Also, be aware that my existence is burning through chakra quickly, so the jutsu's duration keeps shrinking. Oh, Link forced his mind to go blank. Soon, it felt as though a secondary brain were clarifying everything. The method of using Edo Tensei poured in non-stop, each one's incomprehensible technique formula becoming clear through this mental transmission. Scenes of him actually performing Edo Tensei continued to surface in his thoughts. He was convinced that, in this state, he could execute the technique perfectly. Pay attention. I'm the one using it right now, not you, Obirama's slightly exasperated voice sounded in his mind. You, never mind. We'll talk next time. As soon as he finished speaking, that external brain disconnected. Link felt a fleeting sense of loss. Having his intelligence spike so drastically was hard to give up. He glanced at the previously puzzling jutsu inscriptions. Wait, what were those last few segments again? He struggled to recall, and only after a while did he roughly piece them back together. The sheer volume of unfamiliar knowledge and memories was overwhelming to process, but at least in most situations, Link didn't rely on purely his own skill, he let the jutsu do the heavy lifting. I've got it. Link felt fully confident now. Chapter 224, Experimenting. The next day, in the morning, at the 7th training ground. Splash. This shouldn't be happening. What on earth is going on here? Where did my jutsu go? Link stood there, a bit bewildered, watching as the jutsu formula in front of him, bearing the two large characters for impure earth, Kama quickly contracted inward and then converged into a ball of black ink. After a slight tremor, the painstakingly drawn array instantly reverted to plain ink and splattered all over the ground. Having learned the impure world reincarnation technique just the day before, he had rushed to study how to release his own mutated version of this ninja art. Impure world, lit. Impure earth, basically corresponds to the present world, as opposed to the Pure Land. The original version of the jutsu isn't that complicated to use. 1. Draw the formula, usually inside a coffin, but sometimes on a scroll. 2. Obtain the target's DNA. 3. Activate the formula. 4. Have a human sacrifice remain within it. 5. Complete the jutsu through hand seals. The reason coffins are used is simply because it's convenient to store an unconscious human sacrifice inside. By adding a basic summoning jutsu to the formula, when you activate it at the time of use, you summon the coffin, which naturally contains the target you're reviving through impure world reincarnation. Even without a coffin, you can still perform the jutsu. If the formula is written on a scroll, once you obtain the target's DNA, you just unfold the scroll so the array is on the ground, ensure a human sacrifice is present, form the seals to activate, and that's all it takes. Without DNA and a human sacrifice, the jutsu won't succeed at all, the hand seals have no effect, and no chakra will be consumed. Under normal circumstances, that's how it works. Yet, Link had succeeded. To be precise, he was consuming chakra, and the jutsu formula was even showing signs of activation. But where was the impure earth? Where was the reincarnation? Huh? So where did my chakra go? Link was speechless. This was even more bizarre than the swamp of the underworld. Clearly, the formula had activated, the chakra had been consumed, but in the end, nothing happened. How was that possible? He had only intended to practice, not really expecting to succeed. After all, a jutsu like this requires a human sacrifice, which he couldn't possibly test out in the village. But it was just too weird. How could it activate without a human sacrifice or the target's DNA? I'll go find Obirama and see what's going on. Without hesitation, Link dashed to the Hokage's office. Ever since he summoned second Hokage Senju Obirama, his plan to leave the village to look for Orochimaru had been derailed. All the higher-ups in the village wanted him to keep summoning Obirama to help out as Hokage. There was no way they'd let him just run off. Last night, he slipped out briefly to tell Utakata, who was waiting nearby, to return to the base in the Land of Waves, then spent the entire night excitedly revisiting all the details of impure world reincarnation. He planned to do a little practice today, then leave the village to look for 2 scumbags to do a real test on. Now things were at this impasse. He had no idea how long it would take if he kept fumbling on his own, so he might as well consult his external brain. Maybe he'd learn something useful in advance and save time. He didn't mind revealing a bit of information if it meant speeding things up. It didn't take long for Senju Obirama, who had pulled an all-nighter dealing with official business and talking with various ninja clans, to arrive. Standing to one side with his arms folded, he inwardly wondered if this brat was just messing with him, but still spoke calmly. Try it again. Even if Link had Obirama's mental guidance, mastering that many new techniques in just one day was already pushing the limits of believability. However, Obirama was curious to see how this highly specialized jutsu might mutate in Link's hands. Link glanced over at Hina, who hustled over to produce a brush and scroll via summoning jutsu. He then began drawing with intense concentration. Looks like a total beginner's level. Obirama frowned at the messy lines. Can that even work? Probably the ink infused with chakra creates some effect, which must be why he was summoned. Still, Obirama kept watching. Link remained calm, and thanks to his mystical palm jutsu, his hands were steady. He was well aware that his calligraphy wasn't great. After all, he'd first started learning seals when he tackled a 5 elements seal, and with the third Hokage's patient guidance, it had taken him 2 months just to master that. That was less than 2 years ago, and he hadn't touched sealing arts much since. His knowledge had plummeted. Even with Tsunoda and Shizune helping him learn the Lion's Roar seal and Creation Rebirth, his progress had been painfully slow. Without using what he jokingly referred to as his external brain, it could have taken him at least a decade to truly research all the intricate parts of impure world reincarnation, by which time the day would be long gone. Mystical palm jutsu can only follow orders he's capable of giving. It can produce the best result he can manage, but at the end of the day, if his knowledge is limited, the seals will look limited. If it works, no matter how ugly it is. He actually finished the drawing. Obirama raised his brows, surprised. Unfolding his arms, he thought, maybe this brat is smarter than I expected. When Link placed his hand atop the completed scroll, chakra flowed into it. The black tadpole-like markings spread across the floor. Strange. Why is it activating even without the target's DNA? At this point, Obirama was stumped. The drawn seal should require DNA to activate. Pure chakra alone shouldn't do anything at all. Soon, the formula spread across the ground. Obirama was visibly startled. What in the world is this? The characters that flowed out of the scroll bore zero resemblance to what he'd just seen drawn. A veteran of forbidden techniques, Obirama couldn't recognize a single symbol, and some of them were even Hidden Leaf Village expletive. Many of the symbols kept shifting and morphing as the ink flowed. This is your impure world reincarnation? He couldn't help asking. Link looked up at him, eyes clear. You don't think the symbols in there are suspicious? Obirama couldn't tell if this kid was genuinely clueless or just faking. Link spread his hands innocently. He hadn't deciphered the majority of the symbols. It was normal for his mutated ninjutsu to look strange, and it was equally normal for him not to understand it all. He just knew how to write it, cast it, and use it. Why did it work? Well, that's a question for his external brain. Obirama kept his face stern, said nothing, and motioned for Link to continue. Hand seals, chakra release. Following his usual ninjutsu procedure, Link performed impure world reincarnation once more, expending most of his chakra in one go. He didn't know why it consumed so much. Again, the ink on the ground churned and morphed, combining into countless intricate symbols. Finally, they rose into the air and converged in the center. The scene was somewhat reminiscent of the evil sealing method crawling up someone's body. It's missing a host body, Obirama concluded once he'd worked past his initial shock and confusion. Have you tried placing a host into the array? Didn't I come to you right away for exactly that? Link smiled. He didn't know if a rabbit would work, and impure world reincarnation likely needed an actual human to serve as the sacrifice. Hard to manage inside the village, so maybe the second Hokage had some ideas. You cunning little brat. Obirama said coolly. Fine. In a while, we'll head to the prison and pick up 2 death row inmates. He couldn't care less about human experimentation. This was basically a perfect alignment of the wicked old ghost of Hidden Leaf Village and the wicked little ghost of Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 225, My Edo Tensei is a bit off afternoon, the 7th training ground. By the way, Lord Second, how were you able to touch things in that earlier state? Link asked in some confusion. After all, the people who were summoned by that summoning jutsu before were in a transparent form and couldn't touch anything at all. Having returned to the present world via the Rashomon, Senju Obirama was moving around in a body that felt almost as it had when he was alive, with a faint smile on his face. The essence of your summoning jutsu is the use of chakra to form an illusory image akin to a clone. Though I don't fully understand the principle behind it, nor can I alter its structure, with my level of perception and chakra control, I can use a trace amount of chakra to touch some objects. The feeling of being back in the living world, sensing a vigorous body, put him in a particularly good mood, so he took the initiative to explain more than usual. He even used an example based on basic ninjutsu for the other person's easier understanding. I see. Link more or less understood that the other man was basically saying he was very skilled. But if it really were the same as a clone jutsu, then why couldn't Fugaku Uchiha or Momoki Zabuza do the same? What about Baki? Let's not even get into that. In short, he was worried Edo Tensei might resurrect some kind of trouble, so he suggested using Rashomon first. Yet just from the moment the resurrected second Hokage lightly refined his chakra, the aura he released was terrifying. This wasn't like the weakened deceased of the Fourth Great Ninja War, this was a normal, fully powered form. Whether in terms of chakra level, taijutsu ninjutsu ganjutsu ability, or basic physical attributes, everything about him was astonishingly strong. One truly couldn't fathom how the Gold and Silver brothers managed to take down such a monster. Let's begin. Seeing Link's expression, Senju Obirama knew he didn't fully grasp everything, but he found that acceptable. After all, Link was still young. Obirama lifted his chin, signaling for Link to begin the Edo Tensei at once. He was genuinely curious just how far this new Edo Tensei could go. Not far away, 2 unconscious death row convicts lay sprawled awkwardly on the ground. They had just been brought here on short notice. One was a wandering ronin who had infiltrated the village with sabotage in mind, and the other was a serial killer responsible for multiple crimes. Link opened the scroll he had prepared in advance. He decided to experiment on the ordinary human first, and then move on to the ronin who could use chakra. He channeled chakra into the scroll, causing the ink to flow on the ground and form a massive technique formula centered around the murderer. Sensing the target, the characters for Impure Earth, on the technique shuddered briefly, then transformed into reincarnation. It changed. ×2 both of them noticed. Link did not stop. The technique was already underway, and cutting off the chakra now would only waste it. He formed seals and released his chakra. Gugagu, the tadpole-like incantation squirmed and gradually enveloped the murderer, then burst into a brilliant glow. It feels like a space-time ninjutsu? Senju Obirama's eyes went wide. Incredibly, he had just sensed an extremely faint trace of chakra and soul being extracted from this ordinary person. Having experienced death once himself, and with his heightened perception, there was no way he could have mistaken it. if the incantation is mixed with space-time. This technique? Meanwhile, Link was having his own bizarre perception. He could clearly feel the murderer's soul being pulled out by the technique. Under the incantation's binding, it should then move on to something to continue. However, the necessary material for completing that next step was missing, which caused the formula to further activate. Right after that, the soul vanished into thin air before his eyes, giving off a sensation exactly like a summoning jutsu. When it was over, the technique's feedback told him where the soul had gone. A place called Scintilla Hive City. Strange. There was no such place in the Naruto world, was there? And a hive city? Wait a second. Scintilla. A hive city? Link's forehead broke into cold sweat. As a hardcore fan of anime and manga, he absolutely knew what a hive city was, part of the Warhammer 40k universe. So that guy really did get reincarnated into a different dimension. May you die swiftly, he sincerely wished for the unlucky fellow who had just vanished. In the grim darkness of Warhammer's setting, a quick death was already a high blessing. My Edo Tensei sure is weird, letting people randomly reincarnate into some 2D isekai of all places. He steadied himself and reflected carefully on the moment right when the technique finished. Edo Tensei is missing something that can contain the soul. Another body? Or maybe, Link swallowed a soldier pill and had his shadow fetch a rabbit. The murderer's former body now lay limply on the ground, lacking any vital signs. Next to him, Senju Tobirama didn't speak. His expression was solemn, as though absorbed in thought. Lord Second? Link prompted, I'm ready for the next test. Senju Tobirama returned to his senses and nodded. Although he could guess some small parts of the incantation just now, it all changed so quickly. This was a brand new system of technique scripts, and he had no idea where to even begin. Perhaps he should spend more time researching it? But Link's versions of summoning and Rashomon were also intriguing. As Hidden Leaf Village's former top developer of ninjutsu, for the first time in his life, he felt torn by the sheer volume of unknowns. And I have to go back soon and waste my time cleaning up the monkey's mess. Damn, he sighed in silence and refocused on watching the second release of Edo Tensei. By then, Link had reached the stage of stripping away the soul. Under Link's direction, the soul was guided by the technique's incantation and attempted to enter the rabbit's body, only to vanish inside it. The wandering Ronin ended up reincarnating in a place called the Yunzabit Highlands. A frozen tundra. Yunzabit Highlands. That name's so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere, he combed through his memories. The name sounded so familiar, practically on the tip of his tongue, likely from some manga, game, novel, or show. After a good while of trying to recall, Link simply let it go. From these two experiments, at least it was clear you couldn't just stuff a soul into a rabbit. If you couldn't hold the soul in place, the formula would automatically activate and drag it off to some other dimension that had an appropriate vessel for reincarnation. The idea was originally to use Edo Tensei to bring back the dead, like resurrecting Sasuke's parents so his family could be reunited. Now, though, it was impossible to just go sending Fugaku and Mikoto off to some random other dimension, was it? What exactly could bind a soul in place? Link sank into thought. Beside him, Senju Tobirama was similarly lost in contemplation, and neither of them said a word. Chapter 226, Complexity. Lacking a body to contain the soul? Tobirama Senju looked up and asked, their souls must have been sent somewhere else by the jutsu, right? His tone was absolutely certain. Link gave a silent nod. He roughly understood why there was talk about reincarnation and departure. In the Naruto world, at least on this planet, when people die, their souls head to the Pure Land. With the exception of half of the Nine Tails and Minato no Mikaze, both sealed within the Reaper's stomach, everyone else, even if they did not go straight to the Pure Land right away, would eventually be on their way there. So, had this jutsu strangely transferred their souls to another world? He couldn't figure out how it worked. In any case, he had never fully understood the principles behind his own ninjutsu, so he simply left it at that. At the moment, his Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, was odd. It only emphasized the reincarnation part. Why didn't the impure world part show any peculiar changes? Well, in a certain sense, Warhammer could also be considered an impure world. A flood of questions came to mind. After briefly wrestling with them, he gave up on delving into the jutsu's deeper mechanics and started thinking about how to make the best use of it. He had no other choice. There were too many things off about his ninjutsu. If he tried to investigate every single anomaly, who knew how many brain cells he would burn? Better to wait until he became invincible, then think about it. Come to think of it, binding souls. I do actually have a jutsu that can do that. Link recalled the swap of the underworld technique, which directly swallowed souls, turning them into a wraith-like form. He figured that if reincarnation was weird, That was even harder for people to accept. I wonder if the foul mud left behind after swallowing a soul can also bind souls? He mused. There was an even more macabre idea, using a pregnant woman, since a newborn child might be capable of bearing a soul for reincarnation. But he had no intention of breaching his moral limits. Even if that shady old den next to him suggested it, he would outright veto it. We may need to leave the village for further experiments, Link said. Having already thought of the swamp of the underworld, he intended to try again. He had a base in the Land of Waves, and he had no plans to keep it secret from the second Hokage. Without Tobirama's help, subsequent research would be a chore, and having an extra external brain felt quite handy. Anyway, if he was going to leave the village, he might as well be ready to establish a new base. Even if he didn't rebuild it, considering his strength plus Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, there was nowhere in this world they couldn't go. Essentially, they were invincible. Have I been talking about invincibility a bit too much lately? That thought flashed through his mind. Tobirama Senju nodded and said, "We can depart right now." He knew the kid was definitely hiding something from the village, which was not surprising. Such overwhelming power at a young age, and alongside an Uchiha who had the Mangekyo Sharingan, could well mean they intended to found a new village of their own somewhere. That was why he had taken the initiative to assume some of the village's duties for the time being. He worried that next time he was summoned, Hidden Leaf Village might already be gone. The village could accept Sasuke's defection, but not Link's departure as well. That was the crux of everything Tobirama had been dealing with for the past 2 days. Denzo, Tobirama sighed inwardly. He had no intention of intervening in the feud between Sasuke and Denzo, just as he had not involved himself in his elder brother's conflict with Madara back then. His goal was simply to keep Link safe. One Mangekyo user did not begin to compare to the worth of this young man before him. Link was a bit surprised. "I'll go find Sasuke, Lord Second. Let's meet at the village gate in a bit." With that, he dispelled Rashomon, used summoning jutsu to release Tobirama, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Because he had created so many shadows, Link now had eyes and ears lurking in the darkness all around the village, and together with the ninja cat's intelligence, it was easy for him to drop by home to pick up Hina and locate Sasuke by the Naka River within minutes. Today, Sasuke wasn't training. He just sat calmly by the river, staring at the quiet street, deep in thought. Taking it easy today? Link bought 2 canned drinks from a vending machine. He got sweet red bean soup for himself, while Sasuke's was a salty soda. Sasuke despised anything sweet. Could a sweet tooth and a salt lover really be friends? No, we're not friends. I'm just using him, Link told himself, feeling at ease as he handed Sasuke the soda. He sat down beside him, took a sip of his own, and said, "I'm heading back to the Land of Waves base soon. Want to come?" Sasuke turned his face slightly and held the soda for a while before he smiled. "No. I'd like some time on my own. I want to tidy up the house. I haven't been back for a while." "Don't worry about that stuff. Leave Denzo to me." Link set his can down nearby, propped himself up on the bench, and gazed up at the blue-white sky. "Didn't I say? You're going to become my strength, so I'll always take your side." "All right," Sasuke replied softly. "You're acting really odd today," Link commented with a laugh. "You didn't train, and you're smiling so happily. Did something happen with Sakura or Karen?" Usually, Sasuke would blush or brush it off. But this time, he simply sat there, looking at Link. When Link noticed him staring, it felt a bit unsettling. Sighing, Link said, "If there's something on your mind, just say so. We're at least friends, right?" "Friends?" Sasuke's eyes seemed to light up as he smiled faintly. "Of course we are friends. You little..." Link muttered, sensing a certain strangeness. Ever since Sasuke had killed Itachi, something had been off, but he didn't overthink it. "When you're ready, transplant Itachi's eyes. The eternal Mangekyo is unbelievably powerful." He had given Itachi's body to Sasuke, though Sasuke, likely still torn, hadn't asked for help yet. For a medical ninja, switching eyes wasn't difficult. With Shizune's skills and Link's fine phantom extraction jutsu, Sasuke could practically use them immediately. They had tested it before. His phantom extraction technique could even heal Mangekyo-induced blindness. It wasn't urgent. Still, having the eternal Mangekyo not only prevents blindness but also boosts physical stats, chakra reserves, and other fundamentals. "I know." Sasuke gave a response unrelated to the topic. Link got up, smiling. "In that case, I'll head out. Tomorrow, I'll bring Aunt and Uncle back," and then, he still felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Probably he was just preoccupied with Edo Tensei. Saying goodbye, he took Hina to the village gates, where the semi-transparent Tobirama Senju looked as though he had been waiting quite a while. Sasuke is busy and won't join us. Link offered by way of explanation. Obirama gave his usual nod with no change in expression. Yet when the kid wasn't looking, a touch of complexity flickered in his gaze. Uchiha. They really never change. Chapter 227, Mishap. Night falls, at the Shimura clan's residence. Tap, a faint sound of someone collapsing rang out. Shimura Denzo tore off the bandage on his arm, stood up from the tatami mat, and looked toward the courtyard. Several Anbu lay on the ground, breathing evenly in unconsciousness. A pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes was staring straight at him. In those eyes, there was no hysterical hatred. On the contrary, there was an extreme calm. Uchiha. Sasuke, huh? Shimura Denzo's expression turned grim. Did that chatterbox brat Link tell you everything? Or maybe Itachi did? Leave at once, and I'll pretend you were never here. Even for him, it would be highly troublesome to kill Sasuke, who was important to Link. Kai. Sasuke Uchiha didn't speak. Lightning flickered in the palm of his hand as he approached step by step. Denzo did not let his guard down. He knew that Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo, and this kid who killed Itachi had probably opened his own Mangekyo as well. Faced with an unknown Mangekyo ability, he undid the seal on his right arm, revealing a pale limb embedded with Sharingan in 3 Tomoe form. Forming seals with both hands, rabbit, boar, sheep. He was about to unleash Izanagi, a Genjutsu prepared in advance. Right then, he noticed the kid across from him had already revealed a strange pattern in his Mangekyo. Before he could figure out more, his vision went completely dark. Including the Sharingan on his arm and his own eyes, all were plunged into darkness in an instant, sealed shut. Stripped of its necessary materials. Izanagi was forcibly ended. A Genjutsu? Denzo instinctively tried to disrupt his own chakra flow to break free, but a sharp pain in his chest told him that he had been run clean through by a lightning-style Chidori. You are using the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's voice came from not far away. Then you ought to be skulking around in filth like a rat or a cockroach, hiding in the shadows of a sewer, not standing here, in front of the Uchiha. Skr. The chest wound Denzo had just taken caused his right arm to burst out a massive wooden growth, forcing back the enemy at close range. Even in this total darkness, Denzo did not panic, nor did he expose the fact that he had a Mangekyo Sharingan of his own. He used chakra to staunch his bleeding and formed seals again, then spat out several wind-style shockwaves from his mouth. A series of cracking sounds rose as the blasts tore the building apart. Boom. The building collapsed, kicking up clouds of wood splinters and dust. When the smoke cleared, Sasuke Uchiha was still standing not far away, and even had the spare energy to toss the unconscious Anbu out of the courtyard. Cough. Cough. Shimura Denzo half knelt on the ground, dripping blood. The bandages on his forehead were gone, and he looked like someone who had lost the ability to fight back. You intend to use Shizue's eye? Sasuke's voice echoed. How could this be? Him? Or someone else? Denzo, his own Mangekyo Sharingan now exposed, was frantically thinking. If just making eye contact can rob me of my Dujutsu and my vision, is that this kid's newly awakened Mangekyo ability? Such a power? He felt a strange anger. He had gone through so much trouble to gather so many Sharingan, to master such a powerful jutsu, yet the other side's abilities specifically counter the Sharingan. Without Sharingan, without Izanagi, he never would have been taken down so quickly, and certainly wouldn't have stood there and allowed a direct hit from Chidori. Even without vision, someone of his skill could have fought a prolonged battle, possibly turn the tables by summoning Baku. But... Cough. Denzo coughed up another mouthful of blood. Having released the seal on Hashirama's cells in his arm, now lacking Sharingan to control them, and having used wood style just now, consuming large amounts of chakra, they were already invading his body. Even if he won this battle, with such a chest wound, he was as good as dead. And the 4-symbol seal he wanted to activate as a last resort was also destroyed when Chidori tore through his chest, leaving it unusable. Raising his head, he tried to mount one last resistance with Kodo Umatsukami, but all he saw was the crisscrossing Mangekyo pattern in Sasuke's eyes, and then he sank back into darkness. I can't let Kodo Umatsukami fall into his hands. Blood rose in his throat, and he destroyed Shizue's Sharingan on the spot, leaving him sprawled weakly on the ground. In the final darkness before death, Denzo recalled the complicated look in his teacher's eyes and those words, "You can never become Hokage," and the news his teacher had revealed to him that Link is leaving the village. His expression softened somewhat. You saw it coming, didn't you, sensei? Sasuke will never let go of his hatred. If only I could have defeated him or captured him, everything might have turned out differently. But... did you destroy it? Sasuke's voice came from above him. Then scorching flames closed in on his head, and Shimura Denzo completely lost consciousness. In that darkness, he seemed to see many things, think many things, and in deep unwillingness, departed from this world. It's time for me to leave as well. Sasuke took one final glance at his hated enemy, now dead, the corpse destroyed, and decided he no longer cared whether any others in Hidden Leaf Village had been involved in the Uchiha massacre. At least, his revenge would end here. He would bear the rest on his own shoulders. Land of Waves, in the forest near Link's base, early next morning. Alright, this is the second round of testing. Link flexed his hands and held his breath, gazing at the foul-smelling mud pile he had prepared, and at the criminal scumbag he had gone to some trouble to capture. If this fails, I hope you don't run off swinging a warhammer. He felt the poor victim's crimes didn't really justify such an awful fate, there was no need to overdo it. Standing beside him, even in the half-transparent state granted by the summoning jutsu, Senju Tobirama was having trouble keeping it together. Nobody had told him a spirit could still smell things. That stench was overwhelming, and since a soul can't simply hold its breath, it felt as though the stench was drilling straight into his being. Perhaps this stuff really can restrain souls. But where on earth did he get it? His mind whirled with thoughts. When the kid next to him finally began, Tobirama forced himself to ignore the stench and watch intently. The initial steps were no different than before. The techniques array was spread on the ground, activated, infused with chakra. Link was familiar with the process by now, he was practically on autopilot just channeling his chakra. The runic script shifted and gathered together. But then, a small problem arose. Instead of forming around the unconscious criminal as the core, the technique moved toward the stinking mud pile. Both Link and Tobirama were stunned. Perched in a nearby tree, Utakata and Hina, who had retreated from the stench, felt no difference. They hadn't realized the jutsu had gone wrong. The runes are changing, unlike the last two times. What's going on? Tobirama moved closer, trying to get a better look. Those dense runes ran across the surface of the smelly mud. Strangely, under the jutsu's power, the mud took on a fleshy sheen. Then, standing too close, Tobirama felt an overwhelming suction pulling him in. Before he could react, he was swallowed by the mound of mud, and in an instant, his consciousness sank into a warm darkness. The summoning jutsu was cut off. Cold sweat trickled down Link's back. If he ended up losing the second Hokage in all this, how was he supposed to explain that? He glanced at the constantly shifting mud, which was taking on a vaguely human shape. He forced himself to stay calm. Could it be a reincarnation? Did Tobirama just get reborn as a living person? The raw materials are pretty gross, but it's definitely turning into something humanoid. But what about all the jutsu I still need to learn? My external brain just disappeared. Link's pupils contracted. He realized that losing Tobirama was the biggest blow to himself, not to the village. After all, Hidden Leaf Village would continue functioning without the second Hokage's spirit, but Link had lost his best outside brain. Little by little, the foul stench dissipated. Utakata, curious, moved closer to look at the now child-sized mud figure and the still unconscious criminal nearby. "What are you doing?" he asked. He was aware that his boss's ninjutsu could be strange, but he'd never seen him so solemnly cast a jutsu before. Was this some kind of curse? A mud doll curse on that scumbag? Then why had the transparent form of the second Hokage vanished? A small accident. Link kept a straight face. He was about to have his shadow go poke at whatever was forming. Crack, crack, fissures appeared in the outer layer of the mud figure, revealing white, tender skin. Its pale little arms and legs quickly broke free of the shell, revealing a child's face topped with damp, silvery white short hair, along with that all-too-familiar gaze. Anyone could tell who it was at a glance. Lord Second? Link ventured. Who else would it be? Senju Tobirama snapped. All the power he'd honed, his adult body, gone in an instant. Now he had a pair of small arms and legs, powerless and childlike. And how, exactly, had this body been made, if his DNA wasn't on hand? This jutsu is far too bizarre. Utakata's eyes darted over the legendary second Hokage in his unclothed state. The sight was honestly too much. PFFT, Hina pressed her paws to her mouth, stifling giggles. As a ninja cat, she was under no obligation to hide her amusement. She remembered his previously impressive, arms folded, imposing presence, and now seeing him as a little kid, she simply couldn't hold it in. Tobirama's face darkened. He hurriedly covered himself. "What are you staring for? Get me some clothes." He was normally composed and stoic, but being stuck in a child's body, and completely naked in front of everyone, was a bit more than his pride could take. Ahem. Link cleared his throat and tried to look serious. "We believe you, but first, you'll have to prove you really are Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage. So, tap. Before the onlookers could properly enjoy the comedic setup, a footstep landed softly in the clearing. Sasuke? Link turned toward his travel-worn friend, puzzled. What are you doing here? Did something happen? The ninja cat sniffed at the air, noting a slight change in Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke Uchiha fell silent for a moment. I killed Denzo. He finally said. Chapter 228, Black Mud. How many times did you use that technique? Seeing Sasuke squinting, Link could tell that his eyesight had definitely deteriorated quite a bit. If he had gone and taken out Denzo, using Amano Hidden Stone's Villigto once per eye at least a dozen times, or using Amaterasu that many times in such a short period, he would probably have collapsed right on the spot. Fortunately, Sasuke's eyes had been maintained beforehand with the delicate illness extraction jutsu, and he also kept the ultra-effective soldier pills Link had given him close at hand. Come here. Link ordered. Sasuke Uchiha obediently walked over, and Link pressed a hand on him to check his injuries. Not too bad. Apart from distorted meridians caused by the ultra-effective soldier pills, overuse of his Mangekyo abilities, and general physical exhaustion, there weren't many injuries. Then there was nothing more to say. He had just ended the Edo Tensei and also expended a large amount of chakra to cast delicate illness extraction jutsu again, causing sweat to break out on his forehead. After catching his breath a bit, he swallowed a soldier pill and, without pause, cast another delicate illness extraction jutsu. Only then did he say, let's just stay here for now. You can keep Utakata company. The moment he saw Sasuke, Link realized why this guy had suddenly acted so strangely the day before. It was probably the Uchiha mindset flaring up again, paying no heed to anything else and sneaking off to kill Denzo on his own, then going rogue. Maybe he had been in contact with Fugaku too much, or maybe he was influenced by Itachi's dying wish. Whatever the reason, he had messed up Link's plans in one fell swoop. Truly troublesome. But Link's face showed a subtle hint of relief, likely without him even realizing it. When Utakata heard that, his smile became a bit stiff, but it quickly returned to normal. The base was huge, anyway. Originally, it was already housing 3 of Orochimaru's captured subordinates. One more annoying guy made no difference. Seeing that Sasuke's vision had returned to normal and his gaze had refocused, he seemed about to say something, when suddenly he noticed the white-haired kid. He froze in place. Yes, this is the one who seems to be the second Hokage. Link said with a smile. Once he can prove his identity, we can consider asking your father and mother if they want to be reanimated back to this world. Then you'll probably have a lot more work to do. Sasuke Uchiha felt like the sound around him was fading away. The thumping of his heartbeat pounded in his ears. His mind, which had been so clear a moment ago, suddenly turned to mush. He listened in a daze for a while, without taking in a single word. His mouth was dry, and his throat felt glued shut. What are you thinking about? Link patted him on the back and said, it's still not certain whether the technique is working correctly. If, for instance, the person reanimated turns out not to be the real second Hokage, that's enough, brat. Senju Rama interrupted him coldly. His voice sounded youthful yet carried a strangely old-fashioned air. Glancing at the still smiling ninja cat, Hina, made him grit his teeth. Expressionless, he said, get me some clothes, now. After being reanimated, has even his personality become more childlike due to his body? Link wondered. In truth, he had already determined that the little kid in front of him truly was the second Hokage, because you can't fake chakra. It was identical chakra, though greatly diminished. Even so, the reanimated child version of the second Hokage was still able to draw upon that chakra. For a 3 or 4-year-old's body, this was dozens of times stronger than Link himself had been at that age. Incredible. He could sense it clearly. Utakata, who also had sensory abilities, must have noticed. And there was no need to mention Hina, whose sense perception was even greater. Sasuke Uchiha started to speak, his voice trembling a bit. Noticing the bloodstains on Sasuke's sleeve, Link said, go clean up properly in the base and change clothes. Then you can talk with your father and mother. Alright. Sasuke Uchiha hurried off. Link cast a glance at Utakata, who was only wearing a thin robe, then took off his own jacket and tossed it over. Yes, it's yours to wear, Lord Second. His clothes were quite large, he was well built, so he always bought them in bigger sizes. Even after trimming the hem, the jacket ended up like a robe on child-sized Obirama. His tiny arms couldn't even stick out of the sleeves. Once he was loosely wrapped in it, Tobirama asked seriously, where did you get that mud you used before? Then he explained, that clay naturally restricts souls and creates a living body using your chakra. Its properties are very unusual. I suspect that even without your Edo Tensei, the clay could serve as a vessel for a soul to exist briefly in the living world. What a foul-smelling black sludge, Link thought. But he simply said, "It's a product of one of my ninjutsu." However, producing that black mud requires using human souls as sacrifices. Black mud? Tobirama echoed, nodding. I see. He didn't press the issue of needing sacrifices any further. When you've delved into so many forbidden techniques, it's impossible not to involve human experimentation. Look at the Edo Tensei itself, very costly in terms of living bodies. In the manga, Kabuto inherited Orochimaru's research and bragged he had made several failed experiments. To create something from scratch, it was impossible without sacrificing human lives. A lot of the black mud that formed my body just now was wasted. That portion alone would have been enough to reanimate 2 people. How much black mud do you have left? Link calculated for a moment. Probably enough for a bit over 3 people. He had already used a chunk in earlier experiments, otherwise, he would have enough for 1 or 2 more. He was a bit puzzled about the rules for generating black mud. Come to think of it, just the soul of Gato alone had yielded enough for 6 or 7 people. It was a shame that the black mud was wasted in the swamp of the underworld, he thought regretfully. Roughly how much black mud can be produced from a single human soul? Tobirama followed up. Seeing that Link paused, not answering directly, he sighed inwardly. This kid's own technique and experiments aren't standardized at all, he's just going by luck. How envious. If he himself could ignore all constraints, snapping his fingers to master all these powerful techniques, he'd love that too. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Link admitted that he'd never truly studied it carefully. I did test it once with a single person's soul, and it yielded enough black mud to reanimate 6 or 7 people. He offered what he knew, then added, I'll conduct more tests in the next few days. It did feel odd, despite the other party being a little kid, Link felt as though he were being interrogated by a senior. He straightened his posture a bit and asked more seriously, Lord Second, did you know that Sasuke was planning to assassinate Denzo on his own? He suspected that Tobirama himself might have encouraged Sasuke to do it. But logically it made no sense, what teacher would want to get his own student killed? Chapter 229, Results, Back to the Village? Alright, I pretty much guessed. Senju Tobirama admitted straightforwardly. The Uchiha clan feels love more deeply than anyone. An Uchiha who comes to understand love will have their brain altered by the intense hatred they feel upon losing that love, thereby awakening the eyes that reflect their heart, the Sharingan. I know that much, at least. Link interrupted, his expression calm. So, as the second Hokage, what did you do to a young ninja of your own village? He hated it when others tried to influence his tools. The atmosphere grew a bit heavier. Utakata stood behind Link, while Hina rubbed her front paws, standing at the front. Her cat eyes were fixed on that tiny kid of a Hokage, ready to jump in and seize the legendary second Hokage the moment words failed. What was the most glorious moment of your life? The pride of the ninja cat world was about to be realized right here and now. Humphrey. Senju Tobirama, guessing the reaction of the boy in front of him, said simply, you must have suggested to Sasuke that the 2 of you kill Denzo and leave the village, yes. That kid wouldn't refuse you, because no Uchiha can reject love, whether it's familial, romantic, or friendship. But do you really want to leave the village? Leave behind your friends, your mentor, your teacher, and even Saratobi, who basically treats you like a grandson. I only asked Sasuke if he was willing to make you give up everything for his sake. As for the rest, it's the sort of thing an Uchiha would do. He sounded a little nostalgic. After all these years, after the clan was wiped out, the only survivor was just as he remembered. It only reinforced his belief that the Uchiha were a clan possessed by a certain dark nature. As his teacher, can you really stand by and let Denzo be killed? Link skipped over Tobirama's question and asked instead. Senju Tobirama shook his head. He has to pay the price for his own wrongdoing. If he can handle it, fine. If not, he didn't finish the sentence, staying calm. The village is what's important. The village always comes first. You're someone the village can't simply cast aside, so, his words cut off abruptly as he looked on in exasperation at the boy who had appeared in a flash just to pat his head. Link patted the soft hair of the now dry second Hokage. Alright, you can tell Denzo yourself when the time comes. I'll summon him out, and you too, teacher and student, can deal with your own problems. He had to admit that he was feeling a bit stifled by all these questions. He was willing to leave the village for Sasuke, no, rather, for the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But even though he decided to give up on certain people he deemed useless, the thought of leaving so many behind still felt awkward. Probably that same annoying feeling you get in a game when you can't collect everything. Link let go of Tobirama's head. Lord Second, shall I take you back to the village first? Now that he had some idea how the Edo Tensei worked and how much black mud it required, there was no need to let Tobirama find out how many Uchiha he planned to revive, or where he was going. He was planning to capture a few more people to toss into the swamp of the underworld so he could resurrect all those Uchihas and let Sasuke and his father decide where to go. How about letting me have a talk with Sasuke Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha first? Senju Tobirama suggested calmly. After all, they're still members of the village, even though the clan was almost wiped out. Having them back in the village makes sense. Unless you plan on deciding on their behalf? He asked further. Annoying Senju brat, Link thought for a moment. If he could really resurrect all those Uchihas and have them settle back in the village, he could even open some Uchiha preschool. With an eternal Mangekyo user around, until Tobirama regained his full power, no one in Hidden Leaf Village could possibly resist. Denzo would be dead, and with himself and Sasuke acting as checks on everything, staying in the village would definitely be safer. Besides, he couldn't keep an eye on them 24/7. If Zetsu found them, Obito would surely think of ways to cause trouble. If Tsunade were back, she could help by performing medical checks and such. On that note, maybe he should have Shizune examine Obirama's body first, just to make sure everything was fine before performing more reincarnations. If there were any hidden dangers, it'd be better to fix them first. He couldn't risk anything going wrong with Fugaku and Mikoto's resurrection. How could he ever face Sasuke then? But still. The Grand Second Hokage was surprisingly good at talking people into things. With everything you just said, I think you're not the best person to talk to them. Link said, neither agreeing nor refusing outright. Shadows had already finished cleaning up the area, hoisting the criminals they'd captured and hauling them back to base. Sure enough, a stubborn guy, Senju Tobirama subconsciously crossed his arms, but the oversized robes pulled taut, and he nearly toppled over. Hina noticed the bell dangling through the gap in his clothes and got fidgety. Even if she couldn't beat the second Hokage, snatching his bell would surely become a legendary feat among ninja cats. Tobirama shot a vicious glare at the ninja cat, gripping his clothes with both hands. Just as he was about to follow along, his body suddenly felt weightless. He realized he was being carried by a shadow. Can't be helped, came Link's amused voice. Since you've just been reincarnated, Lord Second, you probably can't keep pace with us, right? Hey, Utakata let out a breezy laugh on the wind. Tobirama's face was rigid with humiliation as the shadow carried him bridal style. Next to him was that annoying ninja cat. Just wait till I recover a bit more, he narrowed his eyes as they headed off toward their base in the land of waves. At least let me be the first to be reincarnated, said Mikoto Uchiha, exchanging a look with her husband and speaking solemnly at the base. Since reincarnation would cause one to lose some abilities, it was better for Fugaku Uchiha, currently serving as one of Link's powerhouses, to remain as he was. Sasuke Uchiha remained quiet. All three of them had tacitly agreed to sell their services to Link. We still have plenty of that black mud left, Link said casually, shaking his head. Once I confirm there aren't any hidden risks, I'll perform the reincarnation for everyone at the same time. With that, he got up and left, giving the three members of the Uchiha family and the small, childlike Senju Tobirama time to talk amongst themselves. Outside, Utakata was waiting. Link and Utakata walked side by side, and Link asked casually, have you thought about reincarnating any of your own family? I have none, Utakata answered without hesitation. If he'd had any attachments, he wouldn't have wandered alone. What about you? Have you ever considered bringing your parents back to the land of the living? Link grew momentarily silent. He'd always tried to avoid forming bonds, but if his parents were resurrected, he'd be tied down. He didn't often summon his father's spirit for precisely that reason. As for his mother, he didn't dare, either. Except for some late-night contact once, he hadn't tried to reach out again. Leaving them to rest quietly in the Pure Land might be the most carefree option. Seeing his heavy expression, Utakata dropped the subject. The two arrived at the base's mess hall. Several shadows bustled about, bringing plates of food to the tables. Jugo sat on the floor, almost like a little mountain, carefully gripping steel chopsticks and a metal plate in his huge hands, dumping food into his mouth. Link's face returned to its usual calm. He asked with a smile, how's he doing lately? Any more outbursts? After you left, he had one more. Jugo replied, stretching out his arm. Smack. Link delivered a practiced mystical palm jutsu strike, dispersing the natural energy gathering in Jugo's arm. Pack your things. In a bit, we'll go back to Hidden Leaf Village. He was now returning to the village with a second Hokage as leverage, plus Sasuke, who was about to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as backup. He was feeling pretty confident. He still hadn't learned anything useful about Jugo's condition. Maybe Shizune could help. He was on his second batch of new medicine, too, with minimal results. The old one's efficacy had waned and now required a much higher dose, like a meal in itself each time. Shizune had no leads on how to develop a new drug, so she was stalling. Where are you? Tsunade? We really need you. Link silently wished she would appear. Alright. Jugo answered, scraping his plate clean with his chopsticks. He wiped his mouth with a massive towel and stood up, his head nearly touching the ceiling. This room was specially built with nearly 6-meter-high ceilings because when Jugo's other personality took over, he tended to dive into the sea, devouring a huge amount of marine life and growing bigger each time. Without a limit on his size, if he kept on eating, he could literally turn into a human Gundam. Where's Karen? It's lunchtime. Where'd she run off to? Link asked. Jugo was about to reply when everyone turned to look at the door. In came Karen, dressed flamboyantly and wearing noticeable blush and eyeliner. Her gaze swept the room and froze. Nervously rubbing her hands behind her back, she said, Lord Link, Lord Utakata, Jugo. Jugo nodded a greeting and then thumped back to his room to pack. Link gave her a once-over and smiled. Sasuke likely doesn't care for girls with heavy makeup? Karen's eyes widened. I'm just kidding. Link said. Actually, he had no idea what kind of girl Sasuke liked. Judging from past interactions, it seemed Sasuke didn't really like anyone romantically. Go pack your stuff, and call Tazuru. We'll head for Hidden Leaf Village together soon. Karen's arms, along with Tazuru's legs, had been constructed from Jugo's cells via his regenerative ability. Recently, their bodies had begun to mutate, gradually absorbing natural energy on their own. That could be a big problem. He couldn't possibly spend every day patting natural energy out of them like he did with Jugo. One Jugo was enough work. If 2 more people needed it, he'd be doing nothing else all day. Chapter 230, Denzo back to the village. Hidden Leaf Village, inside the Hokage's office. Having done such a thing, Sasuke Uchiha should be put on the wanted list immediately. Yutsuki Koharu said this with a grim expression. No. The person who spoke wasn't the usually mild third Hokage, but Hamura Midokado instead. Facing his old partner's astonished look, he said calmly, right now, no one can prove for certain that the one who killed Denzo was Sasuke Uchiha. Isn't that just blatant denial? A signature Uchiha fire style was used, there were Chidori marks on the wound, unless Kakashi did it? Even if there are no witnesses and Denzo's body has been destroyed, how do you explain Sasuke Uchiha suddenly leaving the village in the middle of the night? Deep down, the third Hokage really doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. It's just like the Uchiha massacre back then, clearly an ugly scandal involving the higher-ups of the village that can't be explained away, no matter how many mouths you have. Best to keep it from anyone other than the 3 of them. Besides, this time it's slightly different from the Uchiha massacre incident. Back then, that family was cursed by the majority of lower and middle-ranking villagers, but the now-deceased Denzo was disliked by many mid to high-ranking individuals. They had no choice. There had been too many dark deeds from Root exposed previously. Just one example is Denzo taking advantage of the war to capture a large number of orphans and cultivate them into shinobi using methods similar to Hidden Mist Village's Blood Mist. Many people couldn't stomach that. There might be some radicals among the higher-ranking Jonin, but due to the third Hokage's influence, the majority leaned toward a conservative, moderate approach. Even among the elite Jonin, few were truly ruthless, so it would be bizarre if they all thought highly of Denzo. Under Hidden Leaf Village's sunlight, the filth dredged up by Root was intolerable. As long as Denzo was alive, people would keep wondering if any of the other high-level officials were involved in all those atrocities, or if they were protecting him, or perhaps even gave the orders. Ordinary shinobi might not care much, but the opinions of the great ninja clans are very troublesome. If morale collapses, the village becomes hard to govern. The second Hokage's recent return gave the village a strong booster shot, but that only works temporarily. Over time, unless the village were to bring back the even more legendary first Hokage, they'd still have to address the problem of how to handle Root and Denzo. Once Root was put in the spotlight, Denzo's political career was over. The most dignified exit would have been to quietly take his own life, carrying all blame upon himself. That way, everyone could rest easy. But everyone knew the personality of the third Hokage, and Koharu Utatane is also quite sentimental. Even if Hamura Midokado had suggested it, it wouldn't have passed. He also didn't want to stain himself with Root's filth, so they just kept dragging it out. In his view, if Denzo was supposedly there to shoulder the village's sins, why hadn't he resolved himself to bear all the consequences? Because it had gone on so long, Hamura naturally became extremely disappointed in his old friend. Only a few days ago he'd even begun wishing someone could step in to replace Root and handle the dirty work for the village. Yes, it's cruel to Denzo, but that's the brutal reality. After a long silence in the office, the third Hokage spoke first. Teacher must already know, right? He might be indecisive, but he's no fool. He knows that if Sasuke left the village, he's not going anywhere else, he's going to find Link. And since Tobirama Senju, who's been working with Link on experiments, is definitely aware of this by now. Koharu didn't respond. She knew her teacher's temperament. Now that he's returned, he wouldn't say much. He'd likely act just like Homura and pretend nothing had happened. She abruptly changed the subject. Saratobi, the teacher's not here right now, you're still the Hokage. He is basically tossing the responsibility on him. Homura sighed, then said, let's leave it at that. Seal any relevant information, and wait for the teacher and Link to come back and deal with it. With Link's jutsu, Denzo can be summoned back, right? All of the higher-ups, including the heads of the major clans, had learned from Tobirama Senju how Link's summoning jutsu can communicate with and summon the deceased. They'd even agreed that when they died, they'd respond immediately if they heard the call. So, if Denzo's dead, then so be it. They can simply bring him back later and figure out the rest. They'd been busy dealing with this since morning and were still at it in the afternoon. Koharu had nothing left to say. She was only outraged that Sasuke killed Denzo. But if they can bring Denzo himself back, there's no need to push for a manhunt. The third Hokage removed the Hokage's hat and placed it on the desk. He stretched his back a bit. Once you get older, your stamina isn't what it used to be. Yet there's no one else in the village who can take his place. Jiraiya and Tsunade aren't exactly saving him any trouble. One is wandering around with the Jinchuriki, not even responding to news that the second Hokage has returned. The other has vanished for who knows how long. They're too willful. Good thing there's Link's jutsu, which has been a huge help. Once Link comes back, maybe I can rest a bit again. 1 hour later, in the Hokage's office. Saratobi, what in the world is going on? You said it was urgent, Homura began as he pushed the door open. Upon entering, he saw a small kid perched on the Hokage's desk. He froze in mid-step, his expression growing blank. Homura, have a seat first, said Tobirama Senju, in his childhood form, in a soft, childlike voice. Homura took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and sat down. Tentatively, he asked, Lord Second Hokage? This is way too shocking. Why is the second Hokage so young? Is this the summoning jutsu again? Or maybe a transformation jutsu? Or an illusion? His mind was in overdrive. Next to him, Hiruzen Saratobi, who looked like he was babysitting a grandson, wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered, Link and teacher came up with a new jutsu that can bring the dead back to life. What? Homura's expression changed rapidly. He shot to his feet, but after seeing the familiar look in the second Hokage's eyes, he slowly sat back down. In a low voice, he asked, are you sure it's... That omitted part contained many implications. Is this kid in front of them really the second Hokage himself? Is this resurrection truly genuine? Tobirama watched Hiruzen and Homura's hushed exchange without comment, waiting for Koharu to arrive so they could explain everything together. Indeed, reviving the dead is bizarre stuff, even in a shinobi world. And not only that, he's in the form of his childhood self. Sigh, my brother, Tobirama thought with a headache. Because of his personality and past experiences, Hashirama Senju firmly believed that the dead shouldn't interfere with the living. He'd likely reject Link's attempts to pester him from beyond, refusing to show himself. Unless, of course, they used the original Edo Tensei to bring him back forcibly for a talk. Tobirama had already made his decision. After he recovers some of his strength, he'll pull out his brother with Edo Tensei so they can discuss the matter of resurrection. Even in a childhood form, his brother wouldn't be weak. With the experience from his past life, in a few years of training he'd absolutely be a fighting force. Even if he doesn't match the power he had when he ended the Warring States period, it would be more than enough to serve as a Kage. Then Tobirama wouldn't have to waste time on it. In the current shinobi world, nobody could defeat a resurrected Hashirama who had trained a few years. After thinking it through, Tobirama reaffirmed just how important Link is. The ability to utterly tread upon the taboo between life and death is simply too powerful. If someone told him Link was the reincarnation of the Sage of the Six Paths, he might believe it. Clack, Saratobi, at the doorway, yet another old-timer appeared, frozen in shock. Hiruzen Saratobi and Homura Minakato, who had already used secret signals, glances, gestures, and whispered explanations, waved him in. Now Hidden Leaf Village's F4 was only missing one. The three looked at each other and continued their discussion. From the chakra they sensed to his appearance and mannerisms, everything about him matched the second Hokage. Could resurrection really be possible? They still had lingering doubts, though. At that moment, Tobirama gave a signal to begin. A figure waiting outside the window disappeared, and before long, Link arrived, travel-worn. He greeted the three already seated, then quickly formed a series of hand signs. Placing his hands together with a clap, he activated a summoning jutsu. Shimura Denzo, Shimura Denzo. Come in if you can hear me. Are you receiving this? Please respond. The shadow of the shinobi's darkness died? Dead? Good, good. Denzo is dead. Lord Denzo, how could this? To be fair, Denzo's connections weren't bad. The moment Link said his name, there was an uproar in the afterlife. Countless voices buzzed in his ears. Yes, 99% were curses, while the rest were complicated feelings, like Yahiko's, or the words of a few die-hard Root loyalists. As Link mentally tagged each voice, he suddenly realized he'd caught the person who used to argue anonymously with him, the one who said, "Nonsense. How could the third Kazekage possibly have been killed by that brat Sasori?" Turns out that guy really was the third Kazekage. Anyway, when Link pulled the third Kazekage in for a split second, the two of them had a rather awkward moment. "Link, it's me," came Shimura Denzo's voice. "Right, we'll talk later, third Kazekage-san who supposedly couldn't have been killed by Sasori." Link teased, ignoring the now unmasked Kazekage. He quickly locked onto Denzo's signal and released a summoning jutsu, ramping up the chakra to summon that shady old Kage of the pot back to the world. Lo and behold, a younger version of Denzo, quite handsome, actually, though his eyes were as gloomy as ever, just like when he was old. But without that arm grafted with Hashirama cells and Sharingan, he's much weaker now, Link thought. Denzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi was the first to call out his old friend's name. Denzo glanced up at Tobirama, seated on the desk in a child's body. He had thought that, having died once, nothing could surprise him. But this was new indeed. After a moment of silence, he hesitated and said, "Teacher?" Tobirama responded in a nasal hum. "They already know how you died. If there's anything you want to say, now's the time, while the three of them are here." Hamura Midokado kept his composure and signaled to Hiruzen Sarutobi with a look. Who knew if Denzo might start accusing others out loud? When they got a chance, they'd have to talk privately with Link. The last thing they needed was another uproar about putting out a warrant for Sasuke Uchiha. One Koharu was messy enough. Chapter 231, Reason Midokado Hamura cast his gaze toward the blind man. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, from the very start, it wasn't just that he avoided looking Hamura in the eye, he never took his eyes off the youthful-looking Shimura Denzo. "We're all so old already," he thought to himself, shaking his head. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's complicated gaze, the resentment and anger simmering in Shimura Denzo quietly shifted in that moment. Turning his face away so as not to meet Hiruzen's eyes, he fixed his gaze on the childlike Senju Tobirama and said calmly, "I killed myself." Incredible. That's really the only word for it, incredible. Calling being run through by Chidori and then burned by fire style as suicide is even more outrageous than claiming to have shot yourself 8 times in the back. Even Link was stunned. He never imagined Denzo would say such a thing. Utain Koharu took half a step forward but was stopped by Midokado Hamura. Senju Tobirama turned to look at the current Hokage. If he were still reanimated and held power, he'd make decisions himself. But now that he'd lost that power, anything he said in front of a few former subordinates didn't matter much. The real authority belonged to the sitting Hokage. Denzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his old friend was taking all the blame on himself, determined not to fuss over his own death. He paused for a moment, sweeping his gaze across everyone's faces. "I understand," he finally said. And thus, the matter of Shimura Denzo's murder was laid to rest. The man himself had come out and declared it a suicide. Who would dare object? Senju Tobirama nodded and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, there's likely to be a group of Uchiha descendants returning to the village soon. This reanimation technique can be mass-produced." The gears in Hidden Leaf Village's F4 clicked into place, and they all turned to look at the one who started it all. Hey. Link gave an embarrassed grin. "From now on, I'm not the second Hokage," Senju Tobirama announced. They absolutely couldn't let news of these reanimations get out. Otherwise, it would probably spark a new great shinobi war. No other village would ever tolerate Hidden Leaf Village possessing jutsu, and shinobi, that so thoroughly trampled on the boundary between life and death. So, only 4, actually 3, top-level people could know about it. Once Jiraiya and Tsunade returned, they might barely qualify to be told, but nobody else could. Be they ninja clan members or elite jonin, you never knew. If one turned out to be a spy, it would cause massive problems for Hidden Leaf Village. Even if it had to be revealed, it would only be in a few months, after Tobirama had managed to reanimate his elder brother. At that point, Link could make contact with the strongest possible backup. As a ninja who had lived through the Warring States period, Senju Tobirama didn't trust anyone. While alive, he had the Anbu monitor every clan in the village. He had carefully planned countermeasures for all of them, not just the Uchiha, because shinobi could wield all sorts of strange and frightening control techniques. The only safe place to store vital intelligence was in his own head. These 3 former subordinates of his had proven themselves over time and could be trusted. Everyone else fell into 2 categories, those likely to cause trouble, and those who just hadn't done it yet. Understood. They all said. Shimura Denzo joined in, then belatedly realized that he was dead. Even if there were a way to reanimate him, Link's relationship with Sasuke Uchiha made it unlikely he'd ever be chosen. But what of it? He has the power to reshape the world. The village will surely thrive under his hand. Even if I'm never reanimated, I can still protect the village's future as one of the deceased. He smiled calmly and finally returned Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Maybe I couldn't best you in life, Sarutobi, but when it comes to my devotion to the village, I won't lose to you. Tap. Senju Dobirama hopped down from the table, his small, serious face creasing into a faint smile. Sarutobi, once again I'll leave the village in your hands. With that, he walked off lightly. The 3rd Hokage was still caught up in the complex emotions of seeing his old friend so young. Hearing those familiar words, he felt his body protest, his mind flat out rejecting the idea. He'd just managed to take a short breather, now his little vacation was gone? The retirement he'd planned so carefully had just evaporated. No way, I've got to get Jiraiya back here, even if I have to send him a bunch of letters saying I'm on my deathbed, he made up his mind. This was no joke. Sure, it was one thing for them to roam around before, gathering intel, taking in the sights. But right now, the village was on the verge of a huge leap forward. If Link kept reanimating more ninja from Hidden Leaf Village's past, Hiruzen couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful the village might become. In that moment, even though he was normally a pacifist, he felt a surge of ambition. Could Hidden Leaf Village become the single most powerful village in the Shinobi world? We might actually unify the entire Shinobi world. Shimura Denzo was even more fired up. Having personally witnessed the power of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, he could hardly imagine how unstoppable the young versions of Hashirama and Obirama would be in this era. Even Madara Uchiha wouldn't scare them now. Ahem. Feeling the heated gazes of the 3 old-timers and 1 dead man, Link cleared his throat. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading off? He thought for a moment, then quickly added, I need to see Shizune about something. Jugo, Karen, Hina, and Utakata were still waiting for him outside in the street. They'd been allowed into the village thanks to his personal guarantee. Jugo's massive frame had already attracted plenty of attention, especially after a flock of fearless birds landed on him, bringing over a bunch of curious children. Even with Utakata keeping an eye on him, if Jugo suddenly went berserk, it would be no small problem. Standing about 6 meters tall with a sage-enhanced physique, he was absorbing natural energy at an accelerating rate. His strength and speed were soaring by leaps and bounds, and he could instantly defeat an ordinary Jonin purely through overwhelming physical prowess and unrestrained use of natural energy. He also had rapid regeneration. Under the influence of natural energy, his body might as well be forged from iron. In taijutsu combat, aside from Link or Might Guy, there weren't many who could take him on head-to-head. If his bloodthirsty alter ego surfaced, even an elite Jonin with less raw offense could be in trouble, especially someone like Zabuza, who relied on blades. Utakata could only keep him in check with partial tailed beast transformations. In some ways, Jugo was already on the lower end of Kage-level strength. Sasuke was still sulking and hadn't come into the village, waiting outside instead. After all, his Mangekyo Sharingan would be the ideal way to control Jugo. But judging by the reaction of these 4, Sasuke should be able to return now, right? Go on, go on. They all said in unison. The 3 old veterans wore strange smiles, and Denzo had the look of a man who, after drifting for half his life, had finally found his purpose. Link felt his back muscles tense. Acting like he'd just remembered something, he said, "Oh, right. I ran into Sasuke outside. It's okay for him to come back later, yeah? Of course it's fine." Denzo replied without the slightest trace of emotion on his face. "Well then, if you'll excuse me, I'll bring Sasuke by to see Lord Third." With that, Link vanished in a body flicker. He understood why they were so excited, but it still felt pretty strange from his point of view. Chapter 232, Line Up What a Giant. Is he even human? I can't imagine how huge he must be. Jugo listened to the Hidden Leaf Village townsfolk gossiping on the roadside. When he saw their curious gazes wandering over certain parts of his body, he hunched his shoulders in embarrassment, trying as hard as he could not to stand out too much. "What an annoying bunch," muttered Karen, pushing her glasses up with a helpless expression. Next to her, Tazuru sighed but didn't say anything. After all, they were dependent on others for shelter. Whether they were prisoners or something else was still unclear. And they needed help treating their illness. Let them stare if they want to stare. Pop Utakata sat comfortably on a nearby rooftop, blowing bubbles. He had known as soon as they entered the village that they would draw attention, so the moment Link left, he instantly moved up to the rooftop to watch the show. One had to admit, the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village were surprisingly accepting. Quite a few of them showed no fear at all towards someone who stood as tall as a house. Maybe it was also because Juggo's default personality seemed too harmless. SHFF hearing the sound of someone moving, Utakata turned his head. He saw a woman wearing a white coat. "I'm Shizune, a Jonin from the medical corps," the woman said with a small nod. "You must be Utakata?" "That's me." Utakata stood up. "Does Link need something from me?" "He went to pick up Sasuke," Shizune explained in a serious tone. "He asked me to bring Juggo, Karen, and Chizuru in for a checkup." Utakata whistled. The three on the ground looked up. "Let's go," he said. Together, the four followed Shizune to a spacious facility. The same place where Kimimaro had nearly exploded and required emergency treatment. Originally one of Root's research bases, most of its equipment and extra furnishings had been torn out after that incident. They had even taken down several walls. At the time, Kimimaro hadn't been moved right away, so a large amount of medical equipment had been brought here for various experiments. Later, when the test subjects were transferred elsewhere and Root was disbanded for good, the base was abandoned, and the medical corps simply took it over. Because Root chose such a remote location, few med ninja actually came out here to use the large space. But after Tsunade returned and Link kept bringing back more things to study, nearly all the medical research took place in the main medical corps building under Tsunade and Shizune, so the facility ended up unused for a long time. The original two-story ceiling had been removed, giving the hall a height of roughly 8 meters. Juggo, who had to stoop when entering buildings, finally breathed a sigh of relief once inside. A few med ninja and nurses who usually assisted Shizune were busy adjusting various pieces of equipment. Karen glanced around nervously. This place was indeed pretty isolated. She was still shaken by memories of Orochimaru's experiments. Standing quietly off to the side, Utakata maintained a rather elegant posture. His loose robe revealed a bit of his pale collarbone. His calm expression offered Karen a reassuring look. Once the six tails fell asleep, Utakata had fully mastered using the tail beast's chakra. He let the beast produce large amounts of chakra, then infused it into himself. Aside from giving off a faint bluish-white glow, he no longer had to fight over chakra or worry about tailed beast chakra corrosion. His strength had effectively multiplied several times over. Aside from Sasuke, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, there wasn't anyone he really feared. That eye was just plain broken. "Let's start the physical exam with you, big guy," Shizune said, sizing up Juggo. Her calm face showed a hint of curiosity. It wasn't every day you met someone who had broken through normal human growth limits, let alone an experimental subject of Orochimaru. Maybe he could help solve whatever's going on with Kimimaro, she thought, helping Lady Tsunade in the process. "Oh." Juggo gave a muffled response and obediently stepped forward. They began with the usual physical tests, the most straightforward measurements of strength and speed, then lung capacity, heart rate, pulse, blood pressure, body structure, organ condition, chakra extraction, release, and basic ninjutsu usage. Finally, they took a DNA sample and blood work. The whole process caused no harm. Juggo, Karen, and Chizuru had been through similar exams under Orochimaru, down to nearly identical procedures. Do all the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi like doing this kind of testing? Karen wondered. Still, she cooperated fully. Chizuru followed suit, though she trembled unconsciously, even after all this time since their escape. When they finished drawing blood, Karen sat in a corner sucking on a piece of candy while waiting for results. Suddenly, she stood up with a big smile and looked toward the door. Tap. "Sasuke, you're here." She sprinted forward and clung to Sasuke's arm. "Want some candy?" As if she were showing off a treasure, she offered him another piece of candy. Right after she spoke, she regretted it. Arg, Sasuke doesn't like sweets. She was silently berating herself for this slip, but the candy she offered got picked up anyway. "Well, I won't say no." Link unwrapped the candy and tossed it into his mouth. Smiling at Karen, he asked. "So, how'd the tests go?" Karen shot him a grateful look. "Just look at that." He ate her candy, and she's the one who feels like she should thank him. Sasuke Uchiha wasn't wearing his forehead protector. He'd left it at home when he initially departed the Hidden Leaf Village, thinking he'd never return. He hadn't expected to be back so soon. He wasn't really bothered by minor physical contact or overt attention from girls. Ino and Sakura were both pretty bold. He might look cold, but he was actually soft-hearted, and once he had settled his vengeance, he'd become more at peace. He's just like Kimimaro. Can't refine chakra normally. Shizune began, but Juggo couldn't help interrupting. Wait. Kimimaro. You mentioned that name, right? Link wasn't surprised. Yes. He's in the lab at the medical core building. I'll bring him here to meet you soon. Turning to Shizune, Link explained. They're friends. Jugo's face brightened. He got up from the ground, then sat down again, overwhelmed by the happy surprise that Kimimaro was still alive. He had assumed Kimimaro was long dead. Seeing no one else jump in, Shizune went on to summarize the conditions of the 3 patients. In short, Jugo resembled Kimimaro, but with a far higher adaptability to natural energy. By using natural energy, his body had grown huge. Completely beyond any normal biological structure. Just to withstand its corrosive effects. Inside, his cells were stuck in a cycle of constant death and regeneration. Newly created cells under the influence of natural energy had an even stronger pull on natural energy.